The traitor Astartes ravage the galaxy in the name of their fell overlords. Entities imbued with malevolence who seek to wring emotional turmoil from all living beings. Many believe the threat posed by such evildoers is the greatest by any faction within the galaxy. Yet in order to defeat such an enemy, one must understand them, seeking out weaknesses caused by their downfall to best exploit for the benefit of humanity. For today, we shall elucidate every assemblage of the traitors to the throne, warriors who epitomize the surrender of the Emperor's light and virtues of mankind. The armies of the ruinous powers, the warbands of chaos.
Your whimpering pleas are pathetic. My ears have known songs that have made the air weep sweet blood. Such was the bliss. Clearly, you need greater encouragement to improve your voice.
Each founding of the Adeptus Astartes legions exemplify a singular virtue demonstrated by their primarchs. Some legions are renowned for their applications of strategy, others their use of technology, or even their mastery of the warp. All striving to reach the optimal potential demonstrated by their many heroes and veterans. Yet one legion would strive for a goal unattainable within the bounds of the mortal universe, perfection, and their fall would be one of the most storied within the Imperium. The Third Legion of the Adeptus Astartes, the Emperor's Children. Recruiting its initial soldiers from the courts of Europa during the later stages of the Unification Wars of Terra, the Third Legion would consist of the royal sons of the nobles whom had defied the Emperor and suffered the wrath of his Thunder Warriors. Drawn from each of the noble houses, the fathers and mothers of the tributes would invariably ascribe to two mentalities: that their sons were hostages now used in the blood-drenched wars of the Emperor, or the brightest and most zealous of his new warriors to uphold his newly founded Imperium. With some noble houses, such as Loculus of Comarg, willingly sending every son of its bloodline to join the Third Legion, and subsequently sending its firstborn of each new generation thereafter. Over time, drawing more aristocratic bloodlines into the fold, the Third Legion would lay its foundation with the pride of its bloodlines and ancestries of war. Serving as a beacon for the Imperial Army efforts during the Unification Wars, the Third Legion would command and support the Army's battles as regal and noble bearers of the Imperium's might. A symbol of the Astartes providence, unlike most legions, the Third Legion would be deployed in smaller battalions. The aristocratic Astartes would have a keen eye for the strengths and weaknesses inherent in the Imperial Army's structures and deployments. Leading successful and glorious campaigns in the name of the Emperor, the Third Legion would bask in its adoration of the common soldiery and citizens of humanity as the brilliant, handsome, and indomitable will of the Emperor. Their favor to the Emperor cemented in the form of the Palatine Aquila. A symbol of their peerless devotion to his will, the Third Legion would bear his sigil with boundless pride, earned at the cost of the Third Legion's 16th cohort's annihilation whilst fighting alongside the Emperor and his custodes during the Proxima betrayal of the Great Crusade, saving his life by sacrificing their own and never giving ground to the treachery of the insurrectionists. Given the duty of enacting exterminatus on the planet of Proxima, the Third Legion would claim their due vengeance and be renamed, though not ratified officially, as the Emperor's Children. Assigned as envoys, equerries, and honor guards, the Emperor's Children would relish their favor as they carried out diplomatic missions in his name. Though with time, the Third Legion's misfortunes would grow, and these would not be the last to befall the Emperor's favored sons. Within a solar year of their triumph at Proxima, the Legion's gene seed reserve would be destroyed during its transportation to the moon of Luna. Hampering their development of new recruits, a viral outbreak would also ruin the Third Legion's stores of gene seed within the gene labs of Terra. The Third Legion would slowly wither, as casualties of war would further diminish their now nigh unreplenishable numbers. Their strength dwindling, the Legion would appear to be doomed to extinction. Yet narrowly, the Legion would escape its fate with the discovery of their long-lost Primarch, Fulgrim. Dubbed the Phoenician or Phoenix by his gene sons, Fulgrim would be raised on the bleak mining world of Chemos. Shrouded in perpetual twilight, the dull world's populace would struggle with the planet's diminishing resources and be required to tirelessly work to produce food to survive. Despite strict food rationing, the planet would be buffeted by warp storms, making trade with passing vessels difficult. Culling orphans to prevent the overconsumption of rations, the planet's police force, the caretakers, would nonetheless beseech the planet's rulers, known as the Executives, to spare the life of the newly discovered child, Fulgrim. Raised by one of the caretakers, Fulgrim would be named after the deity of Chemos, and the young Primarch would become a laborer, utilizing the planet's myriad mining technologies. Rising to the rank of executive at the age of 15, Fulgrim would govern the fortress factory of Kallax, and with time, repair and reorganize the mining technologies of the planet to improve their productivity. Creating surpluses of materials, trade would blossom, and Fulgrim would ascend to govern the planet. Allowing for free time to pursue culture and the arts, Chemos would flourish, and with the reunion of the Emperor and Fulgrim, the Emperor's children would soon be salvaged. Addressing the last surviving 200 Astartes of his legion, Fulgrim would remark,
"You are the Emperor's chosen, his heralds, his warriors, his children. For this is only the beginning."
On hearing these words, the Emperor would officially ratify the 3rd Legion as the Emperor's children. Repainting their armor in the lacquer of Imperial purple and bearing the Emperor's Palatine Aquila, the Emperor's own chosen Astartes would swell with pride and consider themselves above their cousin legions. With Fulgrim now driven to uphold the standards and iconography of his legion, they would epitomize perfection as their defining characteristic. Paragons of imperial culture, civility, and nobility, Fulgrim would demand only the finest craftsmanship for his legion's armor. Garbing themselves in increasingly intricate finery, the Primarch and his legionaries would embroider their cloaks and gild their armor. With so few Astartes in number, the Emperor would assign the Emperor's children to serve alongside his favored son, Horus Lupercal, and the 16th Legion, the Lunar Wolves. For a solar decade, the Lunar Wolves would mentor the 3rd Legion. Forging bonds of immense strength, the Primarchs and their sons would grow to complement their strengths until the Legion's numbers had grown to a size able to stand alone. Its recruits comprising of Terran and Chemos-born Astartes, the Emperor's children would establish their fortress monastery on Chemos within the old mining factory where Fulgrim had worked, Kallax. Given command of the 28th Expeditionary Fleet, the Emperor's children would now forge their path anew, yet further hasten their fall. Filled with an intense need to prove themselves in the eyes of the Emperor, the 3rd Legion would bring several worlds into compliance during the Great Crusade. Fighting alongside the 10th Legion, the Iron Hands, the 2 Primarchs and their gene sons would form a great bond of respect. Though seen by many legions as pompous and gaudy, the Iron Temp would recognize the Emperor's children's dedication to serve the Imperium and strive for greatness. Yet during the purging of the Xenos on the world of Laren, Primarch Fulgrim would be ensnared by the lure of chaos. The Lair Xenos under the thrall of the demonic being known as Slaanesh, the genetically enhanced beings would pique the interest of the Legion's chief apothecary, Fabius Bile, and with the discovery of the corrupting demon blade, the Lair Blade, Fulgrim's descent into madness would begin. Claiming the blade as his own, the greater demon inside would whisper forbidden and twisted thoughts into the mind of the Phoenician. Offering Fulgrim the perfection he so desperately sought, Fulgrim would seal his legion's fate with the intervention of the now corrupted War Master, Horus Lupercal. Allying with the traitorous Astartes of the World Eaters, Death Guard, and Sons of Horus, the Emperor's children would cull the loyalists within their ranks. Succumbing to the gifts of the ruinous powers, the Emperor's children would in their vain attempt to achieve perfection, mutilate their bodies to achieve their goal. Fulgrim further damning the Legion, his demon-gifted influence would oversee the orgy of bloodletting, pleasure and mutilations wrought by the composer, Bekwa Kinska, aboard the Emperor's Children flagship, Pride of the Emperor. Corrupted by chaos, Kinska would orchestrate an orchestral piece of such debauchery that it would drive the already tainted legionaries to new heights of excess. birthing the Emperor-damned Noise Marines and further degenerating the Legionaries' chaos-born mutations, all hope of the Legion's redemption would cease. Believing the Imperium to stand in the way of humanity's ascension, the now horrifically transformed Legion would attack their loyalist brethren on the world of Istvan V and murder the Primarch of the Iron Hands, Ferrus Manus. Despite Fulgrim's regret in slaying his once brother, his body would be possessed by the demon of the Lair Blade. Though Fulgrim would eventually be freed from his prison of flesh, and in time ascend to the favour of the ruinous powers to become the Demon Prince, the Third Legion would follow their Primarch with revel. With the traitors' victory at Istvan V and their many atrocities culminating at the Siege of Terra, the Emperor's children would not attack the defences of the Imperial Palace. With no trace of decency or honour left within their wretched hides, the Third Legion would attack the civilian populace of Terra. Pursuing their depraved hedonism upon the innocents, the Emperor's children would capture billions of humans to use in their grotesque experiments and torturous heresies. Yet with the defeat of the War Master by the Emperor of Mankind and the traitor forces driven from Terra, the Emperor's children lay waste to many loyal outposts and worlds in the wake of their journey to the Eye of Terror. Lacking all concepts of brotherhood, the Emperor's children would raid other traitor legions for fresh slaves to enact their depraved pleasures. Fragmented by their enraged former allies during the slave wars, the Emperor's children would regroup on the world of Harmony, yet be outright decimated by Abaddon the Despoiler and his newly formed Black Legion. Sundered into small warbands, the Emperor's children now roam the galaxy, seemingly without the guidance of their Primarch. Their homeworld of Chemos declared exterminatus and destroyed by the Imperium, rumours persist that the long disorganized Third Legion shall soon return with their Primarch Fulgrim at their vanguard. Though for the sake of humanity, such rumours are best left as such, for there are truly fewer foes worse to be felled by than the wretched servants of Slaanesh. The Geneseed of the Third Legion would craft warriors of incredibly noble bearing, beautiful features, and goal-driven nature. Consistently reproducing the Legion's characteristic albinism and violet eyes within their ranks, the Legion would nonetheless maintain a desirable aesthetic envied by the citizenry of the Imperium and jealousy of many cousin legions. Yet the Legion's founding would be blighted by a viral contagion, threatening to destroy all traces of the Third Legion's geneseed. With the Legion's apothecaries exemplifying an intense attention to detail and laborious effort, their labours would ensure the survival of the Legion, laying the foundations for the Emperor's children's obsession with the pursuit of perfection. Their geneseed so painstakingly maintained, the Third Legion would possess likely the most pure and stable geneseed of all 20 founding legions. With a mutations rate practically at zero, the Emperor's children would implant only the finest of aspirants. As a result, allowing almost zero psychers within their ranks due to the nature of psyker mutations being screened from their selections. Their geneseed adaptations operating at peak functions, the Third Legion would outperform all legions with regards to their adaptations to their procedures, a trait which unfortunately would be wasted in its entirety, with the legions corrupting by the ruinous powers. Their numbers difficult to replenish due to the necessity of repurposing the stolen geneseed of loyalist Astartes. During their service as a loyal legion of the Astartes, the Emperor's children would be the only legion to adopt the Emperor's Aquila across their chestplate, the sign of favour from the Master of Mankind, further bolstering the legion's ego and illusion as the greatest of all Astartes, further embellishing their armour with filigree, battle honours, oaths of moment, and rank signifiers. The Emperor's children would be regarded as peacocks by their fellow legions. With their fall to chaos, the Third Legion would cover their gold and imperial purple with more garish colours to honour the fell power known as Slaanesh. Patterns of pastel pink and black, piercings and tattered shards of gold jutting from their flesh, the Emperor's children now bear no marks of disciplined organisation. With no two Astartes decorated the same, the Emperor's children now seek to stand apart from one another in their efforts to express their own individual decadence, often exhibiting facial scars and bindings which twist their faces into malformed smiles. The golden talon and eagle-winged badge of the Third Legion now covered in the heretical markings of the Prince of Pleasure. Before their downfall, the Emperor's children would be structured by their Primarch Fulgrim's own stringent requirements. Disciplined, formal, and conforming to strict protocol, assignment of equipment and promotions within the Legion would undergo intense consideration and scrutiny. Understanding their exact value in the eyes of their Primarch and the Legion's command staff, each Astartes would remain committed to his Legion's goals and values in order to gain favor and rise through the ranks. Each squad of the Legion, organized to specialize with a purpose in mind, unit cohesion would be paramount. Utilizing all squad variations present within every Astartes Legion, the Emperor's children would be prepared for any variation of warfare. The Legion would, like all, however, use personal favorite strategies, and alike to the White Scars, regard speed and maneuverability as preferable to endurance or firepower. Deploying a preponderance of jump packs and land speeders to meet such demands, the 3rd Legion would recapture the tales of knights riding into battle with armor gleaming and banners held aloft. Comprised of over 110,000 Astartes prior to the Horus Heresy, the Legion would be divided into approximately 30 chapters called Millennials. Primarch Fulgrim would command the Legion overall, but assign 10 Lord Commanders to lead the first 10 Millennials. Equipped by Primarch Sanguinius of the Blood Angels as Fulgrim's Princes of War, the Lord Commanders would foster command alike to a cult of personality within the Legion, passing down their orders to lower-ranked officers in the order of Commanders, Lieutenant Commanders, Masters, Sub-Commanders, Tribunes Palatine, Captains, Ancients, and eventually, Sergeants. With records of subdivisions lost to history, there do still exist accounts of some elite forces within the ranks of the Legion. The Sun Killers, equipped with las cannons, would perform heavy ordnance duties. The wings of the Phoenician, commanded by their Eagle King commander, would land into battle via jump packs and assist in close quarters combat. The Phoenix Guard would act as the 200-strong ceremonial honor guard of their Primarch. The Brotherhoods of the Palatine Blades would form the greatest swordsmen of the Legion, in loose formations to combat the greatest foes of the Imperium in single combat. The finest of the 3rd Legion's Imperial Army soldiers would be named the Righteous Blades and would win glory for the Imperium during the Great Crusade. Yet with the fall of their patron Legion, the Righteous Blades would be renamed the Roaring Blades, with their damned service to the ruinous powers. And finally, with the transformation of a select number of the Legion's Astartes into the so-called Noise Marines, a division would be created to unleash their potential in all its ear-splitting force, the Cacophony. Severely depleted in number during the Istvan III atrocity, the Emperor's children would diminish from over 110,000 Astartes to an estimate of 50,000. Further depleting their battle-capable vehicles during the Istvan V Dropsite massacre, the Legion would devote more of its resources into transforming their bodies under the knife of their chief apothecary, Fabius Bile. With no restraint or censure, Bile would construct horrors of flesh and ceramite to fulfill the needs of both his Primarch and his own demented curiosity. Gleaning corrupting knowledge from the influence of the Legion's warrior lodge, the Brotherhood of the Phoenix, the Emperor's children's descent into madness and depravity would be swift. With all previous formations and structures torn asunder, the Emperor's children have now fragmented into small warbands of varying sizes. Each led by their own commander, the warbands answer to no higher authority. Even their allegiance to serve the whims of Fulgrim is unfounded, with no actions perpetrated as an organized legion taking place since the scouring of the heretics. Driven by their base instincts, the Emperor's children serve their patron god Slaanesh with pathological fervor, pursuing new sensations and fixations alongside their battle brothers, not out of loyalty, but a simple feral need to rely on one another to engage in battle and the enslavement of their chargers. The 3rd Legion's pursuit of perfection would garner them a reputation as incredibly skilled warriors prior to their corruption during the Horus Heresy. Training during every opportunity at their assigned duty, the Astartes of the Emperor's children would resolve to never be satisfied with their ever-increasing skill at arms. Often dueling amongst the ranks of the Astartes, they would learn from the range of martial techniques championed by each Astartes Legion, recovering the strange and artisanal weapons of their enemies the Emperor's children would relinquish their own mastercrafted weapons for those of greater quality. Mastering their spoils of war and wielding them in battle, the Legion would be equipped with many strange Xenos axes, glaives, swords, and more, further nurturing each individual Astartes' self-reliance in battle and combined force of arms. Analyzing every battle, deployment, strategy, unforeseen trial, and battle loss, the Emperor's children would apply their experience to endure any and all conditions of war. Demanding the same degree of conviction from their brother legions and the Imperial Army, the Third Legion would lead their forces by example and expect zero hesitation or flaws from their allies. Thriving in their use of rigorously practiced battle tactics, they would relish any chance to dominate the battlefield with negligible flaws or losses. Idolizing the Emperor with near-fanatical devotion, they would seek to emulate his peerless strength and glory. Following a strict hierarchy of example, from the Primarchs to the lowliest of humans, the seeds for the Legion's elitism would grow with their continual improvement and self-aggrandizement. Envisioning the Emperor's total rule of the galaxy, the Sons of Fulgrim would revere culture, music, and art. Believing that once their days of fighting were over, they would pursue perfection in the appreciation and participation of such diversity of art forms as spoils of a galaxy at peace. A facet of their downfall, a direct result of their passion for the senses, combined with their burgeoning arrogance. It is no wonder as to how the Legion would be consumed by carnal pleasure and ever-degenerating stimuli. Now roaming within the roiling tides of the warp, the Emperor's children partake in never-ending pleasure and excess. The Third Legion revel in their twisted purgatory of indulgence, their boundless appetites impossible to sate, no matter how many millennia they live, nor countless mortals they delight in causing inconceivable tortures. Perpetrating unspeakable amounts and degrees of cruelty, their suffering-laced ecstasy shall not end so long as the ruinous powers hold dominion of the Immaterium. Their cackling laughter at each and every atrocity, only emboldening their patron god and its foul desires.
There is a tragedy in perfection, as the ancient philosophers were wont to say. It is doomed to fail, to become imperfect. The more tightly it is grasped, the more imperfect it becomes. The fall of all those who turned against us are all bitter tragedies in their own right. But the fall of the Emperor's children is a tragedy in the greatest and oldest sense. Their tragedy is not that they fell from perfection, but that it was never in their power to attain it. For they were always flawed, broken things. They reached for a distant light that would forever be out of their grasp. And in the reaching they fell, so far that the flawed magnificence they had so painfully achieved would rot in our memories. The flaws were there, my lords. They were always there. We were blind to them. Now, we must see both the glory that was and the ruin it became. We have that duty.
They have an efficiency about them that makes their corruption all the darker. It lies deep indeed, to leave the surface undisturbed. Discipline without, but in their hearts, is a deviance I am glad I cannot imagine. The Legiones Astartes are among the most dangerous and battle-tested warriors of his Imperium. Bedecked in heavy ceramite plate and armed with the most deadly of weaponry, any whom should stand against his angels shall be outmatched by the hulking giants of war. Yet among all the founding legions, there is one legion above all that prior to their fall encompassed the Imperium's relentless strength, cold logic, and unbreakable constitution. The 4th Legion of the Legiones Astartes, the Iron Warriors. During the Wars of Unification, each legion would be crafted by the Emperor to serve a unique purpose. Some would master the arts of infiltration, others the methods of assassination, or even unmatched barbaric slaughter. Yet for every engagement, won with quick guerrilla warfare, or waged against a foe with exploitable weaknesses, there would exist foes which would prove to be stalwart and capable combatants. For these enemies of his Imperium, the 4th Legion would be dispatched to wear down their fortresses and impregnable bastions. Punishing in their relentless wearing away of their enemies, the 4th Legion would act as the harsh crashing tide of the Imperium, slowly eroding the walls of their enemies' defenses. Drawn from the gun tribes of the Oro Plateau fortress of Sek Amrak, the 4th Legion's early years of service would prove their worth in the field of battle. Rapidly increasing in size due to the Legion's low gene seed implantation rejection rates, the 4th Legion would be among the first to be of capable size to persecute the enemies of the Emperor alongside the 1st and 5th Legions. Charging into battle under the personal command of the Emperor himself, the 4th Legion would destroy the War Witches and Litho Golem armies of Venusia. Rewarded for their service with ever more sophisticated weaponry, war machines, and supply points, with the aid of the Adepts of Mars, the 4th Legion would further burgeon with recruits reallocated to their number, once intended for the 3rd Legion. Among the largest of the initial legions, the 4th would be split efficiently into the expeditionary fleets of the Great Crusade. Conquering hundreds of worlds under their banner, the 4th Legion would prove to be invaluable in bringing compliance to the Segmentum Solar and beyond. Adorning their armor with the winged bolt of the Emperor, the 4th would continue to prove their worth for hundreds of Terran Standard years. Yet with the Legion's union with their Primarch, Perturabo, during 840.M30, the Legion's ties to Holy Terror would begin to diminish. The rigidity in the Legion's organization, battle doctrines, and command structure would bear resemblance to their Primarch's own reliance on determined overwhelming firepower rather than the use of guile and subterfuge. Labeled as mechanistic, dull, and unchanging, the 4th Legion would be regarded with ill repute by its brother legions. Dispatched as a reliable yet predictable force, the 4th Legion would be deployed among the most vital yet drawn out of war zones. Their pedigree as a workhorse of the Legiones Astartes, with the installment of their Primarch as their leader, the now Iron Warriors would be gifted a bitter, thankless, and beleaguered legion. Yet if the 4th Legion hoped to reunite with a Gene Father known for his mercy or compassion, they would be sorely disappointed. The Lord of Iron would be raised on the world of Olympia under the shadow of a tyrant. Distrust and melancholy soaked deep within his being, Perturabo would grow to be a genius with a nonetheless aloof and cold demeanor. Though swift in his adoption of his legion, Perturabo would have a ravenous mind for deeds and technologies outside of the field of battle. A student of science and craftsmanship, the Lord of Iron would prove to be starved for his hunger for knowledge. Accepting his duty as a general of his Imperium, Perturabo would prove to be a meticulous, if not stubborn, commander. Every battle was a puzzle to be solved, a trial to be disassembled, observed, and bested. Briefly fighting alongside the Emperor during the Great Crusade, Perturabo would observe his father's great deeds and return to his legion found wanting. His glory-starved warriors would be further driven to meet their Gene Father's exacting standards. Given absolute authority to command his newly gifted 35,000 Astartes into his own image, the Lord of Iron would begin to mold his legion into the warriors he required. Comparing his legion's deeds to their counterparts, such as the 1st and 7th Legions, Perturabo would find his sons wanting. Punishing them for their failure, the Lord of Iron would conduct a lottery among his men. 1 in 10 of the Astartes who drew the mark of failure would be killed by his battle brothers with their own bare hands. Decried as a madman by the Imperial Court and Primarch of the Ultramarines, Rabute Guilliman, all criticisms of the Lord of Iron would regardless be silenced by the Emperor. The decimation of the Iron Warriors would reinforce their beleaguered nature. There would be no favor nor preferential treatment of Perturabo's men. no matter their rank, deeds or valor. Should an Iron Warrior fail as an individual, all shall be punished. Should they lose an engagement or fail in their implementation to secure objectives, they shall be culled to weed out the weakness within the Legion. Death was now the price for failure, with the only course of atonement for the Legion to ascend to reach their full potential. Reorganizing his Legion into a machine of war, Perturabo would lead his army during their first campaign against the Meritara cluster, purging the so-called Black Judges and bringing the system into compliance. The Iron Warriors would be shamed into exceeding their Primarch standards. Continuing his grueling tests of his Legion, Perturabo would mold the Iron Warriors into an indomitable force. Working closely with the Mechanicum, the Lord of Iron would further expand his Legion's fleet, armaments, and recruitment hives. The battering ram of the Imperium's war effort, the Iron Warriors would quickly become regarded as the single most determined and unflinching blunt instrument of the Legiones Astartes. Further embittered towards their brother legions, the Iron Warriors would nurture their resentment of their more graceful and storied brethren. Their weakness of spirit would be fortified with iron and slowly corrode their esteem. Their bitterness further exasperated with the appointment of Primarch of the Lunar Wolves, Horus Lupercal, as War Master. With the appointment of the War Master giving him full control of the Legiones Astartes, the Iron Warriors would be further tasked with ever more mundane and ignoble campaigns. Typecast as the garrison specialists of the legions, the Iron Warriors would not be given rest for their ceaseless endeavor. Perturabo would grow ever more bitter at his father and the War Master's mistreatment of his legion and his own capabilities. Their disregard for the Great Crusade further emboldened with their jaded nature. The Fourth Legion would nevertheless grasp at the slightest means to attain retribution. And with the fall of the War Master to the thrall of chaos, the Iron Warriors would be a willing accessory to betrayal. Perturabo's homeworld, Olympia, had fallen to open rebellion with the death of the Tyrant of Lokos and enabled an insurrection to occur. As the only legion to have its homeworld in opposition to its reign, Horus Lupercal would bid his brother to return to his homeworld and gift him the Warhammer, Forgebreaker. The weapon crafted by the Phoenician, Fulgrim, and once wielded by the Iron Hands Primarch Ferrus Manus, the now corrupted Warhammer would purportedly act as a means for the corruption of the ruinous powers to further embitter the Lord of Iron. Unleashing his fury upon his homeworld, Perturabo would burn his cities to the ground and slay his own stepsister, Persephone. Knowing his genocide of his people would never be forgiven by the Emperor, Perturabo would barely be capable of comprehending the depths of his depravity. Simultaneously learning of Horus's betrayal of Istvan III and receiving orders from the Emperor to join the Loyalist counterattack of Istvan V, Perturabo's path would become clear. Allying with the traitors to the throne, the Iron Warriors would thereon march into battle with solemn resignation and stoic despair. Joining the Loyalist counterattack as the second wave of reinforcements, the Iron Warriors would meet the legions of the Iron Hands, Salamanders, and Ravenguard as kin. Yet with their descent to the surface of Istvan V, the Iron Warriors would turn their bolters on the Loyalist Primarchs and their Astartes. Known thereafter as the Betrayers of Istvan by the wider Imperium, the Iron Warriors would continue to follow their Primarch's descent into madness and malevolence. Following the Dropsite Massacre, the Iron Warriors would venture to the planet of Hydra Caudatus and slay its defenders, the Imperial Fists. Emboldened, seeing themselves as superior to the 7th Legion, the Iron Warriors would slaughter the remaining 13,000 human defenders of the Cadmean Citadel. Their hands coated in the blood of men, women, and children, the Iron Warriors under the command of their Primarch would return to their homeworld with pride at their accomplishments. Fortifying their home system into an empire of iron, each planet would instate a warsmith to lead its people. Further bleeding their nemeses of the 7th Legion during the Battle of Phal, the Iron Warriors would further prove their mettle against the Imperial Fists. Further accompanying the Emperor's children and their Primarch, Fulgrim, the Iron Warriors would be party to unknowingly achieve Fulgrim's apotheosis. Observing his brother and his legion to be debauched, disfigured, and horrific monsters, Perturabo would show disgust for his brother's flagrant corruption. Tempting the Lord of Iron with promises of a weapon of untold power hidden deep within the Eye of Terror, the Iron Warriors would join their gaudy and horrific allies in their quest. Harried by the Orphans of War aboard the Sisypheum, despite the Black Shield's attempt to slay Fulgrim, the Iron Warriors would punish the Loyalists for their interference. Achieving their goal of traversing to the Crone world of Idris, the planet of Eldar legend would once be known as the seat of the Eldari Empire. Within the heart of the Eye of Terror, the Iron Warriors would assist the Emperor's children in their assault of the guarded prison tomb of the Angel Exterminatus. Their prize, the Sepulchre of Isha's Doom, the powers of Slaanesh would call to Fulgrim within its core. Betrayed by Fulgrim, Perturabo would unknowingly cause the ascension of his brother into the form of a demon prince of Slaanesh with the strike of his warhammer, Forgebreaker. Destroying Fulgrim's mortal shell, Perturabo would watch in horror as the now transformed Primarch and his Emperor's children would retreat into a flare of arcane energy. As Idris tore itself apart, Perturabo would resolve to, despite his setbacks, lead his men to the final assault of Holy Terror. The Fourth Legion's deeds would not be overshadowed by Fulgrim, nor be found wanting in the battle for humanity's soul. Carving a path to Holy Terror, the Iron Warriors would begin their crusade to end the Imperium within the Talon system. Having now witnessed the power of chaos and its true potential firsthand, Perturabo would learn of a relic, the Cursus of Alganar, hidden deep within the planet of Talon. Virus bombing the planet, the now desert world's defenders would resist as best they could. 1 million armored vehicles would stand against the Fourth Legion, and with blood and steel, prevent the Iron Warriors from acquiring their prize. Humbled by the largest armor-fielded battle in the Imperium's history, Perturabo would relent in his conquest of Talon, and with orders from the War Master, defend the supply lines of the Yarant and Vanahelm systems. Spread thin and undersupplied, the Iron Warriors would take heavy losses during such engagements. Mustered to join the traitors in their final assault of Holy Terror, alongside the World Eaters, the Iron Warriors would assemble at the planet of Ulanor. The vanguard of the Siege of Terror, the Iron Warriors would attempt to corral their more feral allies. Despite their Primarch's skill at strategy, the Iron Warriors would be unable to break through the defenses of the Imperial Fists, and with the continual disregard for Perturabo's command, the Primarch would order his legion to retreat. The Siege of Terror would fail, with the War Master slain by the Emperor, signifying a bittersweet victory for the Loyalists. Yet despite their failure, the Iron Warriors would lure their nemesis, the 7th Legion, into one final trap. The Iron Cage, constructed by Perturabo, would serve as a final test to prove which legion would be known as superior. Upon the world of Sebastus IV, the Iron Cage would be designed to test Primarch Rogal Dorn's resilience and mastery of siege warfare. The Eternal Fortress would encompass 20 square miles of bunkers, minefields, traps, and trenches designed to bleed the Imperial Fists, slowly and painfully. Accepting the open challenge to his legion, Rogal Dorn would lead his men into the trap. Both legions would nearly be annihilated during the stubborn Grudge War, and were it not for the intervention of the Ultramarines under the command of Rabute Guilliman, it is debatable as to which legion would narrowly be victorious. Once more denied the sating of his ego, Perturabo would turn to the ruinous powers to achieve his own apotheosis. Offering the salvaged gene seed of his enemies to the gods of chaos, Perturabo would ascend to become a demon prince of chaos undivided. Detonating nucleonic stockpiles across Olympia, the Iron Warriors would deny the Ultramarines and Imperial Fists the satisfaction of victory. Now untethered from the Imperium's legacy, the Iron Warriors to this day still skulk the dark corners of the galaxy, willing to kill the subjects and warriors of his Imperium, should it bring even the slightest glint of satisfaction. A caustic and remorseless legion, the Iron Warriors would continually be embittered by the view that their legion would be treated with less favor than their counterparts. Growing jealous and paranoid even prior to the reunion with their Primarch, it cannot be said even by detractors of the Legion that the Iron Warriors had not been burdened by some of the Imperium's most difficult and dangerous campaigns. Yet the Iron Warriors are not beyond reproach with their refusal to vary their doctrines of war or variants of their stratagems. Convinced that the Primarch Rogel Dawn had sown the seeds for uprisal upon their homeworld of Olympia, the Iron Warriors' rivalry with their most akin legion would in their own minds be validated. Believing themselves to be the misused, abused, and yet revered titans alike to ancient Terran legend, the Iron Warriors pillage and massacre those unfortunate enough to stand in their path. Though not zealous in their devotion to the ruinous powers, the Iron Warriors nonetheless bend the knee to such malevolent beings, venerating their Primarch despite his cruel treatment of their ranks, and opposing the Emperor for his own treatment of the Legion. The Fourth are beyond redemption. Conducting battle with heavy bombardments of artillery and heavy weapons, the Iron Warriors target high-value targets with surprising complexity. Working well with traitor Titan Legios, the close ties of the Iron Warriors with the Dark Mechanicum accentuate their proclivity for armored vehicle deployments and siege warfare. Optimizing maximum firepower with minimal troop deployments, the Iron Warriors excel at keeping their units well rested and ready to deploy, able to allow superior firepower and focus. Initiating wars with nuclear, viral, and chemical warfare, the Iron Warriors attempt to force surrenders of their opposition before even deploying their ground forces. Piloting gunships, bombercraft, and fighters, the Iron Warriors dominate with aerial superiority before raiding enemy emplacements. Experts at demoralizing their enemies, the Iron Warriors' attempts to overwhelm their adversaries do not always succeed. In such instances, the Fourth Legion conduct covert operations to ascertain intel and launch surprise assaults to cripple enemy strongholds. Fortifying their assaults with bulk freighters, heavy vehicles, prefabricated fortifications, and construction personnel, the Iron Warriors construct miniature fortresses and battle lines to support their initial assaults. Once defensive positions are built, the Iron Warriors deploy via drop pods to lay waste to any opposition still entrenched upon the battlefield. Within the ranks of the Fourth Legion, there exist titles for the most venerated and specialized of the Sons of Perturabo. Prior to the Horus Heresy, the Primarch of the Iron Warriors would create the Trident, an assemblage of his so-called Triarchs. These singular warriors within his legion would act as the Lord of Iron's advisors and embodiment of the Legion's character. The single most powerful Astartes of the Legion, the Triarchs would carry out the will and commands of their Primarch. Gifted with great charisma and physical strength, these examples of the Legion would be given no margin of error to carry out the will of their Primarch. For those who failed in their duties would be readily and regularly replaced by those within the Legion proven more worthy of the title. Each senior captain of the Legion would be referred to as Warsmith and lead the grand battalions of the Legion during the 31st millennium. With the Legion's downfall to the thrall of chaos subsequent to the Horus Heresy, the title of Warsmith would be given only to those of the traitor Legion whom had ascended to become a Chaos Lord of one of the many warbands of the Fourth. For the fortress breakers of the Legion, they would be named Tyrant Siege Terminators. Clad in Cataphracti Terminator armor plating and armed with deadly Cyclone missile launchers, these most battle-toughened warriors would brave the deadliest of engagements with no expectation to preserve their own lives. The Iron Havoc support squads would be formed of the Legion's elite heavy ordnance specialists. Targeting heavy armor vehicles, the Iron Havoc support squads would be peerless marksmen, capable of striking the most vulnerable of armor weak points with pinpoint accuracy. The Iron Circle would be formed after the treacherous Battle of Phal. Comprised of 6 Colossus-class battle automata, the Iron Circle would act as the personal bodyguards and honor guard of the Lord of Iron. Unthinking and of unyielding loyalty, the Iron Circle would prevent the enemies of the Iron Warriors from harming their master. And finally, the Stor Bezashk would be the title given to the siege masters of the Legion. Artillery and heavy ordnance specialists, the Stor Bezashk would craft the potent breach charges utilized by the Legion's siege works and breach their enemies' most vulnerable defenses. Yet as the millennia have waxed and waned with the fall of the Legion, these titles are rare within the disparate and uncoordinated warbands of the Legion. Once comprised of 1,000 Astartes, the remnants of the Grand Companies vary greatly in number. With 12 Grand Battalions collated by historians during the Horus Heresy, each containing several Grand Companies, it is unknowable how many remain during the era Indomitus. Led by the Chaos Lords and champions of the Legion, the warbands of the Iron Warriors roam the galaxy to pursue their glories and campaigns. The Iron Warriors, though followers of Chaos Undivided, are disgusted by the appearance of any mutations within their ranks. Replacing their disfigured limbs with cybernetic prosthetics, the extensive combinations of their synthetic augmentations further remove the Legion from their humanity. Often clad in the Mark III Iron and Mark IV Maximus designs of power armor, the Legion's preference for heavy plating remains evident. Whilst not as mobile or flexible as other armor designs, the Iron Warriors eschew these qualities in favor of their tactics of attritional, grinding warfare. Wired directly into their power armor and weapons, the Iron Warriors are literal living weapons. Merging with their twisted machine spirits, the 4th Legion Astartes are further changed by the rampant technoviruses and transformations wrought by their assimilation with the machine. Enslaving powerful warp entities into demon engines, the Iron Warriors further prey on the minds of their foes by adorning their armor with spikes, chains, horns, and gory trappings. Their once silvered armor trimmed with gold, now replaced with deep metallic hues marked with yellow and black industrial stripes. Caring little for individual honors or embellishments, the Iron Warriors are uniform in their devotion to the simple barbarism of their creed. Their once proud icon of their Legion, the iron mask of a machine skull, now updated with the iconography of their Legion, now adorning the 8-pointed star of Chaos. The yellow and black construction chevrons, often the only clear identifier to all of the subjects of the Imperium, of the presence of the 4th. Recruitment within the Legion has undergone many changes since the origins of the 4th. Once drafted of Terran and Olympian Astartes, the Lord of Iron would see no difference between his men, for they were his Iron Warriors, and they would all serve the same purpose in his name. Their homeworld during the Great Crusade, Olympia, the primary recruitment ground for the Legion, its vast mountain ranges and rugged terrain would further influence the Legion's adoption of siege warfare. Yet with Olympia's destruction at their own hands by command of their Primarch, the Iron Warriors would seek a new world to claim as their own. Within the Eye of Terror, the Iron Warriors would seize the planet of Medrengard. Orbiting a vast black sun, the forests of the planet's surface would be the base of a vast arrangement of towers. The core of the planet mined and transformed into dungeons. Alike to a vast jail, Medrengard would house countless slave laborers under the watchful eye of their jailers, high upon the fortress towers of the planet. This demon world, comprised of labyrinths and oubliettes, would prove impossible to escape for its unfortunate prisoners. The seat of power for the now ascended demon prince, Perturabo, the insane architecture of the world mirrors the Lord of Iron's own madness. Acting as a base of operations for the Iron Warriors, the 4th Legion draws recruits from the planet whom survive their many grueling ordeals. Transplanted with stolen and corrupted gene seed of various loyalist chapters, the mutations of the warriors whom undergo the procedure would be permissible for the increase to the subject's problem-solving mental acuity and strength. Known as half-breeds, these newly created Iron Warriors are treated with disdain and hatred by their battle brothers as a necessary blemish on their honor. The veterans of the Legion, now tens of thousands of years old, use these young Astartes as fodder for the front lines whenever possible. Their loyalty to their Primarch beyond reproach, the Iron Warriors seek to one day rise once more to destroy the Imperium's most prized bastions. And with the end of Abaddon the Despoiler's cursed 13th Black Crusade and the destruction of Cadia, the Iron Warriors once again march to war. Aided by the Dark Mechanicum, the 4th Legion continues to construct deadly weapons of war made for the sole purpose of destroying humanity's most venerated seats of power. Led once more by the Lord of Iron, his Imperium braces itself for the wars to come. For there are few foes more durable, relentless, and imbued with sheer destructive force than the Iron Warriors. We fight the long war, not through vain notions of duty and honor, but through a far purer purpose: hatred. At the height of our glory, we were betrayed and cast out by our kin. Guilliman, Dawn, Sanguinius, these are names I curse. Horus, Perturabo, Angron, these are names I revere. Names I would follow to the very end. It is this hatred that has sustained me through the long millennia. I tend it with bitterness. I nurture it with the deaths of my former brothers. For I know that when the end is upon us and Horus is returned, then the false Emperor shall be cast down from his sepulchral golden throne, and we shall take our rightful place at the side of Horus, the true Emperor of mankind. Surprise is an insubstantial blade, a sword worthless in a war. It breaks when troops rally, it snaps when commanders hold the line. But fear never fades. Fear is a blade that sharpens with use. So let the enemy know we come. Let their fears defeat them as everything falls dark. As the world's sun sets, as the city is reaved in its final night, let 10,000 howls premise 10,000 claws. The Night Lords are coming, and no soul that stands against us shall see another dawn. Of the founding legions of the Adeptus Astartes, many have cited the relative ease that some were corrupted by the law of chaos. For whilst there are legions whose resolve and loyalty are without question, there are those who have always been regarded by their peers as unstable, or in some cases, even inherently malevolent. As such, today we shall elucidate the history of one such legion who arguably had fallen well before the betrayal of the Horus heresy. The brutal killers of Nostramo, the Night Lords. Formed on holy terror from the dregs of humanity from within the linked prison sinks, the condemned of the underground ruins of Terra would live in unending darkness. Starved of food, gutting one another, and delving into the pits of madness, these depraved survivors of the worst of Terra's circumstance would hone their skills of murder and backstabbing. Children would be born from the madness, cradled in bloodshed, fear, and the ever-present embrace of death. These Knights' children would grow to be more savage than even the adult populace. Their ashen, light-deprived features striking a clear contrast with the more noble Astartes aspirants of their contemporaries. Used to suppress revolt and rebellion amongst the Terran populace, the Eighth would be tasked with only the most cruel of tactics to enforce compliance to the Imperium. For those who sinned in their efforts to devolve back into the habits of Old Night, the 8th Legion would bring merciless retribution. Culling the march of 10 million, the cybreeding of the court of Antaeus, and the atrocities caused by the Saragorn Enclave, the 8th Legion would enact their obsession to purge the sinful, with which the Knight's children had been raised to endure since their birth. There would be no innocence, no excuse, only rivers of blood. No grey areas, only black and white judgment. Disgusted by their own existence, the fledgling 8th Legion would seek to slay every monster of the galaxy as absolution for their own degeneracy. Yet the Legion would soon be reunited with their Primarch, and their quest for exculpation would be further tested. The Emperor of Mankind would never see the potential of his gene-son, Konrad Curze, fulfilled with his providence squandered upon the world of Nostramo. The sunless hive world would be characterized by its rampant crime, suffering, and corruption. Rich in adamantium ore deposits, the wealthy would lord over the populace, whilst growing fat as pollution spewed from the mines and factories of the planet. Under the watchful eyes of the planet's iron overseers, sons of toil and hands of Corrugado, the gangs of Nostramo would give fealty to the barons, counts, and other noble lords of the planet in exchange for the authority to enact their twisted justice. With Konrad Curze's gestation capsule landing on Nostramo Quintus, the capsule would burrow into the heart of the planet and stop near the world's unstable core. Destroying the adamantium deposits during the descent, the Primarch would be sealed within the scarred rend of surface. Though it is unclear as to how the infant Primarch would escape his tomb, Curze would survive his journey to the surface. Living amongst the sprawling spires of Nostramo Quintus, the being whom would be known as the Night Haunter would skulk the darkness until growing in stature. Committing many atrocities amongst the populace, martial law would be enacted on Nostramo's hive cities to protect its citizenry. Yet the Night Haunter would diminish the crime rate of the planet to nothing within a year. The Nostramans would not dare to leave their homes after the self-imposed curfew, with even mothers of their children warning their progeny of the being that skulked the streets. Poised to rule the planet by sheer surrender of their rights in exchange for safety, the new dictator of Nostramo would oversee the planet's new order to burgeon prosperity, fairness, and honesty. Yet with the arrival of the Emperor of Mankind, during 896.M30, Nostramo's fortunes would turn sour. Submitting to the Emperor, Curze would accept his duty to lead the 8th Legion. Studying the tactics and doctrines of the Adeptus Astartes under the tutelage of his brother Primarch, Fulgrim, Curze would lead his newly renamed legion, the Night Lords. Akin to the witch hunters of ancient Terra, the Night Lords would purge the galaxy of enemies foolish enough to stand against the Imperial Creed. Highly effective in their methods of waging war, their drastic and cruel tactics, whilst decried by the other legions, would see to the rapid compliance of worlds with minimal casualties. Bringing rebellious planets into line with the mere mention of the 8th's deployment, no other legion would come close to instilling such boundless fear within the minds of the enemies of the Imperium. With Curze's departure from Nostramo, his recruits from the world would soon be tainted with the dissolution of the planet's laws. For with no Night Haunter to hound them, the Nostramans would devolve back into cruelty and lawlessness, to which the new Astartes recruits would be derived from little more than gutter rats. With such recruits' adoption into the Legion, its turn to more noble prospects would be distorted and corrupted. Despising his own gene-sons, Curze would be discontent with his new life, seemingly doomed to fail. No matter his struggle or intent, the Night Lords would never be alike to his brother's legions. They were murderers, first, last, and always. And for Curze more than any, he would see portents of the future. Visions of endless darkness, suffering, and madness. Revered as the most petty of all the legions, the Night Lords would willingly soak their hands in the blood of entire planets without qualm. Enacting exterminatus on many worlds, the atrocities enacted in the name of the 8th would continue to cement their downward spiral of betrayal. Returning to their homeworld during 984.M30, the Night Lords would observe Nostramo to have once more become a pit of criminality. Firing the Night Lords' fleet's lance batteries into the core of the planet, Nostramo would be torn apart, and in doing so, untether the 8th Legion from their ties to the Imperium. An act of defiance so grave, the Emperor would recall the Night Lords to Holy Terra and their Primarch to answer for his crimes. Believing his actions to fall in line with the Emperor's own methods of waging war, the embittered Primarch would be castigated for the destruction of his homeworld. the Imperium would punish the Night Lords by refusing to ship supplies to sectors held by the 8th Legion and banish them to the vanguard of the Great Crusade. And though their penance would be complete with the dawn of the 31st millennium, the Night Lords' memory would be found resentful of their treatment and aligned them with a new power growing within the galaxy. For with the rise of the corrupted War Master, Horus Lupercal, and the betrayal of the legions of the Emperor's children, World Eaters, Death Guard, and Sons of Horus, the Night Lords would see an opportunity. A chance to seek retribution against the Imperium, the Emperor, and all whom it slighted and repressed their nature. The beginning of the civil war known as the Horus Heresy. Already at odds with the Imperium, the Night Lords would need little encouragement to rebel. Joining the traitorous betrayal of the Istvan V Dropside massacre, Kurz and his Night Lords would slaughter their loyalist brethren with glee as the might of the War Master's rebellion would swiftly destroy the first challenge to their wrath. With the ever-increasing madness of their Primarch, the 8th Legion would begin to doubt their actions, yet stand unified against their hated foes. Enacting the Framas Crusade without the supervision of Kurz, the Night Lords would seek to challenge the Dark Angel's Legion to test their pride. Yet within the Legion of the Night Lords, the fate of their Primarch would be split. Some wished him to regain the splendor of his past, whilst others plotted to see him descend further into madness. Unable to match the Dark Angels due to their inability to contest their discipline, the Night Lords would begin to fragment as the Framas Crusade waged on. Retreating from the Framas sector, the Night Lords would lose contact with their Primarch and be split into warbands of varying sizes. Though some warbands aided the War Master during the Siege of Terra, it would not be sufficient enough to conquer the indomitable defenders of the Imperial Palace. Retreating to the eastern fringes of the galaxy, the Night Lords would turn on themselves in a power struggle to replace their absent Primarch. Unwilling to accept or acknowledge the flaws within themselves as the cause of their misfortune, the Night Lords would continue to lay their path to damnation. With the Night Haunter discovered within a jettisoned sarcophagus by the salvage ship, the Sheldrun, Kurz would manage to return to the planet that had decided the fate of the Framas Crusade, Sagwalza. Rejoining his sons, Konrad Kurz would not live long enough to reform his broken legion. For a Calidus assassin, Meshen would infiltrate the Night Lord's fortress housing the Primarch, and with his blessing, slay the Night Haunter. For Kurz had been tormented with visions of the future for centuries, and had seen his death many times by the assassin's hand. As a defiant martyrdom against the Emperor, Kurz would relish his death and accept it without qualm. Demanding that his sons would not seek reprisal from the assassin, his last wish would be ignored, for soon after, Meshen would also be slain. The Night Lords would further splinter into feuding warbands and relocate to the Eye of Terror. Deteriorating as the millennia passed, the Night Lords are now merely a shadow of their former strength. Hired as mercenaries and pirates by more powerful and prevalent warbands, the Night Lords also aid in the prolonged wars waged by the War Master, Abaddon the Despoiler, and his Black Crusades. Renewed with purpose with the expanse of the Great Rift during the Era Indomitus, the Night Lords prey on the worlds of the Imperium, cut off from the Emperor's light. Raiding fortress monasteries, gene seed banks, and munitions depots, the Night Lords are rebuilding their legion, piece by arduous piece. The screams of their victims heralding the sickening rebirth of the damned 8th Legion. Despite their unassuming and disorganized origins, the Night Lords in their prime employed a variety of specialists and elite squadrons within their ranks. The Chiroptera would advise their Primarch as confidants and counselors. Consisting of the Night Haunter's most trusted lieutenants, the Chiroptera would function independent of the Legion's wider command structure, yet temper the Legion's decisions and doctrines. The Atramentar comprised the most elite members of the Legion into their first company, personally selected by Konrad Kurz. Originally led by First Captain Jago Sevatarian, The Atramentar would be decked in Terminator armor and wreak havoc as a unified force. Noted for their cruelty and ferocity, with the dissolution of the Legion, so too would the elite First Company fragment, with its members forming their own warbands or serving as bodyguards of their patron Chaos Lords. The Contikar would mete out shock trooper deployments against their enemies, sowing despair, terror, and panic amongst their enemies. Formed of the most savage murderers and butchers of the Legion, the Contikar would gain a reputation during the Great Crusade as the most effective means of demoralizing non-compliant worlds. Burning agriculture, toppling infrastructure, and demolishing the very foundations of societies, the Contikar would be commanded by only their Primarch and First Captain due to their severe methods. The Legion's terror squads would be formed of those willing to brutalize their enemies using torture, mutilation, and flaying. The dispassionate souls of the terror squads would enact their cruelly imaginative arts upon their enemies that are now too unspeakable to detail. Unstable and unsubtle, the members of the terror squads would be outcasts even within their own legion, often marked for death and serving as penance for their depraved crimes. And finally, the Night Raptors would specialize in massacres initiated by aerial assault. So potent would their assaults be, the Raptors would serve as the example for all Chaos Space Marine Raptor assault troops to follow, regardless of their gene origins or lineage. Led by their Talon Master, their Lightning Claws or Unguis Raptus would be so efficient in meting out slaughter during the Great Crusade, their reputation would be unnerving yet unparalleled in its efficacy. Utilizing close-quarters melee weapons and jump packs, the Raptors would conduct raids of overwhelming might and speed in order to decimate their foes. The gangs of Nostromo would heavily influence the hierarchy of the Legion. Following the examples of Astartes legions that had gone before, the Night Lords would field a variety of units for each squad deployed. Breacher siege squads would be rare within the 8th, due to their tactics being broadly uncharacteristic for the Legion's preference for war. Designated simply as claws, which would contain talons, each claw would be given a numbered signifier or honorific to denote rank. Each claw would comprise of anywhere between 100 to 1,000 Astartes during the Great Crusade. Companies' monikers would be divined usually by its commanding officer, with some examples being the Shattered Skull, the Crimson Judges, and the Scions of the Bloody Claw. Highly malleable in their command structure, the 8th Legion would hold to the outlining of chapter and battalion sizes loosely, allowing for autonomous and highly self-sufficient formations to function with little oversight. Overall command would fall to the Dark King, Konrad Curze, yet his Gene-Son's loyalty would be continually strained. Resentment would grow within the Legion, with the elite Chiroptera dispensing justice and leading by their Primarch's example in his absence, followed by the elite First Company, the Atramentar, and then the captains of each company. The Night Lords would serve begrudgingly under the watchful eye of their senior officers. Disparate ranks would also arise due to necessity, such as captains who would command several companies at once. These stalwarts of the Legion would be known as commanders, master regents, or other such haughty titles. Yet should any weakness or opportunity for mutiny present itself, those below them would scheme to overthrow their masters. With some master regents commanding several captains, some would be undermined by captains whom served as members of the Chiroptera, creating power struggles within the senior ranks. Many captains would bear monikers regaling their deeds prior to the Legion, with titles such as Sightless Revenant, Painted Count, and the Bloodless, usually serving as ironic insults that undermined their senior officers' authority. Numbering in estimates of 90,000 to 120,000 Astartes during the Great Crusade, their rapid psycho-conditioning, hastened gene seed implantation, and subjugation of worlds allowed for quick assimilation for aspirants to join the Legion. Experts in sowing fear into the minds of their enemies, the Night Lords target communications in order to broadcast the screams of their victims to those who elude their grasp. Records exist of prolonged transmissions of screaming aimed to rupture the eardrums of enemy opposition allowing for swift slaughter upon the deafened and distraught enemies of the Eighth. Unwilling to face their enemies on a fair footing, it is uncommon for the Night Lords to combat enemies which they cannot crush with overwhelming force or a decisive victory. Giving no mercy to their enemies, woe betide any whom should cross their path with numbers unable to face them. The Night Lords only take prisoners in order to please their lust for mutilation and hold no beliefs of a higher order nor morality to their actions. Absent of honor, ethics, or a need to better themselves, the Night Lords, even during their time serving the Great Crusade, would bring compliance with no code for their new subjects to follow, with exception for the subjects of each world to escape their wrath. Similar to the Raven Guard, with their affinity to use stealth to ambush their enemies, the Night Lords bear similarity to stalking predators. Shockingly brutal in their strikes, the Night Lords are masters of nurturing confusion and chaos amongst their enemies' ranks. The flayed bodies of the fallen, markers for their encroachment into enemy lines and reminders of the fates that should befall any who dare to survive their initial onslaught. Relatively unchanged by the reunion of their Primarch, Conrad Kurz, the 8th Legion would adopt gallows humor and snide remarks against authority, which would see them distanced from the more noble legions of the Adeptus Astartes. Fatalistic and adapting gang customs from the Legion's homeworld of Nostramo, Astartes marked for death would have their gauntlets painted red to show them as living on borrowed time. Punishment would be rife within the Legion with the introduction of its Nostraman customs and Astartes. The Terran-born Astartes of the Legion would swiftly integrate with their peers due to their shared heritage of darkness and struggle. Yet despite this, rivalries would be rife within the Legion, as the 8th would be nothing if not prideful. Titles either from aristocratic or gang-related pasts would be called into question, and infighting would be rampant. The macabre flayed skins of their enemies adorning their armor and vehicles as symbols of what would befall those who would dare stand in their path. Despite their actions, the gene seed of the Night Lords would in its initial stages prove to be incredibly incorruptible. With their fall to chaos, the Night Lords would be the most reliable in their resistance of warp mutations, and as a majority reject the law of the ruinous powers. Inheriting much of their paranoia and sadism from the example of their Primarch, the Night Lords would devolve from a promisingly pure legion into one of the most depraved amongst the initial founding. More renegades than chaos corrupted, the Night Lords scavenge and scrounge for the means to survive. Employing slaves and pilfering armor and technologies from loyalist marines, the Night Lords are aimless in comparison to their chaos-aligned brethren. Yet it is almost unsurprising that the 8th Legion would be poised to fall from grace with their origins and appearance combined. Their pale skin and jet-black pupils striking fear into any Imperial citizen, the Night Lords would be adapted to living within the uncaring darkness of Nostramo and beyond. Able to see within the most pitch of darkness, the Night Lord's name is not given lightly due to their uncanny ability to see infrared with their so-called prey sight. Able to emit deafeningly loud shrieks to overwhelm their victims, the Night Lords, though disdainful of employing demons or warp-sworn entities to do their bidding, can become almost indistinguishable to such beings to the eyes and ears of a terrified victim. Venerating symbols of death with their inception to the Imperium, the Night Lords have always harnessed the raw strength inherent with the trappings of fear, misery, and suffering. Their armor embellished with fanged skulls, bat wings, and glowing red eyes, the murderers of Nostramo would care not for their reputation and infamy within the wider Imperium. In midnight clad, the Legion would employ lightning streaks upon their armor and embolden their sinister image with human bones and skull designs on their faceplates. Their use of splayed rib cages, femurs, skulls, and bone meal, laying their sinister designs bare to the universe, the Night Lords have never shied away from their origins of cannibalism, murder, and ruthless endurance. Believing the victims of their slaughter to imbue their bones, only the totems of their most terrified of victims adorn their armor. Yet despite their seeming affinity and trappings bearing similarity to the ruinous powers, the Night Lords show great disgust and disdain for the gods of chaos, and as such, in the majority of cases, deny and abhor their gifts and allegiance. Since their fall from grace, their scavenging has expunged their unified markings and armor patterns due to the necessity to keep their equipment in working order. Mismatched and uncanny compared to Loyalist or even Chaos-aligned Astartes, the Night Lords roam the galaxy as nomadic and bitter warbands. Bereft of their gene father, Legion ideals, and a cause to rally behind, the 8th Legion survive on the scraps of a careless galaxy with little more than a primal need to survive. Regarded as some of the most terrible and feared traitors roaming the galaxy, the Night Lords prey on the weak and enact their despicable acts of sadism to those unfortunate enough to stand in their way. Bearing no allegiance to any of the forces of chaos, the Night Lords act as mercenaries to any whom will pay for their skill at arms. Motivated by bloodlust, wealth, and a need to kill, only the most foolish of men or warp-spawned beasts would ally with such cutthroats. For the sons of Conrad Kurz have maimed countless warriors, innocents, and machinations of the warp for centuries. And when they come for you, it would be advisable to hide. My sons, the galaxy is burning. We all bear witness to a final truth. Our way is not the way of the Imperium. You have never stood in the Emperor's light, never worn the Imperial Eagle, and you never will. You shall stand in midnight clad, your claws forever red with the lifeblood of my father's failed empire, warring through the centuries as the talons of a murdered god. Rise, my sons, and take your wrath across the stars in my name. In my memory, rise, my Night Lords. Tell me why, father. Why stand with the arch-traitor? I do not stand with Horus. I stand against the Emperor. Do you understand, Koragar? I am free now. Free. The founding legions of the Adeptus Astartes served as the first unified examples of the Emperor's conquest of the galaxy. Each legion revered for their battle prowess and skill at arms. And whilst there are some legions who are renowned as duelists, there is only one regarded not for their finesse, but butchery. A damned legion now under the thrall of the ruinous powers that delights in the spilling of blood and screams of the dying. The 12th Legion of the Adeptus Astartes, the World Eaters. Unlike their brethren of the first foundings of Holy Terror, the 12th Legion of the Adeptus Astartes would not recruit from a specific region of the Throne World. Speculated to draft its members from only the most aggressive of potential candidates, all that can be confirmed is that the Legion's initial victories would be characterized by their savagery. Deployed during the Sir Afric Liberation during the Unification Wars, the 12th Legion would shortly after be held in reserve for the remainder of the unification of Terra and conquest of the Sol System. Whether to reduce civilian casualties of war, a need to keep reinforcements to support other legions, or to be quickly deployable should the need to quell disloyal elements within the Imperium, is unknown. Their hunger for war and dedication to the Emperor unquestionable, they would be dubbed the Warhounds by the Master of Mankind, a title which the 12th Legion would bear with pride, adopting the Red Hound as their sigil in his honor. With the majority of the Space Marine legions deployed within expedition fleets during the early stages of the Great Crusade, the Warhounds would be sent to quell the insurrections at the colony rebellion of Cerberus. Sent personally by the Emperor, the Warhounds would unleash his wrath and take no prisoners in the persecution of the colony. The Imperial Army detachment sent alongside them would be shocked at their merciless butchery of the populace and report massive casualties to be incurred on both sides of the engagement. Thereafter split into independent companies, thousands of Astartes strong in number, The Warhounds would be held in reserve to assist Crusade forces and other Astartes, such as the First Legion, Iron Warriors, and Space Wolves, in their efforts to bring planets into compliance. Garnering a reputation as near-feral shock troopers whom would turn the tide at the bloodiest engagements, with slaughter, victorious or otherwise, the constant outcome. With the Warhound service during the Great Crusade, reports would indicate their willingness to turn on their allies, culling entire human regiments as a result of their performance in battle. Such reports would be difficult to verify due to the Legion's deliberate distancing from other Astartes legions. Consolidating their forces into the 13th Expeditionary Fleet, the Warhounds would add additional Imperial forces to their fleet at the muster world of Bot. Comprising support elements of the most questionable of forces, the Warhounds would incorporate the Legio Audax Titans, Numen gun clans, and abhuman troops of feral worlds. The conduct of such forces making them distrusted by other fleets, the War Council would intentionally group such disparate forces to fight alongside the Warhounds, with the intention to create a force content with total annihilation in mind. Dubbed the Bloody 13th, the Expeditionary Fleet would serve with infamy as the single most remorseless and dispassionate consignment of the Imperium's might. Yet such a reputation would only grow bloodier with the discovery of the 12th Legion's Primarch, Angron. The Primarch of the 12th grew on the downtrodden yet technologically proficient planet of Nuceria. Ruled by an elite class of nobles, the young Primarch would be forced to fight as a gladiator for the nobles' entertainment. Facing cyber-enhanced warriors and winning his many bouts, the nobles would attempt to surgically and cybernetically enhance the enslaved Primarch. All attempts would fail, with the exception of one: the psychosurgical brain implantation of the accursed Butcher's Nails. Enhancing the Primarch's aggression to new heights, Angron would form a fellowship of gladiators to fight at his side and revolt against their oppressors, naming them the Eaters of Cities. Vastly outnumbered, the gladiators would fail in their attempt. His doomed band of warriors escaping the gladiatorial arena and retreating to the nearby mountains, they would be surrounded by 5 armies of the nobles' forces, outnumbering them 10 to 1. Yet fate would intervene, with the Emperor of Mankind watching his son's plights and intervening in his time of need. Offering Angron the chance to lead his legion as a general of his armies, Angron would refuse the Emperor's offer, resolving to die at the side of his gladiators. However, the Emperor would deny his son's wishes and teleport him to safety prior to the assault by the nobles' armies. Angron's followers would be massacred, scarring the Primarch of the 12th forevermore. Resentment to the Emperor now entrenched within his very being, Angron would soon after be transferred to a vessel containing his gene sons, the Warhounds. Uniquely amongst the Primarchs of the Imperium, Angron's unification with his legion would be marked with violence. Enraged due to the loss of his Nucerian followers, Angron would murder all officers of the Warhounds who attempted to speak with him, including the Legion Master, Gia, with the captain of the 8th Company, Khan, being the only to survive his interaction with his Primarch. Forming a tenuous bond with his gene father, Angron would assume command of his legion with Khan's introduction. Salute the one whose soldiers were named the Eaters of Cities, with Captain Driga remarking, "Primarch, General, your warriors were Eaters of Cities, Lord, but with you to command us, the Warhounds will be the Eaters of Worlds." "World Eaters, World Eaters. So shall you be then, little brothers. Come with me then, World Eaters." Assuming command of his now renamed 12th Legion, Angron would muster his forces at the planet of Bot. Instructing his legion to incorporate his experiences as a gladiator into their battle doctrines, the Astartes would undergo duels within fighting pits. Earning their scars anew, the Terran traditions of the Legion would be erased, with any space marine unable to pass these new tests of metal dying in the process. The Legion would repaint their armor with the fanged maw symbol of the World Eaters. Campaigning throughout the stars to aid in the Great Crusade, Angron would give his Legion a single Nusarian day to achieve victory in any engagement he would send them to persecute. This grueling 31-hour task a test the World Eaters would be eager to achieve in order to gain favor with their Primarch. Ordering his apothecaries to construct replicas of his Butcher's Nails implant, Angron would oversee the initial implantations of the devices amongst his Astartes. Proving fatal in their initial designs, Angron would be disgusted with the weakness of his Gene Sons and flee from his Legion for 2 years until returning at the behest of Captain Khan. Unable to meet their Primarch's deadlines, the World Eaters would be punished for not achieving compliance of their goals. Ordering each Astartes of the Legion to form into groups of 10, one within each group would be killed by the other 9 to purge the weakest of their ranks. With Angron often spiraling into frenzied rages that would cost the lives of his men, the Legion's librarians would often subdue their Primarch from his bloodlusts. With the perfection of the Butcher's Nails design by Apothecary Garland Surlak, divisions within the Legion would be formed. Centurion Mago would lead a revolt against his Primarch, yet be slain. Unified once more, the implantations of the Butcher's Nails would begin. With the first successful implantation endured by Khan, the Legion would adopt the nails almost in their entirety. With the Legion's implantation of the nails, the demands of their Primarch would swiftly be achieved. Marked by the Genna massacre, the World Eaters would murder the entire planet's population within a single night. Now synonymous with annihilation, the mere mention of the Legion's deployment would be enough to bring worlds into compliance. Yet such wanton butchery would bring the ire of the other Astartes legions, with even Primarch of the Ultramarines, Rebute Guilliman, decrying the Legion's actions during the cleansing of Arigata. The Emperor of Mankind, upon hearing of the Butcher's Nail surgeries, would command Primarch of the Space Wolves, Leman Russ, to confront Angron and demand the removal of the nails within the World Eaters, resulting in a bloody confrontation between the 6th and 12th Legions. The stalemate would be ended with Russ giving the command to retreat from the engagement against his irredeemable brother. The Emperor would intervene personally and command Angron to travel to the northern fringes of the galaxy to combat the Xenos within. Though intended as a punishment, this action would allow the World Eaters to freely operate without the scrutiny of Imperial oversight. As such, the 12th Legion would not abandon their bloody practices or remove their implants. The Emperor would eventually recall the World Eaters to the human lines of the Great Crusade and order his favored son, Horus Lupercal, to oversee their conduct and mentor Angron in restraint. Yet with the corruption of the War Master by the ruinous powers, such a decision would prove to be a fatal error. Drawing his traitorous brethren to side against the Emperor, Horus Lupercal would have the least difficulty in convincing Angron. Already embittered to the Imperium and his Gene Father, Angron would be amongst the first to stand with the War Master. Purging the Legion of loyalist elements during the Istvan III atrocity, the World Eaters would serve as the single-minded berserkers of the traitor forces. Fearless in their slaughter of the Imperium, the World Eaters would further aid the traitor war effort during the Dropside Massacre of Istvan V, Shadow Crusade, and Siege of Terra. With each engagement led by their Primarch, the World Eaters would instill terror into the hearts and minds of humans and Astartes alike. Their relentless charges and savagery only bolstered with Angron's ascension to a demon prince of the ruinous powers. The World Eaters would seek to emulate their Gene Father as devoted servants of the blood god, Khorne. Instrumental during the Siege of Terra, the World Eaters would be the first to breach the defenses of the Imperial Palace. Yet despite their fury, the traitors would be driven from Holy Terra with the defeat of the War Master, Horus Lupercal. Retreating into the Eye of Terror, Angron would command his remaining forces to separate into small war bands as they fled. Lacking in supplies, reliable leadership, and badly scarred from the siege, many World Eaters would be driven mad by the fullest extent of the Butcher's nails, such Astartes being culled from the Legion or crippled and interred within the chassis of dreadnoughts. The command structure of the World Eaters would collapse. During the Legion Wars, the 12th Legion would further deteriorate, fragmenting the Legion into smaller warbands which for 10 millennia still carved paths of slaughter across the expanse of space. Yet with the opening of the accursed Great Rift, the World Eaters have reformed into formations not seen since the Heresy. Commanded by both Khan the Betrayer and the Demon Prince, Angron, the World Eaters have led blood crusades and invasions of Imperial strongholds throughout the galaxy. With Angron last seen during the invasion of the First War for Armageddon, the Khornite hosts strike suddenly and without relent across Imperial space. Despite Angron's banishment by the Grey Knights on the world of Armageddon, reports suggest his return to real space to be imminent. The Red Angel once more harrying the Imperium, only the most valiant and steadfast champions of humanity shall be able to face such a monolith of rage. The gene seed of the World Eaters is now mutated beyond all specifications outlined by the Imperium, usable only to an extent by the Chaos Legion's Berserker surgeons. It is theorized by scholars of the Imperium that the World Eaters' gene seed had been corrupted from the Legion's inception, though others claim that the Warhounds were not damned from the start, and that their fall is solely the fault of their Primarch Angron and his Butcher's nails. All that can be asserted truthfully is that the 12th Legion's genetic makeup resulted in a primal need for violence and aggression, their bloodlust not entirely dependent on their nail-induced rage. Collared by strict codified disciplinary actions and structures, the Warhounds would restrain their bloodlust with the tempered chains of their commanding officers. Ascending the ranks by virtue of their strength, the officers of the Warhounds would be relied upon to mete out punishments which as such require the capability to best their lower-ranked brethren. With no value given to deeds outside of the battlefield, the 12th Legion would be commanded by only the mightiest champions of their legion. Cowards would be slain by their brothers for their weakness, and worse would befall the Legion's foes. Surrender of any type would be met with extermination of captured combatants, yet the Legion would make a sport of sending their prisoners of war to the dueling pits to die a warrior's death. Settling disagreements within the Legion solely through trial by combat, promotions would even be achieved by lower-ranked Astartes by besting their superiors. Invariably, the loser of such duels would be slain. Masters of every variety of hand-to-hand weaponry, the Legion would become synonymous with one weapon above all, the chain axe. Following the example of their Primarch, the World Eaters would delight in their preferred weapon's ability to shred their enemies into fragments and adorn their armor in spattering patterns of blood. Such a reputation would be gained of the chain axe that its use would spread to other legions, imbuing their weapons with significance only in their ability to kill. Once a weapon would break under the stresses of war, it would be discarded. Regarded as wasteful by the other legions of Astartes, the World Eaters would see broken weapons as portents of ill omens and rarely name their weapons or take steps to maintain them. With fighting pits sanctioned within the Legion by Angron, rituals would form around the Astartes' rules of engagement, allowing for such challenges to change into blood rites with the Legion's corruption by the ruinous powers. These rituals would easily transition into blood sport worships to their patron god, Khorne. Each opponent slain, a pleasing tribute to the foul being, the Astartes of the 12th bask in the glory of their slaughter with unabashed joy and devotion. Favoring close quarters combat, the World Eaters would only grow more bloodthirsty and savage with their reunion with their Primarch and eventual descent into chaos. Seeing minimal changes in command structure with their transition from Warhounds to World Eaters, the Legion would be comprised of several chapters known as echelons. Bolstering their melee strategies with support elements such as Terminator squadrons and land speeders, the 12th Legion heavily relied on drop pod assaults aimed at the heart of enemy defenses. Ripping and tearing their enemies from within, the World Eaters would deploy with seeming disregard for their own mortality or self-preservation. Relying on their heavily armored transports, attrition would be the Legion's most practical and commonplace strategy. Though it is unknown to what extent the Legion's might was during the Great Crusade or Horus Heresy, estimates suggest the Legion's might to have peaked at 150,000 Astartes prior to the commencement of the atrocity of Istvan III, with their numbers plummeting to 75,000 following the Legion's betrayal of its loyalist kin. Offsetting their losses in both lives and materials with the age of Forge Worlds such as Sarum, most engagements would prevent the Astartes of the 12th Legion from achieving veterancy or battle-forged specialized formations. A notable exception being the Devourer bodyguards of the Primarch Angron, consisting of 12 battle-hardened and tested Astartes. Acceptance to join such a prestigious honor guard earned through ritual combat. The Butcher's Nails implants deteriorating the sanity and discipline of the Legion, the organized formations of the World Eaters would become impractical and superfluous, with even the Legion's Librarius disintegrating due to the Nails' incompatibility with the Psykers of the Legion, due to overpowering their surges of power or causing brain embolisms. Refusing to undergo the fatal procedure, the remaining Librarians of the Legion would be shunned by their battle brothers, but nonetheless still serve the Legion unfettered by the Emperor's decree of the Edict of Nicaea. The final remnants of the Legion's Librarians perishing in their attempt to prevent their Primarch from transforming into a demon prince of the ruinous powers. The remainder of the Legion's voluntary implantation of the Nails, bringing them closer to their Primarch as an act of sharing his burden. The Astartes would increase their pain tolerance and aggression in equal measure, though each individual Space Marine would experience the Nails' effects to different degrees. All would nonetheless share their mutual self-destruction. Continuing this trend of continual decay, the Legion would not survive the Horus Heresy unscathed. Broken into independent warbands, the World Eaters operate under the command of their respective Chaos Lords. Such notable warbands including the Butcher Horde, Skull Takers, Gladiator Group 138, and the Gore Hunters. Due to the Legion's storied history of enormous fatalities, the World Eaters have always employed methods to keep recruitment a constant, no matter their fighting capabilities. Recruiting from huge varieties of worlds, World Eater Astartes are often drafted from feral and feudal worlds, with only the Ultramarines Legion comparable in their diversity of warriors spanning from many worlds of the galaxy. Prior to the Horus Heresy, Primarch Angron would donate his own genetic material to his Legion's apothecaries and personally screen aspirants of the Legion in order to streamline gene seed implantation and grafting of organs. Primarily trained on the muster world of Bot, World Eater recruits would undergo live fire exercises and training before being dispatched to the Legion's expedition fleets. Due to recruitment from disparate worlds, the Legion would devise a derivative second language of Gothic to facilitate communication within the Legion, combining 36 native languages within the Legion's ranks. This so-called bastardized tongue would be widespread within the World Eaters and prove crucial to aid in commanding the ragtag warriors of the 12th. Collaborating with the Word Bearers Legion to engineer biovat-grown warriors, the apothecaries of the 12th Legion would create abominable warriors at a rapid pace. Creatures of pure rage, instilled with the perception of surviving endless wars. The surplus of warriors would prove useful with the Legion's commitment to the traitor war effort. However, with time and their defeat fighting the Loyalists of Terra, the World Eaters would struggle to replenish their numbers. Bot would be annihilated at the hands of Ironhand Ironfather, Ortek Moore, leading to World Eater Berserker surgeons relying on transforming captured Loyalist Space Marines and Chaos Warband Astartes to replenish their losses. Though not all warbands of the World Eaters possess the knowledge or skill to replenish their casualties.
The Emperor needed a weapon that would never obey its own desires before those of the Imperium. He needed a weapon that would never bite the hand that feeds. The World Eaters were not that weapon. We've all drawn blades purely for the sake of shedding blood. And we've all felt the exaltation of winning a war that never even needed to happen. We are not the tame, reliable pets that the Emperor wanted. The wolves obey when we would not. The wolves can be trusted when we never could. They have discipline we lack, because their passions are not aflame with the butcher's nails buzzing in the back of their skulls. The wolves will always come to heel when called. In that regard, it is a mystery why they name themselves wolves. They are tame, collared by the Emperor, obeying his every whim. But a wolf doesn't behave that way, only a dog does. That is why we are the Eaters of Worlds and the Warhounds no longer.
Say what you like about the 14th Legion. They are mean, ugly bastards, but tenacious. There's no one I'd rather have by my side in a war of attrition, and almost anyone else I'd rather have against me. The Legiones Astartes would bear many burdens and struggles during their years of service to the Imperium. Armed with the deadliest of weapons and clad in the most durable of armor, the Space Marines of the Imperium would endure wounds and pains aplenty in their many wars waged across the stars. Yet every sentient being can only bear so much suffering before succumbing to the embrace of madness, death, or a fate far worse. For today, we shall elucidate the relentless, unfeeling carrions of disease, corruption, and pestilence. The 14th Legion of the traitor Astartes, the Death Guard. The Master of Mankind would seek to unite humanity under the rule of his new, singular vision. The Age of Strife would leave humanity's tattered fragments strewn across the stars, leaderless and without the hope of a brighter future. Holy Terror had become a husk of its former glory, as techno-barbarians pillaged and scavenged a meager existence upon the origin of human endeavor. Yet with the ascension of the Emperor, a burgeoning Imperium would be built. Upon the scattered foundation of terror, a new breed of warriors would be born to subjugate and cleanse the galaxy, to fulfill the Emperor's vision. The Unification Wars of Terror would see many aspirant Astartes drafted into the legions of the Angels of Death, with one such legion, the 14th, known then as the Dusk Raiders. Drawn from the war tribes of Old Albia, neophytes would be installed within the 14th as well as 8th and 10th Legions. Once a true rival to the Emperor's own armies, Old Albia had relented to join the Imperium and would gift its most promising sons to join the armies of the Legiones Astartes. Relentless warriors and science-minded tacticians would be the hallmark of the Sons of Old Albia, as its technologies such as proto-dreadnoughts would be adopted into the fold. The most zealous supporters of the Emperor's vision, the legacy of Old Albia, would be carried forth into the burgeoning Imperium by their transhuman sons. The 14th Legion would be characterized by stoicism, as heavy infantry adept at survival and endurance. Fervent to their cause and gifted unshakable discipline, the Dusk Raiders of Terror would drown their opposition in waves of ceramite-clad warriors. Experts at close combat engagements, the inheritors of the Ironsiders of Old Albia would paint their right armor plating deep crimson to signify the dried blood of their foes. The red right hand of the Emperor, the Dusk Raiders would strike at night and maximize the encroaching darkness to conceal their advance across the battlefield. Relentless, yet honorable combatants, the 14th Legion would accept the surrender of their foes as they cowered before them. Embarking upon the expanse of the Imperium across the galaxy, it would be many years before the orphaned Legion would be reunited with their Genefather. For such an occasion would see to the erosion of their glory and their inevitable downfall. Mortarion, Lord of the 14th Legion, would be spirited to the planet of Barbarus with the scattering of the Primarchs. A poisonous death world inhabited by downtrodden human settlements would be ruled by malevolent necromancers. The Xenos overlords would enslave and slaughter the humans, as the toilers of the nutrient-starved soil attempted to eke out a humble existence. Upon the battle-scarred wastes of two rival necromancer overlords, the child of the Emperor would be discovered. Observing the child's resistance to the noxious atmosphere as it lay among the corpses of the fallen, the tyrant of Barbarus, Nekar, would adopt the wailing child. Isolating the young Primarch within a tower of his fortress, he would name him Mortarion, the Child of Death. Smothered in the poison smog of the Overlord's fortress, Mortarion would be tested to his limit to endure the air's toxins and be mentored by Nekar. As Nekar sought to train the boy to inherit the mantle of rulership of Barbarus, Mortarion would with time escape his confinement and meet with the human populace of his foster world. Felling a rival necromancer overlord during its harrying of a small human settlement, Mortarion would recognize his duty to preserve his human charges and begin his great task of destroying the necromancers of Barbarus. Forming his so-called Death Guard, Mortarion and his men would fell each and every tyrannical Xenos of his world, ridding them of their undead armies and strongholds across the plains of the planet. Yet one final overlord would remain: Nekar. Despite Mortarion's advancements made in creating suits to endure the poison fog of the planet, none would be capable of enduring the harsh atmosphere of Nekar's fortress. However, as their quest to emancipate Barbarus from oppression would stall, a stranger would appear within the Death Guard settlement. Offering aid, the hooded stranger would offer Mortarion a choice. End the tyranny of Nekar, and the stranger shall leave Barbarus and allow Mortarion to rule in his stead, or accept the aid of the stranger, and with the death of his foster father's rule, Mortarion shall pledge loyalty to the stranger. Accepting the bargain, Mortarion would venture alone to end his foster father's reign. Bitter at the insinuation that he would require aid in ending the oppression of his people, Mortarion would scale Nekar's fortress, yet succumb to the noxious fumes, collapsing from entering the stronghold's gates. Nekar would leave the safety of his bastion and gloat at the failure of his protégé. Seemingly fated to die, Mortarion would watch helplessly as Nekar's killing blow would be interrupted with the flash of a flaming sword. The Master of Mankind would in one motion end the life of Nekar and reveal his true form to his gene son. Mortarion would pledge to serve the Emperor, with his failure to liberate Barbarus alone. Installed as the leader of the 14th Legion, the age of the Dusk Raiders would be sundered with the return of their liege. Replacing the iconography of their Terran origins, the Death Guard Legion would seek to imitate their imposing Genefather's cultural heritage, as new aspirants would be drawn solely from the planet of Barbarus. With the inclusion of the Sons of Barbarus, tensions would begin to grow within the Legion. Former senior officers of Terra would be sidelined and demoted to be replaced with Barbaran Astartes. Mortarion's Barbaran confidant, Kalas Typhon, would ascend to the form of an Astartes and be installed as the first captain of the Legion, and with time, the legacy of the Dusk Raiders would be dismantled. As the Great Crusade waged, the Terran Astartes of the Legion would diminish, with the ranks of the Death Guard's 7 great companies now commanded almost entirely of Barbaran Space Marines. Battle Captain of the 7th Great Company, Nathaniel Garrow, would remain as the last symbol of the Legion's former glories and be detested by his upstart brethren. Yet despite such infighting, the 14th Legion would bring countless worlds into compliance with the continuation of the Great Crusade. Moving from one world to the next, the Death Guard would not rebuild nor reinforce their conquered worlds, for they were harvesters of misery and destruction alone, and their days of toiling the earth were over. Motivated to destroy the oppressors of humanity, the Fourth would carve a swathe through the Imperium's enemies and leave their corpses to nourish the earth of their newly liberated planets. Disbanding their Librarius and eschewing their former iconography and battle honors, the Death Guard would be remolded in every minute detail by the Pale King. Yet the resentment of the Death Lord would continue to grow despite his legion's victories and the Emperor's disbanding of the Librarius during the Council of Nicaea. Mortarion would never forget the denial of his vengeance against Nakar, and from the seed of bitterness, treachery would tend to its bloom. Horus Lupercal, Primarch of the 16th Legion and War Master of the Imperium, would rebel against the Emperor. Witnessing visions of a dark future, conjured by the machinations of the ruinous powers, the War Master of the Imperium would rally his brethren and their legions to bring the Emperor to heel. Horus had shown kindness to Mortarion since his reunion with the Imperium, and through many campaigns fought side by side as resolute comrades. This brotherhood would be tested with the War Master's decision to betray the Imperium, yet it would not prove difficult to form an alliance with the Pale King. Among the first to rally at his brother's banner, Mortarion would see an opportunity to achieve vengeance against his father and join the Traitor Rebellion. Upon the world of Istvan III, the Emperor's children, World Eaters, sons of Horus and Death Guard, would bring compliance to the rebellious populace. Deploying their most loyal sons, whom would give their lives for the Emperor, the traitor Primarchs would order their disposable sons to be bombarded with ordnance and virus bombs. The loyalist Death Guard and their peers would succumb to the flesh-eating toxin as it ravaged the landscape of Istvan III. Survivors of the bombardments would resist their inevitable demise and fight valiantly to end the lives of as many of their treacherous kin as possible. Battle Captain Nathaniel Garrow would escape to warn the Emperor of the impending betrayal as the Death Guard and their allies prepared for the impending counterattack. Forewarned of the treachery of Horus Lupercal, the Emperor would dispatch 3 of his most trusted sons to bring retribution to the Istvan system. Ferrus Manus, Primarch of the 10th, would lead the charge alongside his brothers Vulcan and Corvus Corax. The Iron Hands, Salamanders, and Raven Guard legions would embark upon Istvan to destroy the upstart rebellion before it could reorganize. Followed swiftly by reinforcements from the Iron Warriors, Night Lords, Wordbearers, and Alpha Legion, a loyalist victory would be assured. Yet with the initial stages of the Battle of Istvan V, such an overwhelming assault would prove catastrophic. As the 10th, 18th, and 19th Legions battled the prepared yet battle-scarred forces of the War Master's legions, the arrival of the second wave would turn on their allies. Surrounded by the might of 8 legions, the Loyalists would be massacred. The Death Guard would watch as the Loyalists fell to the blades and bolters of their peers, yet would not tarry before venturing forth to bring a new legion to the fold of the Traitor Rebellion. Traversing to the Thousand Suns homeworld of Prospero, Mortarion would confront the Primarch of the White Scars, Jagatai Khan, with an offer to join Horus. The White Scars had not chosen to side with either cause of the war in their efforts to ascertain the reason for Horus's actions. Deeming the traitor war effort to be ruled by pawns of malevolent forces, the Kargan of Chagoris would refuse Mortarion's offer, beginning a great feud which would last between the 5th and 14th Legions for the remainder of the war. Displeased with the Khan's reasoning, Mortarion would face the Warhawk in battle. The Master of Speed would duel the Champion of Endurance as the honor guards of the Keshig and Deathshroud fought at their sides. The bout would be unresolved as Mortarion would flee from the battle, yet be concluded before the end of the war. For the remainder of the years preceding the final battle to decide the fate of humanity, the Death Guard would harry the White Scars until the call to assemble within the Ulanor system. En route to their destination, First Captain Callus Typhon would reveal his true allegiance. A follower of Nurgle, the Lord of Decay, Typhon would allow for the corrupting influence of the Plague God to seep into the Death Guard's fleet vessels, transforming the 14th Legion into abominations of warp mutation. The Death Guard and their Liege Lord would be subjected to the gifts of Nurgle's rot and the Destroyer Plague. Their innate resistance to poison would prove to synergize with Nurgle's corruption,
preventing the Death Guard to die from their afflictions and instead mutate to incorporate its pestilent influence. Surrendering to the Plague God, Mortarion would damn his legion to forever serve the whims of the so-called Grandfather of Chaos. Returning to the side of the War Master, Horus would test the newly reborn Death Guard during the Siege of Terra. Deploying the hulking monstrosities to bring down the Imperium's most fortified bastions, the 14th Legion, led by their Prince of Decay, would once more face the wrath of the White Scars. Facing Jagatai Khan once more in single combat, the Kargan would be no match for the now chaos-empowered Demon Prince. Yet for Mortarion's pride in his newfound strength, Jagatai would exploit his greatest weakness: arrogance. Cleaving the Pale King's head from his body, the Kargan would banish Mortarion into the depths of the warp, forcing the forces of the 14th Legion to retreat. The Horus heresy would be won in the name of the Imperium, yet despite such a victory, fail to cleanse the galaxy of the corruption of the Plague Marines. Claiming a demon world within the Eye of Terror, the Death Guard would transform their new seat of power as the plague planet of the Prince of Decay. Destined to spread disease and foul corruption in their wake, the 14th Legion continued to be a scourge across the galaxy in their attempts to spread the gifts of Nurgle. Molding the plague planet in the image of Barbarous, Mortarion would, in an act of immense hypocrisy, rule as a tyrant overlord of his newly found fiefdom. Re-emerging from the Eye of Terror throughout the millennia, the Pale King leads bands of his former legion to spread pestilence during the Era Indomitus. No longer served by his first captain, Callus Typhon, the being now known as Typhus leads his own warband, pledged in service to the Plague God. At odds with their objectives, the champions of Nurgle nonetheless cooperate during campaigns of extreme import. With the return of the avenging son of the Imperium, Rabute Guilliman, during the 41st millennium, the Death Guard would seek to humble the Lords of Ultramar within the heart of their own empire. Enacting the Plague Wars within the realm of Ultramar, Mortarion would seek to transform the dominion of the returned Primarch into fertile ground of Nurgle's accursed garden. Confronted by Rabute Guilliman with the conclusion of the Indomitus Crusade, Mortarion would face his brother in single combat upon the world of Iax. Slaying his brother, Ultramar would seem to be doomed to fall to the thrall of chaos, yet to Mortarion's horror, Guilliman's body would be filled with a bright golden light. Possessed by the power of the Emperor, Guilliman would banish Mortarion from real space once more and fire a beam of holy light into Nurgle's garden. Setting the garden ablaze with cleansing fire, the Death Guard and Pawns of Decay would retreat from the revivified Avenging Sun and his rallied armies. Yet the 14th Legion are infamous for their endurance, and no matter how many times they shall be felled, more thralls of the Plague Lord shall stand in their place. Known for their attrition from even their earliest days as a once loyal legion, the only legion to surpass their losses incurred during the Great Crusade would be the World Eaters and Iron Warriors. Once liberated from its oppressive overlords, Barbarous would become a like to a production line of implanting new aspirants to join the ranks of the Astartes. Neophytes would overwhelmingly perish during the surgeries and procedures to grow to the stature of a space marine, yet be deemed negligible by Mortarion. Only allowing aspirants from worlds other than Barbarous on rare occasions, the Death Lord would demand a high standard for all who would join the ranks of the 14th Legion. Yet with the Legion's fall to chaos, the Death Guard would for a time splinter into warbands devised into derivations of 7. With the resurgence of Mortarion during the Plague Wars, the 14th would reform to a structure reminiscent of their former glory. Their numbers now far in excess of any Loyalist Space Marine chapter, with thousands upon thousands of Plague Marines comprising their ranks. Prior to their fall to chaos, the 14th would be a strictly structured and regimented legion. Originally organized by the Officio Militaris, with their service as the Dust Graders, alike to their brother legions, each and every Astartes would be equipped with arms and armaments, capable of surviving any campaign of war
without resupply or reinforcement. Its infantry supplemented with heavy armor and support squadrons during battle, the Dusk Raiders of Old Terra would be exemplars of sustained warfare, adept at any range or environment. With the installment of their Primarch into their ranks, the Legion would be drastically changed, with its formations dissolved and reformed with each new campaign to meet the needs of their Primarch stratagems. Constantly shifting in battlefield roles, Astartes would transition from a heavy weapons specialist to a tactical marine or other specialist with every new campaign, with only tech marines, chaplains, and other specialist roles exempt from the ever-changing orders of Astartes formations. Favoring melters, flamers, and bolt guns as their tools of dealing death, the Death Guard's reliance on such weaponry would eschew the need for regular resupplies or extensive training with niche armaments. Engaging in close combat with trench daggers, barber and kukra blades, and their iconic war scythes, the black ceramite of their blades would prove to be a hallmark of the 14th Legion's deadly harvest. Simple yet effective in their use, the Death Guard's belief that a Space Marine was innately strong enough for any engagement, regardless of their armaments, would prove to be effective. Overwhelmingly deploying infantry in their campaigns, each wounded Astartes brought low in the flames of battle would be interred within dreadnoughts to serve once more as the spearhead on the next battle of their campaigns. No cost would be too high, nor weakness tolerated, as the dogged sons of Barbarus ground their enemies beneath their tread. Renowned for their ability to cleanse space hulks and destroy enemy fortifications from within, the Death Guard would be synonymous with purging the enemies of the Imperium. Recruitment within the Legion is now shrouded in much mystery, yet the Astartes recruited in the years following the Horus Heresy are regarded as lesser than their veteran peers. Though perhaps such methods used to recruit new aspirants into the ranks of the 14th are best left obscured for the sanity and decency of Imperial historians. While the ranks of the 14th would stagnate in terms of variety during their days as a Loyalist Legion, specialists within the Death Guard would enable specific roles of both honor and disgrace. Chief among all, save for the Primarch and the Legion's captains, would be the Death Shroud. The elite honor guard of Mortarion, the Death Shroud would comprise of the most battle-honored, skilled, and imposing warriors of the Legion, selected personally by their liege. Swearing oaths of secrecy, each Astartes would be marked as killed in action by the 14th's records to prevent their identity from being known. Marching into battle, armed with gigantic Man-Reaper war scythes, the Death Shroud shall don masks and hoods to conceal their features and battle as silent, hulking killers. Wearing Artificer-grade Terminator armor, the giant figures of the Honor Guard of the Death Lord shall never stray further than 49 paces from their Primarch, and never falter in protecting their Gene Father as silent, stoic sentinels. The Grave Wardens would serve First Captain Callus Typhon as the First Company veterans of the Legion. Armed with alchemical weaponry, spewing Voscodox fluids, and collagen gases, the Grave Wardens would unleash agonizing, flesh-eating contagions across the battlefield to consume their enemies. The Destroyer Squads, unlike their Terminator-clad superiors, would wage war with forbidden weaponry, too ignoble by their venerated brethren. Alike to all Destroyer Squads of the Legions, the disgraced Astartes of the 14th carry rad, phosphex, and bioweapons of untold cruelty. Their undeniable effectiveness countering their infamous reputation. The Mortis Poisoner Squads specialized in chemical munitions, even by the standards of their Legion peers. Deployed to confined war zones such as hive cities and void ships, the Mortis Poisoners would spread contagion to erode and devour their enemies. Burdening the toll wrought from such weaponry, the members of the Mortis Poisoners would suffer withering degeneration as penance for past failures. Yet with the Legion's fall to chaos, their ranks would encompass new and foul additions of cruel champions to their warbands. Chaos Lords would rule each warband as proven champions of destruction and corruption. Scrutinized intensely by Mortarion, each Death Guard Lord must facilitate the will of their Primarch in exchange for the blessings of Nurgle. Forming the mantles of corruption, Each lord is bestowed unique traits for his service. The Lords of Contagion are belligerent and direct warriors. Contained within cataphracti armor, the Lords of Contagion wield two-handed plague reapers and blade-toothed axes in their relentless frontal assaults. The Lords of Poxes pollute the air with miasmas of toxins, eroding their enemies' defenders through sickness and sapping illness. The Lords of Virulence bombard their foes with heavy firepower, weakening fortifications with merciless hammering blows of artillery. Each survivor of their onslaught shall be ripe victims for plague and disease. Other mantles exist, such as the Lords of Parasitism, Withering, Flux and Entropy, yet no records exist of these foul titles. Blightlord Terminators form the now elite of the Traitor Legion and forge a ceaseless path of destruction. Armed with combi weapons, blight launchers, and plague spewers, the Blightlords shrug off weapons fire with their cataphracti ceramite plate and chaos gifts of blighted constitution. Advancing with relentless and remorseless contempt, only the most deadly and concentrated firepower is enough to end the undeath of even a single Blightlord. The noxious Blightbringers fight at the vanguard of the Legion and herald the arrival of the Death Guard. Sowing the battlefield for the coming corruptions, the Blightbringers nurture fear and weakness in their enemies as their chaos-forged bells toll impending decay. Each thunderous wave of its sounding, spreading sickness among their opponents' ranks. Death Guard sorcerers harness the warp to spread the blessings of their foul god. Bones rot from their marrow and splinter into decaying muscles as the victims of the fell manipulations of the sorcerers convulse and spew bile from their sore-covered mouths. It is truly among the greatest miseries to fall at the hands of the sorcerers of the 14th, for each victim shall endure untold miseries and fetid mutations at the hands of their malevolent foes. Malignant plague casters harbor the malaise of the plague god's realm and accept the bloating of their bodies, now acting as vessels of abominable toxins. Spewing forth the contents of their innards, the plague casters harness the powers of the plague god to spread disease among those unfortunate enough to fall victim to their plagues. The Tallymen preach the doctrine of their patron's chosen number, 7. These demagogues of the Legion scribe and tally the blessings of Nurgle as the battles in his name wage around them. Counting diseases, wounds and signs of corruption, the Tallymen enhance the blights made in the name of the Lord of Pestilence to invoke further miseries in his name. The Biologist Putrefiers nurture the spread of disease across their campaigns. Armed with blight grenades filled with terrible concoctions, the milky gaze of the Putrefiers analyze every infection, even through the armor of ceramite or heavy vehicles. And finally, the Plague Surgeons act as living nurseries for insects and parasites within their bloated bodies. Once the Legion's apothecaries, the Plague Surgeons now offer their flesh and blood to nurture their fell offspring. Exuding infection with only the merest touch, the Plague Surgeon's surgical instruments no longer serve to save the lives of their kin, but in a cruel twist of irony, see to the spread of undeath. The 14th Legion's organization would be fragmented into 7 great plague companies with their fall to chaos. The first plague company, the Harbingers, are ruled by First Captain Typhus. Afflicted with shamble rot, biters pox, the groaning, and zombie plagues, these shambolic yet durable champions of the Legion lay waste to the Imperium with few opponents able to stall their overwhelming onslaught. The second plague company, the Ferric Blight, favor vehicle deployment and large formations of heavy armaments. Encased in thick layers of rust, the Ferric Blight to which they are named corrodes their enemy's armor contingents, causing malfunctions and degeneration with their mere presence. The third plague company, Mortarian's Anvil, are experts of fortification. Carrying the gloaming bloat within their skin, Mortarian's Anvil are led by Gothax the Morose and unleash noxious Blightbringers to hasten their enemy's demise as they hurl themselves into doomed sieges. The fourth plague company, the Wretched, are ruled by the demon known as the Eater of Lives. Afflicted with the Eater Plague, known within its ranks as the Drizzleflesh, Pockchewer, or Endless Gift. The 4th Plague Company championed the use of sorcerers in order to summon endless hordes of Nurglings and demonic servants of the Plague God. The 5th Plague Company, the Poxmongers, bear the gift of the Sanguis Flux. Leaving trails of half-clotted blood in trails where they march, the Poxmongers make use of demon engines as their primary means of rending their enemies limb from limb. The 6th Plague Company, the Ferrymen, garrison the plague fleets of the Legion and bring new void ships into the fold. Infected with the Droning, the so-called Brethren of the Fly boast a vast amount of Blightlord Terminators into their company as they board naval vessels to capture for their own despicable needs. And last of all, the 7th Plague Company, Mortarian's chosen sons, serve as alchemists and brewers of the Legion. Concocting the most virulent and deviant poisons, the bearers of the crawling pustulence, or boil blight, enact the will of the Plague God through spreading his gifts across the stars. Further divided into 7 sepsis cohorts comprised of 100 Astartes apiece. Each of these demi-companies contain a further 2 maledictums, consisting of 7 colonies. Each colony contains 7 squads of 7 Plague Marines and is led in turn by lesser Chaos Champions. Death Guard Lords and Demon Princes act as Lord Commanders of each Plague Company, with each first colony of the Maledictums comprised entirely of Blightlord Terminators. Despite their seeming Legion-wide command structure, in reality, each warband is autonomous in regard to the overall command of the Legion. Known as Vectoriums, these warbands differentiate themselves with unique heraldry markings and unique colony squads. Typically including plague colonies, alchemical destroyer colonies, and armored vehicle reaper colonies within their organization, the Vectoriums are armies capable of threatening even the most durable of the Imperium's forces. The heraldry of the Death Guard, while now obscured in filth and decay, once bore proud sigils of their former glory. The symbol of the Black Skull, cleaved in half, imposed with a setting black sun on a deep field of crimson, replaced by a green skull atop a sunburst icon. From their painted grey of their origins as the Dusk Raiders of Terror, ivory grey would be flanked with jade trim to honour the Legion's homeworld of Barbarous. Vertical helmet stripes would denote seniority among the Legion, with even damage incurred to the Astartes Ceramite remaining upon their armour as honour marks of their deeds. Yet with their fall to chaos, the Death Guard would turn a sickly green to reflect their disgusting nature. Typically wearing Mark III iron pattern power armour, its former purity of design now bears spikes, tentacles and horns sprouted from the bodies of their corpulent hosts. Open wounds spill organs from cracks in their armour as boils and sores populate their skin. Ever closer to their Primarch's vision of a grim reaper of men, the Plague Marines of the 14th follow in their Liege Lord's image as undead servants of hellish benefactors. Adopting the tri-lobed symbol of the Plaguefly upon their pauldrons, only those within the ranks of the Death Guard can discern the veterancy and rank of their peers by dint of the prolonged decay of their armour. The Mark of Nurgle varies among the many warbands of the Legion, as each shows their patronage in their own unique way. The Geneseed of the 14th would further spread the gaunt features and shadowy eyes of its gene lineage, initially reflecting the stoic temperament of the Death Lord. With the Legion's drafting of its Barbaran recruits, the Geneseed of the Legion would bolster their innate resistance to toxins. Yet with their fall to the ruinous powers, their gene strength would prove to be their undoing. With the gifts of Nurgle ravaging their bodies, their genetic aptitude to endure poison and corruption would continually increase their tolerance. As the mutations ravaged their bodies, their Geneseed would overcompensate, leading to magnitudes of great afflictions as their bodies exponentially rejected and absorbed the gifts of Nurgle. Now stationed on the Plague Planet, the new homeworld of the Death Guard heightens their mutations to nightmarish proportions. Shackling their plague fleets, using chained biomechanical platforms while idle, as shrines are made to give praise to the Plague God.
The world's populace cower from their tyrannical overlords as they act as thralls to the 14th Legion. The 7 mountaintop keeps of the planet, inhabited by each plague company, with the mightiest of these, known as the Black Manse. Mortarian's personal fortress, replete with dungeons and horrors of the warp, the Pale King presides over his homeworld as a hypocrite to his past ideals. Revering their Primarch above all, the Death Guard would marvel at their master's example as a liberator of the oppressed and divine savior. The barbarian stock of the Legion would be unquestioning in their loyalty to their liege during the betrayal of the Imperium, and in their naivety, follow in his path to damnation. For each battle won by the Legion during the Great Crusade, the Pale King would drink a draught of poison with one of his Astartes to commemorate their victory. No toxin would be so strong as to best the Death Guard, and so it would be that the ritual toast signified their loyalty to their Primarch and defiance to submit to failure. Concoctions would contain strains of sword beetle venom, nerve bane, and other compounds, the ornate cup strengthening the bonds of loyalty between the Death Lord and his men. Driven by a need to free humanity from the oppression of its enemies, the Death Guard would be a resolute and unshakable force. Yet this ideal of emancipation would become fertile ground for the corrupting influence of chaos. Pride and arrogance would begin to fester within the Legion, and with their Primarch's defection, the 14th would be all too willing to follow his lead. Consumed with self-hatred with their submission to the ruinous powers, such contempt for their weakness would give way to a new ideal. The Heralds of Pestilence would free humanity from the rule of the Imperium with rot, ruin, and decay. Gifting their patrons foul gifts to the victims of their campaigns, the Death Guard's twisted vision of a universe ruled by the Grandfather of Chaos rescinds the remaining ounce of their remnant humanity. Worshipping the number 7 as the favoured number of Nurgle, the Death Guard seek to burgeon each of their plague companies to 70,000 Astartes. Though the 14th Legion shall never reach such a lofty goal, their continual campaigns across the galaxy, such as their resurgence during the Plague Wars of Ultramar, prove their ambitions to be resurgent. And for every war made in the name of the Plague God, humanity shall suffer untold miseries as pestilence, rot, and decay lay low the stalwart defenders of the Imperium.
In the embrace of Nurgle, I am no longer afraid. For with his pestilential favor, I have become that which I once feared.
The warriors of the Corpse God believe themselves to be strong, but we have seen a greater truth. Their empire is built upon sinking sand, and they themselves are naught but clay. By Tzeentch's will, we have been shown power to mold their weak minds and bodies to our own liking.
The Legiones Astartes would bear unique burdens for the gifts they would inherit from their gene-sires. Empowered beyond the comprehension of mortal men, each legion would cultivate a speciality for warfare and philosophical foundations befitting their power. Yet among all the Space Marine legions, there exists one above all, whose fall from grace would be heralded by their insatiable hunger for knowledge and mastery of the ethereal. The Magisters of Prospero, the Thousand Sons. Founded during the Wars of Unification, the Legiones Astartes would encompass a fragment of their Gene-Father's might, who in turn would contain a fragment of the Master of Mankind's godlike traits. The most powerful Psyker to ever grace the stars, the Emperor would create a son molded in his image of warp mastery. From his creation's genetic materials, a new breed of warriors would be born, gifted as the most powerful Psykers among the Space Marine legions. The 15th Legion would be drawn from the most psychically gifted neophytes
of the Achaemenid Empire of Holy Terror. 1,000 Astartes would undergo the surgeries within the gene labs of the moon of Luna as warp storms waged across the Sol system. Creating psychic convergences across Terra and its orbiting moon, psychotic outbursts would spontaneously break out across the throne world, to which the psychic-spawned madness would prove to be an ill omen for the 15th. With the Legion's inaugural aspirants now raised to the stature of the Astartes, the Emperor would test his promising new Legion by deploying them to bring compliance to the remaining techno-barbarian hordes of Terra. Victorious of their first campaign in the name of the burgeoning Imperium, the Emperor would personally name the Legion as the 1,000 Suns and gift unto them an expeditionary fleet for assimilation into the Great Crusade across the stars. For while the 1,000 Suns had proven their worth in battle, it would not be long until their reunion with their Primarch. Preceded by only Horus Lupercal and Leman Russ in his reunion with the Master of Mankind, the Crimson King of Prospero would study the Immaterium to better the lot of his homeworld. Emancipating the civilization from the tyranny of warp-spawned creatures that once roamed Prospero's desolate cities, Magnus the Red would bring order, prosperity, and peace to his people. Prospero's capital, Tizca, would be known as the City of Light, as its white marble metropolis housed bountiful tomes of Arcanum, read by a populace poised to understand the intricacies of the universe. Obelisks of glass towered over the self-sufficient paradise, made real by its benevolent ruler, as the Crimson King busied himself with endless journeys into the so-called Great Ocean of the Immaterium. Foreseeing the arrival of the Emperor to Prospero, Magnus would grow to adulthood before his Genefather's reunion. Having communicated for years through means of the warp, the Master of Mankind would arrive upon the utopian City of Light and induct his long-lost progeny into the Imperium. Given command of the 15th Legion, Magnus would look upon his gene sons with pride as they demonstrated their affinity for sorcery and psychic abilities. The 1,000 Suns had waged war for 5 Terran Standard years, and through their use of the Immaterium, sought to emulate a fraction of the Emperor's power. Though wary of psychic abilities, the Master of Mankind had allowed the 15th Legion to hone their sorceries as a means to bring swift compliance to the galaxy, much to the chagrin of his stalwart gene son, Leman Russ of the 6th Legion. Proclaimed as cowards by the Wolf King, the 15th Legion had been met with scrutiny and distrust by the wider Imperium. Yet with their Primarch now installed as the Master of the 1,000 Suns, a glorious future would be promised for their Legion. Yet fate would not be so kind to the sons of Magnus, for only suffering would be destined for the acolytes of the Immaterium. The lack of restraint demonstrated by the 1,000 Suns would bear a fatal cost. Throughout the ranks of the 15th, a warp-born mutation would ravage their numbers, as the so-called Flesh Change would transform its Astartes into feral spawns of chaos. Interred within stasis pods, in hopes of administering a future cure to their affliction, Magnus the Red would toil for years in hopes of saving his gene sons from their degenerative affliction. Already at a pandemic scale during their reunion with their Primarch, the Crimson King would watch in horror as the Flesh Change spiraled into greater numbers with the departure of the Emperor from Prospero. Obtaining a means to stall the Flesh Change from spreading further, Magnus would consort with duplicitous entities within the Great Ocean. Naive in his assumption that his Legion's curse had been absolved, Magnus would resume command of the remaining 1,000 Astartes, left untouched by the mutations of the warp. Once more literal in their reflection of their Legion's namesake, the 1,000 Suns would seek to draw new recruits to bolster their numbers as they ventured forth to rejoin the Great Crusade. With the Crimson King in command, the 15th Legion would bring untold worlds into compliance through means of diplomacy, trickery, and psychic manipulation. As more sons of the Emperor would be brought into the fold of the Imperium,
Dissent would grow among the Primarchs as they observed the methods of the Red Cyclops. Scavenging knowledge from their sundered foes, the Thousand Sons' unquenchable thirst for knowledge would rouse further suspicion from their rival legions. Cooperating with the 6th Legion, the Space Wolves, during the Arc Reach cluster campaign, Magnus would despise the route's use of violence and destruction inflicted upon the Avanian populace of Heliosa. Blood would be spilt as the Space Wolves and Thousand Sons would clash as the 15th Legion slew several Fenrisian wolves and incapacitated members of the Vilca Fenrica with psychic manipulation. Hasta of the Pavoni cult would submit to the flesh change during battle and cause several more mutations within the Legion. Leman Russ would intervene, slaying Hastur with a blast of his bolt gun, and would seemingly commit his wolves to battle the Thousand Sons. With the intervention of the Primarch of the 17th Legion, Lorgar Aurelian, further casualties would be prevented. Yet the Wolf King would never forget his brother's flagrant abuse of his powers, and would swear a blood oath against the Crimson King, promising that one day he would enact a reckoning upon the Thousand Sons. Rumors would spread of the corruptions of the 15th Legion across the Imperium in the wake of the Battle of Heliosa. Giving credence to the misgivings of Primarchs Rogel Dorn, Mortarion, and Corvus Corax in their mistrust of Psykers within the legions, a call for censure would reach the Emperor. The most fervent detractors of the Thousand Sons would demand the Legion's expulsion from Imperial history, alike to the 2nd and 11th Legions, yet the Master of Mankind would defer to a council to decide the fate of the Psykers of the Legiones Astartes. Convening the Council of Nicaea, the Emperor would invite representatives of each legion with a vested interest in the outcome to state their case in his presence. Magnus the Red would champion his legion's use of the warp, stating its effectiveness in bringing compliance to the stars and future deeds their potential could fulfill. The Primarch of the Death Guard, Mortarion, a survivor of an upbringing subsumed in the abusive excesses of the arcane, would oppose the Crimson King. Librarian representatives of the White Scars and Space Wolves, Targatai Usugai and Ophir Weirdmake, would fight for their respective allegiances, yet the Emperor's decision would be final. Wary of the unfettered abuse inherent in the manipulations of the warp, the Master of Mankind would draft the Decree of Nicaea and outlaw all use of Psykers within the Legiones Astartes henceforth. Sanctioned Psykers, such as astropaths and navigators, would be exempt from the decree, yet the Librarius of the Space Marines would be disbanded. Magnus would return to his homeworld, enraged at the misfortune of his legion. Their quest for knowledge had cost them dearly, yet they had always been loyal to the cause of the Emperor, and never strayed from his commands. Yet the woes of the Sons of Magnus would only begin with the dawn of the dark days of the Horus Heresy. Horus Lupercal, War Master of the Imperium, would be wounded on the planet of Darwin. Ensnared by the malevolent ruinous powers of the warp, Horus would languish within the tides of the great ocean. Observing the plight of his brother, Magnus would intervene within the Immaterium and attempt to steer the War Master from the path to damnation. Heedless of his counsel, Horus would learn of the dystopian future of humanity, wherein the Emperor would be praised as a living deity. Rejecting the imperial truth and assuming the mantle of champion of the ruinous powers, Horus would take his first steps towards his final battle to destroy the Emperor. Magnus would reel from the intervention, desperate to warn the Master of Mankind of the impending betrayal of the Lupercal. Projecting his psychic form to the Imperial Palace, the Crimson King would breach the protective wards of the Emperor's Webway project in order to contact his father. Ruining all hope of humanity's use of the ancient Webway for their own means, Magnus would damn the Imperium to forever voyage across the stars within the malevolent tides of the warp. Furious at his son's heinous actions, the Emperor would dispatch Leman Russ and his Space Wolves to bring the Thousand Sons to Terra for judgment.
assembling a force of custodians and Sisters of Silence to facilitate their mission, the Wolf King would revel for the chance to fulfill his blood oath. Yet en route to Prospero, Horus Lupercal would intercept the Emperor's orders and make changes to their intent. The Wolf King would be ignorant of his War Master's betrayal of the Imperium and accept his new orders without objection. The Rout were no longer tasked with the arrest of the Crimson King, their orders now demanding that the Thousand Sons were to be exterminated. Magnus the Red would foresee the impending doom of Prospero, yet take no action to prevent its passing. The Crimson King now understood his naive manipulations by the Changer of Ways, Tzeentch, and would not allow his legion to become the tools of chaos. Seeking repentance for his actions, Magnus would hide the arrival of the 6th Legion fleet and watch Prospero burn as the Vilca Fenrica razed its marble pyramids and ornate structures to the ground. His people would be slaughtered as the Thousand Sons fought a desperate battle of survival without the aid of their Primarch. Overwhelmed, the first captain of the 15th Legion, Arzek Ahriman, would beseech his Primarch to intervene. Reluctantly, the Crimson King would join the battle as the Thousand Sons fell back to the final bastion of their once proud City of Light. Leman Russ would confront Magnus and charge into a bloody and infamous duel. The Wolf King's armor would be inscribed with wards against psychic powers, leading to a battle of blades and fists between the Primarchs. As the superior brawler and executioner of the Emperor, Leman Russ would best Magnus in combat and break his spine across his knee. Broken in physical form, Magnus would call upon the powers of the Warp for salvation. Surrendering to the rule of Tzeentch, Magnus would be empowered by the Changer of Ways and transform into a demon prince of chaos. Teleporting the remnants of Tisca unto a demon world, the Thousand Sons would establish their new home of the Planet of Sorcerers within the Eye of Terror. The sundered King of Prospero would be shattered into shards of his former might, to which his loyal sons would gather his remnant power to reinstate their lord. Yet one final piece of the Crimson King remained prior to the final battle for humanity's soul, a shard which Magnus would attempt to retrieve from the Throne World during the Siege of Terra. The Thousand Sons' numbers would be greatly diminished to approximately 9,000 Astartes during the opening salvos of the Siege of Terra. Acting as support contingents to their larger and more direct Traitor Legion brethren, Magnus would orchestrate arcane stratagems to coincide with the deployments of the Lord of Iron, Perturabo. Scheming behind the backs of his Primarch brothers, Magnus would use them as a means to an end in obtaining the final shard of his being. For should he achieve his objective, Magnus would plot to slay the War Master following his duel with the Emperor and assume the mantle of Master of Mankind in his place. Yet such ambitions would be thwarted with the Crimson King's infiltration of the Imperial Palace. Confronted by Malcador the Sigillite, Magnus would learn that the final fragment of his being had been claimed by his loyalist son, Revuel Arvida, now reborn as the being known as Janus. Incapacitating Malcador, Magnus would confront the Emperor upon the Golden Throne, only to be halted by the perpetual Primarch of the Salamanders, Vulcan. Banished from the material realm by the relentless tenacity of the Lord of Drakes, Magnus would submit the last shred of his material body to assume the form of a true immaterial demon. The War Master's rebellion would fail, and with the death of Horus Lupercal, the Thousand Sons and their traitor brethren would retreat to the Eye of Terror. As punishment for their failure, the Thousand Sons would once more be tormented by the flesh change through the influence of the Changer of Ways. Yet Chief Librarian Arzek Ahriman would attempt to abolish their curse once and for all. Casting the so-called Rubric of Ahriman, the Thousand Sons would be saved from their curse, yet pay a terrible price. The least psychically gifted sons of Magnus would be disintegrated from the vast tendrils of lightning that spewed forth from the rubric. Their bodies turned to ash inside their ceramite. Yet the armor of these unfortunate Astartes would not collapse, for the inert souls of the dead would allow the spectral Astartes to continue to serve their legion. The rubric Marines would serve their now further empowered masters as mindless automatons, much to the horror of the Crimson King. Magnus would attempt to slay Ahriman, and would succeed if not for the intervention of Tzeentch. The Cabal of Ahriman would be banished from the Thousand Sons, with their leader tasked with a great quest to uncover the true meaning of chaos. Fractured into several warbands of contrasting allegiances, the 15th Legion now stalks the stars, in search of the mysteries and artifacts of the Immaterium. Invading the Eldar's Black Library and other repositories of knowledge for powerful spells and arcanum, the Thousand Sons now serve the whims of their curiosity, unfettered by Imperial oversight. Recruitment into the 15th Legion has always been a difficult task. Accepting only the most prodigious and promising psychers into their aspirants' ranks, the Thousand Sons' continual harrying of the Flesh Change would see constant need to replenish their number. By far the most susceptible to mutations of all the Astartes legions, the gene seed of the Thousand Sons would prove to be both a blessing and a curse. Further exacerbated by their allegiance to the Changer of Ways, there are few Astartes within the Legion who retain the gene seed of their Primarch due to the annihilation of swathes of their number by the rubric of Ahriman. It is a source of immense pride within the Legion to have survived the countless abominable mutations and toils of battle unscathed, for the majority of the 15th now march into battle as soulless spectres of their former glory. Once drawing recruits from their homeworld of Prospero, with its destruction, the Thousand Sons seem incapable of replenishing their numbers through traditional means. Reports suggest that through fell rituals, the 15th Legion would resurrect their fallen battle brothers to inhabit living hosts. Damned to never reach their former might of the days of the Great Crusade, the Thousand Sons number in the mere thousands to this day, with only a select few retaining bodies of flesh and blood. Bearing the colours of the immortal regiments of Old Earth's Achaemenid Empire, during the Wars of Unification, the 15th Legion would pride their Terran heritage. Their pauldrons bearing the coloration of the Achaemenid Empire and Nohian witchmark of Old Terra, centered with the symbol M. The Romani numeral of 1000 symbolizes their legion's chosen Astartes, handpicked by the Emperor. Supplanted with their reunion of their Primarch, the Thousand Sons would coat their armor with crimson, alike to their liege. Changing their legion iconography with their relocation to Prospero, the 15th Legion would adopt a solar glyph in honor of their expanse into the stars. Bearing their loyalty to their Genefather with immense pride, the Thousand Sons would regardless once more renew their iconography with their ruinous descent into chaos. Adopting the blue and yellow livery in deference to their patron god, Tzeentch, their once disciplined uniform, ranking strictures, and conventions would be abandoned. Varying the designs of their heraldry with elements of golden trim and azure blue, each warband of the 15th Legion would bear personal heraldry whilst maintaining uniformity to the colours of the Lord of Change. Bearing crowns and ornate crests upon their ceramite, alike to the pharaohs of ancient Earth, such ornamentation marks the Astartes of the Thousand Sons, not claimed by the rubric of Ahriman. Now bearing the symbol of Ouroboros upon their left pauldron, the Thousand Sons' depiction of the serpent, wreathed in flame, eating its own tail, espouses the fallen legion's adherence to the eternal cyclical nature of change and renewal. Their right pauldron displays their membership to the numerous sects of the Legion, whether they bear resemblance to the Changer of Ways, Magnus's Cyclopean visage, or the forgotten legacies of Prosperine culture. utilizing runes of varying combinations to identify their membership of the disparate warbands of the 15th. The framing of their heraldry also identifies which squad each member of the Thousand Sons inhabits. Inscribed with magically potent inks crafted from rare materials, Astartes of the 15th also employ tabards of varying colors to denote their thrall band or squad. Though only the most devoted scholars of Tzeentch can truly comprehend the meaning of the enchanted markings of chaos. Prior to their reunion with their Primarch, the Thousand Sons would organize their legion in similar manner to their Legiones Astartes counterparts. With Magnus installed as their leader, the Crimson King would organize fellowships of 1,000 Astartes into the legion, with 10 fellowships being active during their peak numerical strength of approximately 10,000 Astartes. With the catastrophic losses of the Kamenka Troika campaign, an entire fellowship would be lost, resulting in 9 fellowships to become the standard, known as the Pesajet. The commanders of the legion would form the Rahati, or Coven of Magnus, and captains of each fellowship would pilgrimage to their cousin legions to broaden their understanding of their brethren's favoured tactics and compliances. With revered captains such as Phocis Dakar seconded to the Lunar Wolves, the Thousand Sons would promote bonds of interlegion cooperation above and beyond their peers. With select individuals such as Hathor Mart rewarded an oath of moment from the Primarch of the 3rd Legion, Fulgrim, during his cooperation with the Emperor's Children Legion. Highly independent due to their nature as a small legion, the most psychically gifted individuals would be installed to lead each squad as Thrall Wizards. Commanding Imperial Army regiments to bolster their numbers, the Thousand Sons would employ many specialized human regiments such as the Prosperine Guard, Prosperine Spire Guard, Zau Arkad Tugmata, Skyguard Air Command, Palatine Guards, and Personal Titan Legion, the Legio Zestobiacs. Forming specialized organizations within the 15th Legion, Magnus would champion elite cadres to enhance the effectiveness of his legion's psychic prowess. The Rahati, the inner coven of the Legion, would encompass the greatest sorcerers of the Legion. Similar to the position of Mournival within the Lunar Wolves Legion, the Rahati would be guarded by the elite Scarab Occult Terminators, known as the Sekhmet. Veterans of countless wars, Magnus's First Company veterans would fight not only with immense psychic might, but also the brutal fury of the Emperor's finest weapons and armor. Unquestioning in their devotion to the Rahati, the Great Khan of the White Scars and Gorgon of the Iron Hands would remark that the Sekhmet were little more than automatons. The Hidden Ones would serve as the scout auxilia of the Legion. Masters of infiltration and espionage, operatives of the Hidden Ones would gather intelligence for their Legion whilst imprinting psychically reprogrammed sleeper cells within their enemies' ranks. Yet with the Thousand Sons fall to chaos, the organization of the Legion now falls squarely in the palm of the exalted sorcerers. The malevolent arcanists of the Thousand Sons that lord over their kin to no compassion or shame. Driven to accrue mastery and control of the Immaterium, the exalted sorcerers would become empowered by the deaths of their less fortunate kin. Commanding the hollowed husks of the Scarab Occult to serve their whims, the Lords of Dust and Ashes lead their phantom kin in campaigns across the stars. Dreadnoughts of the Legion now skulk the material realm as Hellbrutes of the Ruinous Powers. Intensely hated by the 15th Legion, the Hellbrutes of the Legion hunger for pain and suffering, emotions anathema to the vast battalions of Rubric Marines. Recruiting naive Chaos Space Marines into the fold of the 15th, such pilgrims shall be promised vast powers of the warp for their service. Bound to the malevolent soul of the Hellbrutes, these souls are sacrificed to the abominable ancients of the 15th to sate their need for eternal agony to fuel their machines of war. Requiring surplus forces to meet the needs of their deployments, the Thousand Sons also employ demon engines such as Helldrakes, Defilers, Forge Fiends, and Mauler Fiends to bolster their ranks. Enslaving minor warp beings into their demon engines, the sorcerers of the 15th delight in their dominion over such terrifying creatures and fuel their ego by deploying them as cannon fodder. During the years of the Great Crusade, the Thousand Sons would incorporate 5 cults of the Arcana in order to facilitate the will of their Primarch. Formed by the original members of the Crimson King's inner circle, known as the Rahati, each of the 5 cults would master a discipline of the Great Ocean. Maintaining headquarters within the Grand Pyramids of Tizca, each vanguard of the cults would contain repositories of knowledge adorned with the golden icon of their order. All save for the Pyre cult, whose pyramid would bear an endlessly burning flame, guarded by the warlord titan of the Legio Astorum, Canis Vertex. The Athenaean would specialize in telepathy and communications. Able to read the thoughts of others and communicate en masse across their legion, the Anatheian would prove crucial during the legion's compliances of worlds. Understanding their opposition's strategies as intimately as if written on a page of parchment, the Athenaean would undermine their enemies' deployments before they had even begun. The Corvidae would delve into the great ocean to gain precognition and portents of the future. Seeing all possible futures outlined before them, the Corvidae would advise their counterpart brethren in the optimal progress of campaigns and skirmishes outlined by their divinations. The most preeminent of all the cults of the Thousand Sons, their pedigree would nonetheless wane as the twisting nature of the warp diminished their foresight. The Pavoni would master the arts of psychokinesis, allowing them to manipulate the biological chemistry and physiology of both their kin and their enemies. Manipulating the physical characteristics of their visage and diminishing their physical need for hydration and other bodily ailments, the Pavoni would prove valuable in enhancing their legion's already superior health. Capable of generating lightning born from their innate bioelectrical nervous system, the impact of such energies would overwhelm the organs of their foes, causing their hearts to explode and raise the temperature of their blood to boiling point. Further aiding their legion's apothecaries as arcane healers, the Pavoni would accelerate the cellular growth of wounded battle brothers and allow for hastened redeployment of injured Astartes. The Pyre harnessed pyrokinetic powers, enabling them to control warp-borne hellfire. Lethal when deployed among their legion, the Pyre would also bear the capability of transforming their bodies to better unleash their torrents and projectiles of purging flame. Engulfing their enemies in fire, the Pyre would also be proficient in manipulating and tampering with mechanical automata such as Titan Legios and the Legio Cybernetica. Known as technopathy, the Pyre would undermine battle lines of war machines whilst laying a burning path for their battle brothers to thwart their enemies. Finally, the Raptora would practice the art of telekinesis by hurling objects and ripping enemies with their manipulation of matter. Capable of creating Kine shields to protect their battle brothers and tearing war machines and soldiers to pieces with their abilities, the Raptora would prove crucial during the Legion's defense of Prospero by collectively conjuring a Kine shield to protect their capital city of Tizca from orbital bombardment. Though outside of the 5 cults arcana, 2 more mysterious sects also existed within the Thousand Sons. The Amitara Occult Intercession Cabal, or Amitara Occult, would be shrouded in mystery. Acting in the name of the Order of the Blind, the Amitara would act as the masters of espionage and assassination. Their psychic might would be harnessed solely to mete out death to their enemies, firing long-range weaponry knowing the precise moment wherein their targets would inhabit the space of their shots, accelerating the flow of blood from their victims' wounds or enhancing the speed of their projectiles. The Amitara would hasten the demise of their targets and dub their technique as the Mind Killer. Also of note, the Kenetai Occult Blade Cabal would serve as guardians of the Prosperine cults. Sworn by both verbal and psychic oaths to defend the cults, the most venerated members of the Kenetai would form cabals known as Blades. Swordsmen of otherworldly mastery, these scions of swordcraft would be extensions of their weapons and wield psychocrystalline-infused force weapons inscribed with their wielder's secret name and deeds. Bearing armor forged by the blind master artificers of the Legion, the Blades would defend the cults with unified and deadly skill. In the wake of their fall to the clutches of chaos, the Thousand Sons would propagate their remaining sorcerous endeavors through the implementation of 9 greater cults within the Legion, each led by an exalted sorcerer or demon prince bearing the rank of Magister Templi. Their lieutenants shall carry out the will of each great cult in the name of their master. United in purpose, these bands of miscreant magisters enable the schemes of their patron god and corrupt the very fabric of real space with their deeds. The cult of change would unravel and harness the rejection of order and be tasked with bringing compliance to anarchic and rebellious civilizations. The cult of duplicity employ deceit as an unknowable and Machiavellian force. The cult of knowledge seek to claim all tomes of eldritch teachings across the stars and identify the weaknesses in their foes through harnessing their secrets. The cult of magic unleash their full might in sorcery with no restriction of its power. Obtaining arcane objects in the possession of their foes, the cult of magic seek the purest devastation by means of the warp. The cult of manipulation enthrall their enemies and sow both mortal and demonic spies into the ranks of their opposition. Wreaking havoc from within, the cult of manipulation orchestrate complex plots brought to fruition through means of assassination and demonic possession. The cult of mutation transform their bodies and space around themselves by embracing the cursed flesh change. Transmuting entire planets into demon worlds, the souls of these unfortunate civilizations are turned into grotesque abominations, twisted by the manifestations of the warp. The cult of prophecy pursue the threads of fate whispered from the fabric of the Immaterium. Divining the destiny most befitting their ambitions, the cult of prophecy twist their destiny for their own selfish whims. The cult of scheming concoct intricate campaigns as a form of perverse worship. Reveling in their scheming, the cult orchestrate grand plans of tactical maneuvers and feints in order to achieve grand and complex conquests. The cult of time view the flow of the past, present and future as a resource to be harnessed. Engaging their enemies in both the past and present simultaneously, the cult of time sow the seeds of defeat into their foes' actions long before they even draw their weapons. As masters of Arcanum, despite their small number, each Astartes of the Thousand Sons is a powerful warrior in his own right. Unwilling to battle in close combat when able to cast their warp-spawned sorceries, the Thousand Sons fight with guile and deceit in order to gain advantage in battle. Instilled with an independent nature by the teachings of their Primarch, each sorcerer of the 15th Legion lead detachments of rubric automatons into battle. Prior to their fall during the Horus Heresy, the less psychically gifted members of the Legion would march into battle wielding ether fire cannons, toxin-infused asphyx shells, and conventional bolters. Now empowered by the manipulations of Tzeentch, the Thousand Sons employ a variety of disciplines in battle, including the Disciples of Chance, Sinistrum, Geomortis, Heretic, Ectomancy, Dark Hereticus, and Discipline of Tzeentch. Arming their rubric marines with fell weapons such as Inferno bolters, Soul Reaper cannons, Hellfire missile packs, and Warp flamers, the armies of the 15th Legion incinerate their foes with otherworldly, purging flame. Further bolstered with icons of the ruinous powers, such as the Icon of Flame, each thrall band and greater cult bolsters their potent sorceries by employing 9 lieutenants among their ranks to gain the favor of their patron god through his favored number. Fractured with the failure of the War Master to destroy the Imperium, the Thousand Sons roam the galaxy as largely autonomous warbands. Thrall bands led by minor Chaos sorcerers and lesser Chaos champions of the Magister Templi hound the Imperium, such as the Blades of Magnus, Tizcan Host,
Brothers of Retaliation, Warband of Sektoth, Prism of Fate, and Sektai Prosperin. Estranged sons of Magnus also voyage as shards of the Legion's former glory. Bearing sigils of their past, the Brotherhood of Dust, Crimson Sons, Prodigal Sons, Silver Sons, Red Echo, Warpgeists, and Grand Order of Hermetic Blades seek penance for their past transgressions. The more notable of these remnants of the 15th gain glories befitting their superior strength, as warbands recognized by their Genefather. The Rahati War Sect comprise the assembled might of Magnus's chosen sons, inhabiting the planet of the Sorcerers. Supremely powerful, the Rahati War Sect are named after the once bodyguards of Magnus the Red. Commanded by their Primarch personally, the various demon princes of Tzeentch and veteran Astartes of the Legion carry out the will of Magnus as his most powerful and loyal subjects. The War Covens harness the primal element of battle into spells of prodigious potency. Remolding the very fabric of reality to their whims, the War Covens are a deadly threat to all life among the stars in their pursuit of forbidden, arcane secrets. The War Cabals are the shadow of the Legion's former glory. Conquering the civilizations once under their own protection, the weapons of the War Cabals sunder their former dependencies as an act of vengeful scorn. The Sekhmet Conclave amass great power, led by ancient warriors of the 15th, commanding the thralls of the once noble Scarab Occult Terminators. Imbuing the hulking bodyguards with warp energies and sorcerous wards, the overlords of the Sekhmet Conclave unleash the fury of their Terminators to bring their enemies to heel. The Sangor Warherd deploy mutated beastmen into battle under the control of their masters. Resurrecting the carrion spoils of battle, the necromantic sorcerers delight in reanimating the corpses of their fallen foes. Making trophies from the dead, the avaricious beastmen and their patrons tear their foes limb from limb in order to sate their hunger for trophies and trinkets. And last but by no means least of these warbands are Ahriman's Exiles. Led by the first captain of the Thousand Sons, Arzek Ahriman, the banished Astartes under the command of Magnus's former equerry seek knowledge of the warp to earn their redemption. Rallying disparate and disgraced commanders of his legion, Ahriman calls upon the diminished brotherhood of his kin in order to destroy their enemies. Shrouded in bitter, vengeful zeal, the exiles of the 15th Legion shall not relent in their quest to master the powers of the warp and renew their patronage of their Genefather. Yet the tides of the warp are vast and unknowable, and many believe the toil of the exile shall be mired in blood and ashes, forever damned to hunger for knowledge that can never be sated.
Show me a living soul that believes that he has choice in anything, and I will show you the universe's greatest fool.
I thought the Lunar Wolves were supposed to be the most aggressive of us all. That's how you would like the other legions to think of you, isn't it? The most feared of mankind's warrior classes.
Our reputation speaks for itself, sir. The Legiones Astartes would wage war across the galaxy to unite humanity into the compliance of the Imperium. The single greatest warriors to ever grace the stars, each legion would accrue glories for their deeds and become venerated for their service. Yet among all the Legiones Astartes, one would be favored as the first among equals, and legends of the Great Crusade until their downfall to the thrall of chaos. The deadly instruments of the betrayer of the Emperor, the Sons of Horus. Drawn initially from the populace of Terra, the Astartes of the 16th Legion would be raised to quell the dissident rebels of the techno-barbarian hordes. Volunteering to undergo the surgeries required of a space marine, the subjugated aspirants of the Emperor's conquered foes would be transformed
into valiant enforcers of the Imperium's will. High proportions of the 16th would be recruited from the hunter clans of the Jutagran Bowl and Samsatian slums of Terra, and instill the hardships of toil of conflict within the attitude of the Legion. Intensely aggressive in nature, the 16th Legion would, with the implantation of their Primarch's gene seed, favor sudden, overwhelming methods of war, befitting their rugged and abrasive nature. Equally deployed as the first and last deadly blow to their opposition, the 16th would earn a reputation as warriors capable of inflicting utter devastation. Their glories, initially chronicled for their service in the first pacification of Luna, the 16th would regardless bear deep scars within their collective psyche with further campaigns such as the destruction of the Coriolis enclaves. Cementing legends which would persist to this day within Terran culture, the so-called Counting of the Wolf would instill superstitious fear into the hearts of men at the sight of the Legion's numerals. The opening salvo and crushing termination of 100 wars, the humorless and relentless Astartes of the 16th would, in the wake of the pacification of Terra's moon, embrace the title born of their reputation, the Lunar Wolves. Adorning their armor with a wolf's head emblazoned across the moon of Luna, the Astartes of the Lunar Wolves would also wear pelts across their ceramite to represent their predatory image. As the first Legion to draw recruits from worlds outside of Terra, the Lunar Wolves would travel to the nearby mining colony of Cophonia during 800.M30. Within sublight velocity, the Lunar Wolves would reunite with the first Primarch of the Imperium to be discovered, their Gene Father. Though to call such an event fortuitous would be a grave error. Horus Lupercal would be found at a young age upon Cophonia, with much of his deeds redacted and obscured from Imperial scholars. What is known is that the son of the Emperor would thrive upon the derelict world and rise to become the leader of the colony's criminal gangs. Mentored by the Master of Mankind, the Lupercal would be the first of his sons to be molded into a leader of the Imperium. A protege of many talents, Horus would be swift in his assimilation of teachings of state, politics, empire building, and military doctrine. Given command of the 16th Legion, Horus would lead his army of 10,000 Astartes for 3 Terran decades as the singular Primarch of the Great Crusade. The Cophonian warriors inducted into the Lunar Wolves would be fitting killers to unleash the fury of the Imperium across the galaxy. Traversing beyond the Sol system, the first expeditionary fleets comprised of the 16th Legion, now abounding with tens of thousands of Cophonian Astartes, the tenacious Space Marines would hunger for battle. Instilling Cophonian traditions and customs into the Legion, the demeanor of the 16th would slowly supplant its Terran culture. Topknots and mohawks, common among the headhunter gangs of their homeworld, would mark the Astartes of the burgeoning Legion, as the killing blows of campaigns would be referred to as a Bathan, or the throat-cutting of their enemies. Intensely loyal to their Primarch, the Lunar Wolves would follow in his footsteps as the charismatic and indomitable champions of the Imperium. For soon, their legacy would be cemented in legend, with the dawn of the Crusade which would mark their Gene Father as the most cherished son of the Emperor. The Orxenos had spread across the stars alike to a virulent plague. The Primarchs of the Emperor had been restored unto the Imperium, and every legion had taken arms to bring compliance to the void. The Orc warlord, Erlak Erg, would amass a tide of orcs so vast that the entire assembled Imperial military would be the only sufficient response to its might. Assembling every one of the Legiones Astartes, countless Imperial army regiments, and the might of the Omnissiah's Titan Legios, the Master of Mankind would enact the Ulanor Crusade. The Lunar Wolves had been lauded above all for their glory, and with their Primarch at the head of their campaigns, annihilated every foe in their path with inelegant yet effective force for over 2 centuries. The Imperium had grown to become the single largest star-spanning empire ever seen, yet it would take every able-bodied warrior of humanity to defeat the Greenskins. Surrounding the perimeter of the Orc Expanse, the Imperium's vast armies would drive back the tide. Cornering the Stellar Empire, upon the world of Ulanor Prime, the Emperor would deploy 100,000 Astartes, 8 million Imperial Army soldiers, and the might of thousands of Voidcrafts in order to invade the Orc homeworld. Alongside Horus Lupercal and his Lunar Wolves, the Emperor would lead the charge in slaying Erlak Urg and ending the blight of the Greenskins. Horus Lupercal would slay the Orc warlord and cast its corpse from the tower of the Orcs' abominable citadel. The Orcs would be routed, with the Lunar Wolves proving crucial to dealing the death blow to the upstart Greenskin Empire. And the Master of Mankind would recognize his most cherished son and his legion for their unimpeachable service to humanity. Bestowing Horus with the title of War Master, the Lupercal would be tasked with leading the remainder of the Great Crusade as the Emperor returned to Holy Terra to conduct his secretive Webway project. The Lunar Wolves would be honored alike to their Genefather and be renamed the Sons of Horus as a mark of respect for their venerated Primarch. Now endorsed as the preeminent Astartes Legion, the Sons of Horus would continue to bring worlds into compliance for the remainder of the Great Crusade. Respected by their peers above all, doubt would nonetheless take hold within the Legion's Genefather. Initially resistant to change the moniker of his Legion, Horus would relent to his father's gesture, much to the chagrin of his brothers. Resentment would grow among the most ambitious Primarchs, and divisions would begin to divide the familial bonds of the Emperor's sons. The War Master would be burdened with the single greatest duty in humanity's history to complete the Emperor's campaign to rule the galaxy. Fearful of falling short of his father's deeds, Horus would become susceptible to the guile and manipulations of the servants of the ruinous powers. Lorgar Aurelian, Primarch of the 17th Legion, the Word-Bearers, had already been ensnared by chaos and would dispatch his first chaplain, Erebus, to whisper falsities into the War Master's thoughts. Denied clarity by the Emperor in his dealings of the Webway project upon Terra, and anxious of failing the burgeoning Imperium as its newly appointed Commander-in-Chief, Horus's fall from grace would be swift. Bitterness, frustration, and paranoia would burrow deep within Horus's soul, and upon the moon of Darwin, the War Master would be fatally wounded. The once friend of Horus, planetary governor Eugen Temba, had been corrupted by the fell plague god, Nurgle. Commanding hordes of undead soldiers, Temba would wield the malevolent Kinebrak Anaphane, stolen by Erebus, and with its edge, pierce the War Master's armor. Digging into the flesh of the Lupercal, its corrupting influence would corrode Horus's body. Festering wounds upon his very soul, the most trusted Astartes of the 16th, the Mournival, would bring the comatose body of the War Master to the Legion's apothecaries. Unable to rouse their Genefather from slumber as his condition ever worsened, in an act of desperation, the Sons of Horus would endorse the Council of Erebus. Taking Horus's body to the Temple of the Serpent Lodge upon Darwin's moon, the Davonite shamans of the lodge would begin their ritual to revive the Lupercal. Their dark arts would transfer Horus's spirit to the Immaterium, wherein the War Master would observe a vision of the Imperium of Man's dystopian future. Humanity worshipped the Emperor and his Primarchs as gods, whilst toiling within a regime so terrible that it stood in opposition of every teaching of the Imperial truth. The gods of chaos would reveal the Emperor's theft of knowledge from the Immaterium to create the Primarchs and grant him power beyond any mortal being. Accepting a pact with the ruinous powers, Horus would be promised the galaxy should he slay the Emperor and sunder the Imperium. Awakening from his nightmare, Horus would be reborn as the fell champion of chaos. Ignorant of his own intervention in the portrayal of the grim future he would create, the War Master would rally
every Primarch embittered to their treatment by the Emperor, and begin his damned civil war against the Imperium. Purging the loyalist elements within the 16th Legion, Horus's most trusted officers would enact fratricide against their once battle brothers upon the world of Istvan Free. The Horus heresy had begun, and the fate of humanity now hung in the balance. The Emperor would soon learn of Horus's betrayal and dispatch his vast armies to combat the traitors to the throne. The Legiones Astartes would wage war among one another in countless bloody wars and battles as the galaxy burned. For years, the War Master would lead his army of psychopaths, despots and heretics towards Holy Terror. The loyal heroes of the Imperium would stall the War Master's advance as countless souls of every creed of the Imperial war machine blunted their blades and fired every last bolter, lasgun and void cannon in their desperate defiance of the traitor assault for 7 Terran Standard years. The champion of the ruinous powers would not be slain by any mere mortal, for the fate of humanity would be decided by the final battle against the Emperor. The Sons of Horus would lead the charge into the heat of the Imperium's might, as the Siege of Terra wrought untold casualties between the Legiones Astartes. Standing at the side of their Genefather during the culmination of the heresy, the final battle to claim the soul of humanity would begin. Bloated with power, Horus would in his duel with the Emperor wound the master of mankind and be poised to rule the galaxy as its Dark King. Yet with a final blast of psychic energy, the Emperor would purge the War Master from existence. Reeling in horror at the demise of their champion, the remnants of the broken Sons of Horus would flee into the Eye of Terror. Pursued by the vengeful loyalist legions, the 16th, once within the embrace of the Ocularis Terribus, would find safe harbor upon the demon world of Malium. Offering their souls to the Chaos Gods for scraps of their power, the surviving members of the Sons of Horus would be vulnerable to infighting among the remnant traitor legions. Enduring the Legion War, the Sons of Horus would once more be shamed with the Emperor's children's theft of their Primarch's corpse. Fabius Bile, Chief Apothecary of the 3rd Legion, would attempt to clone the War Master in order to once again lead the traitor legions to destroy the Imperium. Succeeding in his experiments, Bile would create the Lupercal anew, if only for a moment. Ezekiel Abaddon, first captain of the 16th, would confront the clone of his Genefather and slay the avatar of his legion's failure. The Sons of Horus were extinct, a dead legion befitting a failed patron. Yet from the corpse of the Sons of Horus, a new legion would be cannibalized. Abaddon the Despoiler's heralds of his accursed crusades to destroy the Imperium, the Black Legion. The organization of the 16th would first be molded during the days of the Unification Wars of Terra. Adhering closely to the outlines first devised by the Officio Militaris prior to the introduction of the Primarchs to the Imperium, the then Lunar Wolves would be divided into squads between 10 and 20 Astartes. Led by sergeants, groupings of squads would be led by veterans whom would be referred to as chieftains, with the reunion of their Primarch and the customs of Chthonia's gang culture. Maintaining great armories and weapon stores, the 16th Legion would be outfitted with ample armaments, befitting specialized squads containing destroyer and seeker units. Tithe great numbers of armored vehicles from worlds brought into their compliance, Horus would observe the legions of his brother Primarchs and incorporate effective compositions of units into squads such as Breacher squads of the 7th Legion. Forming Despoiler squads, trained to overwhelm weakened enemy emplacements with close combat weaponry and concentrated suppressing fire, these squads would be adopted by the White Scars and Iron Warriors legions in their attempt to mimic their effectiveness. Companies would be led by the legion's captains
and incorporate several squads into the fold of sizes befitting each individual engagement. Some companies would comprise as few as 36 Astartes, whilst others would eclipse 900, each led by commanders specializing in their own doctrines of war. Companies would also include specialists within their ranks to add versatility in their methods of waging war, with the standard averaging 2 veterans, 3 reconnaissance, 1 heavy support, and several support weapon squads. Forming battalions, chapters, cohorts and regiments from groupings of companies, the Sons of Horus would adhere to strict hierarchical command, if not stringent organization. Crafted for individual campaigns by the War Master himself, the 16th Legion would rely heavily on the leadership of their captains for each rapid assault formation, referred to as spear tips. Such pragmatism would not, however, be evidence of carelessness, as Horus would allow for his legion to strike with precision and self-reliance in every theatre of war. Though among certain squads, brotherhoods of close-knit warriors would form, with some squads adopting honorific titles such as the First Sons and Deathmakers, with some even bearing their squad's chieftain's name as a moniker. Customs of Chthonia's gang culture would see the widespread adoption of sigils and kill markings across veteran Astartes armor plate, to which junior members of the Legion would imitate. The transition of their armor's white paint to sea green would further distance their customs from their origins of terror, embracing the dark traditions of blood pride and fiefdoms of Chthonia's past. The Sons of Horus would ever slowly turn from the Emperor's example. Amassing between 130,000 to 170,000 Astartes prior to the events of the Horus Heresy, the Sons of Horus would be among the numerically largest legions of the Imperium. Given command of a vast fleet in excess to any of their peers, save for the Imperial Fist Legion, the 16th would command over 100 capital ships and 300 smaller support vessels. The Crusades of the War Master would be led by their imposing flagship, the Vengeful Spirit, and deploy its most deadly warriors to the vanguard of battle. Horus Lupercal would be the utmost authority in commanding his legion, yet facilitate his orders to be carried out by his closest advisors. Among his most trusted advisors, the Mournival would give counsel to the War Master in his deliberations and strategies to bring compliance to the galaxy. Consisting of 4 chosen captains, membership within the Warrior Lodge would be enshrined in tradition and steer the destiny of the Legion through their influence. Embodying the virtues and glories of the Lunar Wolves and subsequently Sons of Horus, the Mournival would adorn their pauldrons with the cycling phases of moonlight to signify the changing nature of their legion. Prior to the fall of the Legion, Ezekyle Abaddon would bear the full moon, Horus Aximand would bear the half moon, Garviel Loken would bear the new moon, and Tarik Torgadon would bear the gibbous moon. The Elite First Company would contain 2 elite squads of the chapter's finest warriors. The Justaerin would be commanded by First Captain Ezekyle Abaddon, whilst the Kachelan Reaver Assault Squad would be led by Callus Ekadon. Clad in black armor, in stark contrast to their Lunar Wolves' original pearl white sheen, the First Company would lead the most deadly of charges into the heart of their enemies. Favoring tactical dreadnought armor, the Justaerin and Kachelan Reavers would prove to be an overwhelming force, capable of sundering any defensive positions with overwhelming firepower. Yet not all members of the 16th would be honored for their deeds in battle, for those whom brought dishonor to the Sons of Horus would be relegated to the Destroyer Squads. Armed with weapons of devastating power, such as rad weapons and phosphex bombs, the Destroyer Squads would march into battle in chem-scalded armor plate. Considered a necessary evil by their legion, the Astartes of the Destroyers would carry out the dark deeds necessary to bring their enemies to heel. Prior to their descent into the clutches of the ruinous powers, the gene seed of the 16th would be among the purest of the Astartes legions. Derived from Horus's genome, the gene seed of the Lupercal would greatly empower any subject implanted with the organs to standards above the majority of Astartes aspirants of their peers. Yet despite the pedigree of such materials, The Legion's corruption by the forces of chaos would pervert its function and lead to rampant mutations within the ranks of the 16th. Cherishing their abominable changes with pride by the degenerates of the traitorous Space Marines, the Sons of Horus, while unable to reimplant the gene seed of their fallen brethren into new initiates, would kill many potential neophytes in the attempt. It is for this reason that the longevity of the Sons of Horus Legion would be irreparable in the wake of the death of their Primarch, and lead Abaddon the Despoiler to draft recruits into his Black Legion of varying, disparate warbands. The homeworld of the Sons of Horus, Cophonia, would fall to ruin in the years following the Horus Heresy and fragment into asteroid debris due to the planet's unstable geostructural integrity. Once rich in valuable ore traded across the stars, Cophonia's carcass serves as further reminder of the downfall of the 16th Legion. Though conjecture among Imperial scholars point to Cophonia's destruction at the hands of Loyalist fleets during the Great Scouring of the Traitors, the gang world had already shown signs of degradation and degeneration during the time of the Great Crusade. Adaptable in their strategies and martial capabilities, the Sons of Horus would, when commanded by their Primarch, prove to be a reliable and exceptional fighting force. Yet with the fall of the War Master at the hands of the Emperor, the once proud warriors of the Imperium would fall into disorganized panic. Broken in discipline, morale, and numbers, the Sons of Horus would dissolve into small warbands ruled by despotic Chaos champions. Their Gene-Sire had been proven false, and in the power struggle left from his passing, a new legion would be born. First Captain Ezekiel Abaddon would abandon his legion to seek purpose and pursue answers from the Dark Gods. The 16th had shed many skins from the grey storm cloud sheen of unification, the pearlescent splendor of the lunar wolves, and pale green, honoring the Legion's triumph of Ulanor as the venerated Sons of Horus. Their superiority had been bested, their pride torn asunder, and failure stained the very air where the Astartes of the 16th lurked. They were no longer the wolves of ancient terror, and the Eye of Horus, once emblazoned proudly on their armor, now served only as a reminder of their disgrace. Returning to the galaxy with the blood of his reborn Primarch drenching the lightning claw once used to wound the master of mankind, Abaddon the Despoiler would rally the fragments of his past legion into a new army. The Black Legion would be born from the ashes of the Sons of Horus, and under the leadership of the new War Master of Chaos, they would not rest until the Imperium's destruction had been achieved. Now the single largest warband of the ruinous powers, the Black Legion stalks the galaxy, hungry for the blood of the Emperor's loyal subjects. For the Sons of Horus may be extinct, but the bitter fury of its legacy shall live eternal. Tell us how the Sons of Horus took their new title. Tell us how they became the Black Legion. At first, I had no answer. I wasn't expecting the question was genuine. I said I would tell you how the Sons of Horus died and how the Black Legion was born. I never said one became the other. But he wasn't finished. He had scripture of his own to quote. It is written by Skryre Dianthon, and thus driven from holy terror and reigning forevermore in the underworld, the Sons of Horus, the treacherous 16th, became the Black Legion. Ah, suddenly it all made sense. From shame and shadows recast, I said softly, the words for myself alone, in black and gold reborn. What? I told you, before the beginning, there was an end. The Sons of Horus never reigned in the Eye. Their ghosts commanded nothing but graveyards of their own warships. Their shades ruled over fallen fortresses. The Sons of Horus died 10,000 of your years ago. I know. I watched it happen. They were the 16th Legion, but the Black Legion was not founded by the Emperor and never fought in his name. It bears no number.
numbers were only bestowed upon the legions of the Great Crusade, and we, my Imperial friends, are the Legion of the Long War.
I will meet the dying Emperor's empty eye sockets and tell him the war is almost over. At last, after 10,000 years of banishment in the underworld, his angels are coming home. These are the end times. None of you are destined to survive the coming of the Crimson Path. The Imperium has been losing the Long War since it was first declared. And now, we enter the endgame. I will tell you everything, Inquisitor, because for you, it will change nothing. Throughout the millennia of humanity's rise to power, many powerful foes have risen to prevent the species' ascension. Forgotten empires of hollow kings, depraved seneschals who betrayed their mantle of rulership, and beings from beyond the veil of the material world, reveling in the misery of others. Yet among the Imperium's greatest woes is that no shortage of nemeses were crafted from its own failures. Myriad despots and tyrants, all too willing to take up arms against their creator to mete out a meager vestige of revenge for their own sins. For today, we shall elucidate a warband of chaos which eclipses all others, led by the greatest threat to the Emperor's reign, provided power by malevolent benefactors. The coalition of the despoiler of empires, the Black Legion. In order to understand the origins of the largest warband to ever sully the stars, mention of their primogenitor of old must be taken into consideration. Though a collection of traitors of many creeds and cultures, the foundations of the Black Legion stem from the armies of their leader, Ezekiel Abaddon, the most revered of all Astartes' creeds in their glory days, the Sons of Horus. The foremost legion, as the first among equals during their tenure of the Unification Wars, the 16th Legion as it was known, fought under the banner of the Lunar Wolves, a title which struck fear into the hearts of the wicked, as their pacification of Terra's moon lived on as legend for many years. Drawing the majority of their recruits from the subjugated enemies of the Master of Mankind, with his reunion of his most cherished son, Horus Lupercal, the character of the Lunar Wolves changed. Overwhelmingly drawing aspirants from the gang members of their Primarch's homeworld, Cathonia, the cultures of the planet's crime syndicates took on a character of their own, establishing trappings and customs which reflected the hardy circumstance of their prior toil. Quickly establishing themselves as the pioneers of the Legiones Astartes, the benefit of being led by a returned Primarch of the Imperium, unopposed for decades, cannot be understated. Aggressive in their deployments, specializing in shock assault formations, even the glories won by the enormous Ultramarines Legion, which would follow, supported by their empire's logistics within the Imperium's domains, could not close the gap between their deeds made. The pinnacle of their glory achieved with the Imperium's victory against the Greenskin Hordes, the Ulanor triumph marked the beginning of a new era of the Imperium, with their Primarch Horus Lupercal's ascension as War Master. Appointed to continue the Emperor's crusade in his stead, whilst the Master of Mankind attended to pressing duties upon the throne world, the Lunar Wolves eschewed their pearl and black ceramite in favor of the sea green, which would mark their new namesake, the Sons of Horus. Their favor undisputable to all of their peers from this day forth, regardless of the honor bestowed upon the Legion. The torment felt by Horus, now burdened as the custodian of his father's dream for galactic dominance, would prove the key to his downfall. Bristling at the decision made by the Council of Terra, whose meddling continued to interfere with his directives as Master of the Great Crusade, Horus's doubts of his own capabilities fed upon his bitterness, resentment, and frustration with his father's rule. Upon the world of Darwin, the path of Horus's damnation was set in motion. His wounding by the fell artifact, the Anaphame inviting disease of the Plague Father to ravage his body, as his stalwart son, Abaddon, helplessly watched on. Turning to the advisements of the snake within their midst, Chaplain Erebus of the Word-Bearers to find a means to heal their Primarch, priests of the Serpent's Lodge of Darwin tended to Horus's wounds as they forfeit his soul to the gods of chaos. War erupted upon the uncontested realms of mankind. The War Master now pledged as a servant of chaos, embarking upon a 7-year campaign to depose his father as the new Emperor of Humanity and Dark King Ascendant. purging the loyalist elements within the ranks of his legion upon the killing fields of Istvan III, his alliance with the Primarchs Fulgrim of the Emperor's Children, Angron of the World Eaters, and Mortarion of the Death Guard, sparking the first great conflict to reforge the galaxy in his own image. Reticent to deploy his own forces for the remainder of the campaign, Horus Lupercal held his precious sons in reserve to better unleash upon Holy Terror for the conclusive final gambit of his betrayal, the Siege of Terra. Billions perished as entire legions of Astartes suffered the barbs of pride, arrogance, corruption, and deceit. The blood of angels soaking the soil of countless worlds, until the final battle waged within Horus's flagship, nearly a decade of slaughter ended by the Master of Mankind as he felled the War Master of Chaos. Ezekiel Abaddon witnessed the death of his own Gene Father's dream before withdrawing from the conflict at the helm of the Vengeful Spirit. His once mighty legion had been sundered, the loyalists clutching bitter victory from the jaws of defeat, as every traitor made haste to the relative safety of the Eye of Terror. Escaping the wrath of the loyalists, now unwilling to enter the domains of the terrible pantheon of chaos, the traitor legions turned upon themselves as they fought for scraps of resources. The first captain of the Sons of Horus, unwilling to draw his blade for a cause he saw no purpose in fighting for. Withdrawing from the mayhem wrought by the Legion Wars, Abaddon roamed the expanse of the Ocularis Terribus, the vengeful spirit fading from prominence as Abaddon's pilgrimage to seek new meaning abandoned his legion to slow decay without true leadership. Floundering, with no Primarch nor direction, the Sons of Horus struggled to rally under common cause. The constant harrying by their former allies, now empowered by their patron gods, bleeding the 16th slowly over time. Preserving the body of the War Master within their fortress of the demon world of Malium, these crestfallen sons constructed a mausoleum of rust and steel, made of broken voidcraft known as the Lupercalios, to protect his form as best was feasible. Defending their bastion from demonic incursions, this last duty of the Broken Legion allowed for a flimsy unity until the Lupercal's body was seized by the Emperor's Children. Spiriting the War Master's corpse to the world of harmony, the Spider of the Third, Fabius Bile, intended to clone the War Master in order to begin the war against the Loyalists anew. Desperate for any means to prevent the Lupercal's revival, only to serve by the whims of the Manflayer, the Widowmaker of the Sons of Horus, Falcus Kyber, assembled what allies remained to him, willing to seek out the Vengeful Spirit. Aided by the Thousand-Sun Sorcerer, Iskandar Kion, Sargon Eregesh of the Wordbearers, Leorvine Ukris of the World Eaters, and Telemachon Lyris of the Emperor's Children, Kyber set out to retrieve Abaddon from his dark pilgrimage to lead the Sons of Horus in the Lupercal's stead. Finding a bedraggled and aloof warrior with the conclusion of their traversal through the fickle tides of the warp, the Fellowship of Kyber looked upon the vast array of trophies Abaddon had claimed within a hangar large enough to have once housed Titans. Rotting corpses of myriad foes hung from chains, as piles of bones, forbidden scrolls, fragments of armor, and untold weapons scattered among the decking. The first captain had not stood idle during his self-imposed exile, as was evident from Kion's inspection of a golden halberd claimed from a custodian among the messy array of trophies. Briefly disarmed by the peculiar hermit, who had assembled imitations of a Techmarine's workshop, strewn with priceless trophies preserved with little care, the first captain had spent his time not only slaughtering fell beasts, but also studying forbidden tomes of unknown progeny. Revealing himself to have lured the pilgrims to his side, Abaddon had known of the destruction of Lupercalios, yet showed no interest in fighting wars fought between squabbling warbands. Choosing each of them to be the impetus for a new brotherhood of warriors, Abaddon would not return to a horde, but a legion, recast with no Primarch to lead them into calamity as all others had. Arming himself with the talon of his slain father, Abaddon made course for harmony, Kion psychically dragging his own vessel, used to reach the first captain, the Talalok, behind them for months on end. Hurling the inert voidcraft with his psychic might, following the Talalok's devastation of Harmony's surface, Abaddon and his comrades in arms descended upon the Canticle City. Confronting Fabius Bile within his laboratory, Abaddon and his pilgrims found upon clones of the Primarchs in varying states of development, purging them all until the cause of their venture revealed itself. Horus Lupercal, reborn in stature, if not mind, fought the band of warriors. The great mace of the War Master, Worldbreaker, hurling them to and fro until Abaddon caught its haft within his talon. Remarking that such a weapon was not his to wield, the clone of Horus felt its bite tear through his chest as Abaddon rent the abomination from existence and proclaimed himself the true War Master of Chaos. Swearing to overthrow the Corpse Emperor as he demanded all Astartes of the Sons of Horus to join his new legion, every captain who opposed Abaddon's rule were felled until he stood unopposed. Whether seeing Abaddon as the rightful successor of Horus, intrigued by the prospect of his radical new legion, or submitting to strength alone, it mattered not. The remnants of the 16th Legion once more eschewed their heraldry in favor of the black and gold of their new master. Freed from the shadow of their father's failure, the Black Legion began to expand, offering a place into the fold with only one demand: obey the War Master. The examples made of the thrice-cursed traitors of the Sons of the Eye, Wolves of Horus, and True Sons warbands, reminding all of the fate which idolaters of the Lupercal would receive. Untold were the legionaries discontent with the rule of their primarchs, and so the Legion grew. Their hunger to enact revenge against the Imperium, unifying them in purpose by the promising warlord made great not by bloodline, but deeds. Adorning his trophy rack with the skulls of slain Chaos champions who attempted to dismantle his legion from within or without, it did not take long for the independent warbands of Chaos to learn not to incur the wrath of the master of the Black Legion. Abaddon's charisma, strength, and cunning, winning several skeptical warlords to his cause, vast expanses of the Eye of Terror were claimed to burgeon the domains of the Legion. The War Master refusing to establish his base of operations on the soil of any planet to prevent becoming easy prey for a concerted rival assault. The only fleet-based legion to exist within the domains of the Eye, the Vengeful Spirit, as among the only remaining Gloriana-class Voidcraft remaining within the galaxy, is an imposing force unto itself. Rivaling all armies that can be mustered by any faction of the galactic expanse, not even the traitor Primarchs could have mustered such a vast assortment of warriors to their cause. The War Master's refusal to surrender his soul to any of the gods of chaos, further imbuing him with otherworldly power, as the Pantheon vie endlessly for his submission. The black paint of the Legion's heraldry, both a constant reminder of their shame and funereal sign to mark the death of their Primarch. Few warbands dare to share such colours on their panoplies to prevent the gaze of the despoiler looking down upon them. Retaining the Eye of Horus as their sigil, the Black Legion nonetheless imposed the Star of Chaos upon its design, their pledge to destroy the Emperor and his Imperium paramount to their existence. These champions of the gods of chaos refused to fight as thralls, but true warriors. Their dream to inevitably assault Holy Terror with a single, overwhelming strike during the Imperium's hour of direst need, driving the Black Legion to new heights of slaughter as they amass further firepower, resources, and influence. Returning to real space during 781.M31, the Black Legion's first act of aggression against the Imperium would be marked with the death of its greatest champion. High Marshal Sigismund deploying his fleet of Black Templars to aid the beleaguered planets within proximity of the Eye of Terror. Even though this second founding chapter had won glories aplenty during the Great Scouring, never before had the Imperium seen such a large army of traitors since the days of the Horus Heresy. Ravaged by 1,000 years of warfare, the Emperor's champion had slowed with age, imperceptibly so to even the keenest eyes, as during the clash between Abaddon and Sigismund, the Black Templar buried his sword to the hilt through the War Master's chest. Slaying Sigismund despite his grievous wound, the return of the High Marshal's body to Terra, clutching his black sword, would herald the return of the traitors to the Imperium. A single phrase etched upon the ebon blade: "We are returned." Forging temporary alliances with fragments of the traitor legions time and again as they supported the Black Legion's campaigns henceforth. Though the War Master had dealt a devastating blow in ending the legend of Sigismund, his next action would see such infamy pale in comparison. Not content with simply pillaging the worlds of the Imperium, Abaddon would enact the first of many of his Black Crusades. A fell mirror to the Great Crusade of centuries past, these campaigns waged to achieve bespoke objectives, which when cultivated, would enable the final downfall of the Imperium. Whole star systems were destroyed during such conflicts, many taking decades to reach their conclusion. The first enacted the same year of Sigismund's death, during 781.M31. The First Battle of Cadia would not be the last attempt to destroy the crucial Fortress world. Hundreds of planets burning within the Segmentum Obscurus as Abaddon's fleet fought their way to his ultimate objective. Establishing blood pacts with each of the ruinous pantheon, the Dark Gods gifted Abaddon knowledge of a weapon of immense evil, its location within the Tower of Silence of the world of Uralan, shrouded in a cloak of shadow to conceal its presence. Draknien, echo of the first murder and ender of empires, had languished in stasis deep within a labyrinth for over a millennia. The demon contained within its edge, the only to have ever wounded the master of mankind during the war within the Webway. Claiming the sword as his instrument of destruction henceforth, Abaddon's spoils of the First Black Crusade had armed him with a weapon capable of tearing reality itself apart. The wounds inflicted by its bite, capable of killing the master of mankind, should it ever have the opportunity, as its presence empowered his already terrible form. Forced to withdraw back into the Eye of Terror due to the Imperium's hurried creation of new Space Marine chapters to combat the threat of chaos, nonetheless, the Black Legion had been triumphant. Undisputed as the true herald of chaos ascended, in the eyes of many pledged to serve the ruinous powers, Abaddon allowed his warlords free rein to pillage the Imperium's domains at their pleasure, should they set aside their independence when called upon for each subsequent Black Crusade. The Second Black Crusade began during 597.M32 within the Bellis Corona sector of space, Abaddon infusing each world with warp energies, whilst the Black Legion fleet harried Imperial shipyards to slow their construction and repair of devastating voidcraft. Over 300 years later, the Third Black Crusade began during 909.M32, the reckless assault of the Cadian Gate by the demon prince Talomin, costing millions of Imperial lives until the Space Wars intervention, allowing Abaddon to simultaneously strike the shrine world of Gerstal, breaking the ancient seal upon its namesake's tomb. The Fourth Black Crusade, over a millennia thereafter, of 001.M34, beginning the so-called Elfanor War. The Black Legion besieged the famed unbreakable citadel of Cromarch, cleaving its adamantium gates in twain with a strike of Draknien. The Warmaster led his men to victory, ending the ancient bloodline of Cromarch. The Fifth Black Crusade of 723.M36 set within the Elysia sector of space. As raiding parties distracted Imperial defenders of hundreds of planets, Abaddon lured the Warhawk and Venerators chapters to their doom upon the world of Taranth. Within the ruins of Casa Lutane, demonic hordes of Khorne butchered the Astartes, the skulls of such space marines taken by the Demon Prince Doombreed as trophies, while Abaddon secured his unknown objective. Ending a long-standing grudge against the Sons of the Eye splinter warband of the Black Legion during the Sixth Black Crusade of 901.M36, Abaddon aided their assault of the Forge World of Arkreach before felling the Chaos Lord Drakarth the Sightless with his talon and assimilating what remained of his men back into the fold. The Seventh Black Crusade of 811.M37, enacting the Ghost War. This campaign of paranoia, deception, and disinformation played upon the Imperium's fears as Abaddon sought to claim Geneseed from the Blood Angels chapter to barter with the infamous manflayer, Fabius Bile. Khan the Betrayer and his Khornate berserkers aiding the Black Legion's assault as the Blood Angels retreated from the world of Midian, a peculiar ally aided their plight during their hour of need. The writings of Saint Leve, inscribed within the Sainted Sisters Canticle of Cassandria, speak of Astartes who fell upon the servants of the Skald One with great fury from the darkness, unseen as the beast that lurks beneath the black waters, death for death, blood for blood. Thus were the sons of Sanguinius bought respite, and did turn back upon their pursuers, and so were the damned traitors of the false gods driven unto their ruin. Honoured upon the cemetery world of Hippacetus, which depicts frescoes of such mysterious warriors, Imperial scholars have ascertained such Astartes to be the enigmatic Carcharodon's chapter, who fought to give the Blood Angels time to reorganize their forces. Retaliating against the Black Legion upon the world of Makan, the Blood Angels neared total extinction of their chapter in the ensuing battle. The Reclusiarch Phalastian Joros among the few to have ever landed an attack upon the Warmaster, as the wounds inflicted from his last act of defiance retain scars on his form to this day. Honoured for his martial skill, Abaddon, now victorious, at the cost of his honour guard taking great casualties at the hands of Joros' death company, ordered his men not to defile the Reclusiarch or his men's bodies, nor retrieve their Geneseed from the spoils. Constructing thrones of the Black Legion dead to seat such warriors' corpses atop, none can know for certainty if such a gesture was made as mockery, or twisted respect by the War Master. The 8th Black Crusade, enacted during 999.M37, the Black Legion slaughtered Imperial citizens in precise numbers to enact a complex ritual of death devised by the Changer of Ways, Tzeentch. The 9th Black Crusade of 537.M38 intended to destroy the naval fortress of Cancephalus, their first deployment within the monarch hive of its neighboring planet, Anticanus, laying a trap for Imperial relief efforts as they slaughtered the civilian populace. Withdrawing as Imperial reinforcements deployed, Abaddon bombarded the planet with cyclonic torpedoes before harrying Cancephalus. The resultant 17 years of war bleeding its resources dry, as chapters such as the Lamenters failed to thwart the War Master's attacks. Repelled by the Ultramarines and White Scars chapters upon the world of Corellia, the valor of such Astartes prevented the extinction of the Lamenters chapter, who had been abandoned by the Mortifactors, deeming their efforts to be cursed. The 10th Black Crusade of 001.M39, known as the Conflict of Helica, seeking to glean information of the defenses of the Medusan system of space, Abaddon joined forces with the Primarch of the Iron Warriors, Perturabo, besetting the Helican subsector of Scarus. As the Black Legion deployed upon the hive world of Thracian Primaris, the Iron Warriors assaulted the home system of the Iron Hands. The carnage wrought by the Hammer of Olympia, close to destroying the Iron Tenth, until Imperial reinforcements forced the traitors to withdraw. The 11th Black Crusade of 301.M39 made to break the Imperial cordon of the warp storms surrounding the domains of the Eye of Terror. Abaddon's hopes of harnessing a captured demon as a means of navigation backfired, transporting the Black Fleet into a confrontation with the Wa of Orc warboss Murgor. Upon the cardinal world of Reloria, the Black Legion waged war against the Greenskins for months on end, capturing Orcoid specimens for later study. Though the 11th Black Crusade had been a disaster from the start, the assembled might of the Black Legion would not go to waste. The penultimate 12th Black Crusade, enacted during 139.M41, the otherwise known Gothic War waged within the Segmentum Obscurus, as Abaddon claimed 2 Blackstone fortresses to add to his armada's might. Destroying several worlds within the Gothic sector using his seized Xenos Voidcraft. Though the Black Legion would be pushed back by the noble warriors of the Imperial Navy, the War Master's procurement of such devastating weapons would prove crucial for his final objective. Last and most infamous of all was Abaddon's 13th Black Crusade of 999.M41. The conclusion of the 41st millennium marked with the downfall of the fortress world of Cadia, as the Despoiler hurled his Blackstone fortress, the Will of Eternity, unto its surface, sundering the Necron pylons upon the planet's surface, which aided in the constraint of the Eye of Terror. With Cadia's destruction, the last bastion, stationed to contain the forces of chaos within the Eye of Terror, had been quelled. Soon after destroying the remaining pylons on myriad other worlds, the warp energies of the Eye of Terror expanded until its presence bisected the Imperium in twain. The final objective of Abaddon's Black Crusades realized. Now capable of allowing the denizens of the Oculus Terribus from invading the galaxy from untold vulnerabilities of the Imperium's domains, the Black Legion had after 10 millennia heralded the final days of the Emperor's reign, and Abaddon now stood alone as the most accomplished champion of chaos. The prior legacy of the Sons of Horus, known for their ability to trailblaze new strategies and battle methodologies, just as their destroyer squads and tactical squads would be adopted by other legions during their service of the Great Crusade, the Black Legion would experiment by virtue of their myriad influences inherited from brothers of many creeds. Using the 16th Legion's aggressive tendencies as foundations for their combat doctrine, the Black Legion always attack their enemies' weak points as a priority, typically enabling one-sided conflicts which end with overwhelming firepower laying waste to their enemies. Favoring close combat engagements over that of long range, their spear tip advances attempt to rip the proverbial throat from their foes as they apply immense pressure to enemy positions with lightning-fast speed. Whether supported by former Thousand Sun sorcerers, once Emperor's Children Blade Masters, Night Lords aerial insurgents, or rampaging Cornate Berserkers. Once securing key positions, Black Legion Astartes set up fire support platforms to allow their kindred to secure further positions. The fortification skills of Warpsmiths, once of the Iron Warriors, snipers of the Alpha Legion, or unbreakable constitution of former Death Guard, proving invaluable. Supported by demonic infantry, which typically act as expendable cannon fodder. Demon engines enslaved to the will of the War Master add to the already impressive array of armored vehicles which support their maneuvers. Their fleet, comprised not only of among the last remaining flagships of the Primarchs, but also space hulks, battle barges, Repulsive-class Grand Cruisers, Desolator-class battleships, Despoiler-class battleships, and heavy cruisers. The dealings of the Despoiler between greater demons, infamous renegades, and even fallen sons of the Emperor bequeath him untold spoils in exchange for mutually beneficial outcomes of war. Abominations, such as the Planet Killer warship, the Arks of Omen, and even Blackstone fortresses, bringing entire star systems low within mere days of conflict. The carnage wrought by the Black Legion during campaigns such as the Gothic War proved catastrophic. Dissolving the command hierarchies of the Sons of Horus, the majority of warbands pledged to the Black Legion organize at the whims of their respective Chaos Champion overlords. Their commands overridden only during Black Crusades and missions of utmost importance, wherein Abaddon assumes total command of the assembled Legion. Benefiting greatly from their sheer numbers, the Black Legion allows for warbands within its fold to give praise to singular gods of chaos, or refuse to worship any outright. So long as their efforts further the cause of the Despoiler, all is permitted. Abaddon's personal bodyguard, known as the Aphotic Blade, the so-called Bringers of Despair, clad in Terminator plate, exemplify the greatest warriors within the Black Legion, utterly devoted to the cause of their War Master, as specialized formations support their advance. The Hounds of Abaddon, comprised of the devotees of the Blood God, Khorne, fight at the forefront of Abaddon's most crucial campaigns. Their master, the Lord Ravager, Ferox Hellbreed, reveling in the slaughter of melee combat as his men's lightning claws and mutated fangs rend the Despoiler's enemies into ribbons. The Bringers of Decay encompass those pledged to the Plague God, Nurgle, under the leadership of the Lord Corruptor, Skyrax Slaughterborn, spreading contagion and plague as their corrupted stench heralds future woes to their enemies. The Children of Torment, dedicated to the Prince of Pleasure, Slaanesh, under the command of Devrim Korda, the Tyrant of Sorora. These degenerates feed on the lifeblood of their foes, enacting depravities which break the morale of their enemies. The Sons of the Cyclops, under the thrall of the Changer of Ways, Tzeentch, and guidance of the Purgator of Coriolis, Egifmor the Deceiver, consists both of Rubricae and Chaos Sorcerers. Their potent magics divining portents of future enemy deployments, which are swiftly quelled by their immense, immaterial wrought arcana. Every possessed Chaos Space Marine is assigned to the Tormented, soul merged with Neverborn entities, proving both vicious warriors on the front lines, but also navigators when not in combat scenarios due to their tether to the Immaterium. Those horrifically injured in battle or surviving punishment for betrayal are assigned to the Oathbroken, an assortment of Astartes mended by warp mutations as limbs, grafts claimed from Xenos bodies, or sutured stumps allow for their continued service, all fighting to absolve their sin as their hate for able-bodied Space Marines burgeons. The Saracen Iron Pact operate under the direct command of Abaddon, their lineage dating back to the days of the Lunar Wolves' 28th Armored Assault Company, which has proven the reliable backbone of the Legion for millennia. Once comprised primarily of Terminators, Breacher Squads, and heavy assault transports, the Iron Pact, though diminished from their former glory, make effective work of Land Raiders, which supplement their losses as they aid the Despoiler's assaults of heavily defended enemy positions. The favored lieutenants of the Despoiler, known as the Chosen of Abaddon, these dark reflections of the Mournival of yore, stand as the War Master's chosen generals, which enact his will with unerring loyalty. The last recorded execution force intended to destroy the Chosen of Abaddon. Though such elite agents infiltrated the Vengeful Spirit, the trap laid by Abaddon saw to the annihilation of the assassins, with not a scratch left on his Chosen's panoplies. While Lord Ravager Phrexos Hellbreed oversees the invasion fleets of the Black Fleet Armada, Lord Deceiver Egifmor guides the fleet from star system to star system, rooting out worthy prey for pillaging. Lord Corruptor Skyrax Slaughterborn keeps the lesser lords of the Black Legion in line, and is responsible for slaying those who have failed in their duty beneath the notice of the Despoiler, while the Lord Purgator, Devrim Korda, ensures that all civilians left alive following the slaughter of the Black Legion's campaigns are bound in chains and put to work as laborers or sacrifices. For the war machine of Abaddon's Legion requires millions of lives to sustain, and so long as the Despoiler remains alive, the threat of chaos continues to march inexorably on their path to destroying the Throne World. Blood never mattered to Abaddon. The old legions, the old bloodlines, the old legacies. These things meant nothing to him then, and they mean nothing to him now. They bear the patina of undeserved pride. To the Black Legion, the other 8 bloodlines are nothing more than defeat masquerading as defiance. And no matter what you have heard regarding his tyrant's ways, he cares nothing for unquestioning servitude among his inner elite, nor does he value loyalty that can be bought. What matters to him, what matters to his armies, are the bonds of brotherhood in an empire that exiled us, in a haven that hated us, and in the shadows of fathers who failed us. Abaddon offered something new, something pure. Too many of our kind see themselves as nothing more than their father's sons. They become flawed reflections of their Primarch's ambitions and ideals, seeing validity in no other way of life. But I ask you the same question I ask them. Are you not souls in your own right? Are you merely the generational reflections of the men and women who made you? The answer is simple, because the question is ludicrous. We are all so much more than mirror images of those who sired us. Abaddon lived that truth, even back in those earliest days, even before we convinced him to return and take up the mantle of War Master. Eventually, he would unite thousands of warriors, cast in the images of their failed fathers, teaching these lost sons to be brothers instead. He made us look to the future, instead of fighting for a past we'd already lost.
Speak the words of Lorgar, and you shall live forever in the glory of chaos. Speak them not, and every one of you shall die today.
The treachery of the traitors to the throne would sink to the lowest depths of humanity's most heinous traits. Butchery, betrayal, and dishonor, the forefront of their crimes against their loyalist brethren. Yet one legion above all would be the fulcrum of the traitor war effort, and the linchpin for untold heresies. The most zealous, duplicitous, and conniving of all fallen angels of death, whom would drag their flawed brethren into the depths of ruin. The 17th Legion of the Legiones Astartes, the Word Bearers. The Emperor of Mankind would create a vast army of a new breed of warriors to reclaim the disparate fragments of humanity across the stars. Each legion would be unique in its methods of waging war, accomplishing compliance, and conducting tactics and stratagems of war. The 17th Legion, known during the Wars of Unification as the Imperial Heralds, would be among the Imperium's most staunchly devoted subjects. A legion seen by its peers as fanatical, the 17th Legion would draft its recruits from the Emperor's defeated adversaries. Raised to acknowledge the crimes of their ancestors, the 17th would strive to attain forgiveness for their sins. A condemned legion, the Imperial Heralds would be a mirthless and dour assemblage of warriors. Solely driven by penance and shame, the 17th would seek no glory in battle and attain no plaudits for their deeds. Duty was the unifying bond of the legion, and ruin would be their trade. The only legion to be given a title during their founding, the path of the Imperial Heralds would be ordained before the blood of their foes had even slicked their blades. Harbingers of the Imperial truth, the 17th would decree a simple message to their foes: recant or perish. A lone warrior of the Legion would visit each bastion of the Warlords of Terra, adorned in a skull-visaged helmet, black armor, and mace of office that would one day become synonymous with the chaplains of the Astartes. Offering the Emperor's mercy, these champions of the Imperial truth would bear a heavy tally of losses to any enemy unwilling to comply with the Imperium's demands. Yet for every herald whom would be slain, his battle brothers clad in grey would bear fire and death to his killers. Waging a war not of blood and destruction, the 17th would fight with the insidious poison of belief and illuminating flame of truth. Scouring each conquered foe's repositories of knowledge, the Imperial Heralds would raid libraries, archives and databanks to purge all tomes of untruth. destroying all idols of false worship and sundering shrines and temples devoted to pagan deities. The Imperial Heralds would brook no mercy for the transgression of superstition. Burning statues, books, and even heretics on pyres of flame, the 17th would purge all who defied the will of the Emperor without hesitation. Their zealous nature earning them a new title among their brother legions and the burgeoning Imperium hushed in secret, the Iconoclasts. Yet their fanaticism would only worsen with the Legion's eventual reunion with their Primarch, Lorgar Aurelian. The feudal world of Colchis would be rife with religion and superstition. A planet once bustling with technological proficiency, now little more than dust and tradition. War was an inevitable tide for every generation, yet with the end of each bloodletting, a time of peace would arise. Change would be rare, with the populace accepting their lot, yet with the arrival of a Primarch to its surface, Colchis would rapidly transform. The Primarch's gestation pod would land on the planet at a time when the ruling priesthood known as the Covenant would control the civilization's populace. Discovered by a band of priests of the Covenant, the Primarch would be raised by the scions of the Old Faith. Unknowingly worshipping the ruinous powers under a benevolent guise, the populace of Colchis would be damned to be pawns of chaos from the start. The young Primarch Lorgar would study the tomes and teachings of the Covenant, and with time become a devout preacher of the Old Faith. A gifted orator with a kind, charismatic way of communicating, it would not be long before the High Priest of the Covenant, Khor Phaeron, would adopt Lorgar as his mentor. With time, Lorgar's prominence within the Covenant would grow and stoke the jealousy and spite of its senior clerics. Cursed with visions of a mighty being clad in bronze armor, accompanied by a Cyclopean giant at his side, visiting the planet of Colchis, Lorgar's visions would intensify with his maturation. Believing his visions to be the sign of a true god of humanity, Lorgar would preach the impending arrival of his prophesied figure. Creating dissent within the Covenant due to his beliefs, a new faction known as the Godsworn would burgeon under the teachings of Lorgar. Declared a heretic by the clerics of the Covenant, the Keepers of the Old Faith would attempt to arrest Lorgar. Torn apart by Lorgar's followers, the clerics would watch as their enforcers would be slain by the zealously rabid crowd. Enacting a holy war against the upstart Lorgar, the clerics would cause a planetary war of two opposing views. For 6 years the two factions would battle, until Lorgar would lead his Godsworn to the Temple of the Covenant, known as the Cathedral of Illumination. Within the heart of the City of Grey Flowers, Lorgar would kill the monks within the temple and declare himself the new Archpriest of the Covenant. Under the advisements of Khor Phaeron, the old ways would remain a form of worship alongside the visions of the prophesied deity. For soon, Lorgar promised their savior would visit them within a year of their victory, and they shall know him simply as the Emperor. 1 year after the ascension of Lorgar, the Emperor of Mankind would reunite with his long-lost son and descend upon the planet of Colchis. Accompanied by his gene-son of the 15th Legion, Magnus the Red, the Emperor would meet with Lorgar. The Primarch would fall to his knee, weeping at the feet of his prophesied Messiah. The planet would kneel with their Archpriest, and following the festivities of their reunion, the Emperor would command Lorgar to induct his finest warriors to be incorporated into the 17th Legion. Despite the Emperor's admonishments of his own divinity, he would task Lorgar with leading his legion to bring compliance to the galaxy, not under the banner of the Old Faith, nor his own godlike visage, but with the knowledge and teachings of the Imperial truth. Lorgar would prove a keen yet deluded herald of the Emperor's will, for despite the Urizen's devotion to his new cause, his methods would be heretical. Rituals such as scattering the ashes of dead worlds across the brows of his Astartes before battle, and the utilization of titles such as apostles among his ranks, would raise suspicion within the Legiones Astartes. The Legion would be slow to bring worlds into compliance in comparison to their brothers, for with every planet conquered, the 17th would differ with their re-education and indoctrination of the world's populace into the teachings of their creed. Spreading the Emperor's divine image across the stars, Lorgar would sow the seeds of future heresies without knowing the extent of his misguided actions. Warrior lodges, fraternal yet superstitious organizations, would grow within some of the Legiones Astartes ranks. Civilians of the Imperium would begin to pray to the Emperor as a living god, and chaplains now brandished the skull helms, blackened armor, and croziers, made in imitation of the Legion's founding principles. His now renamed Legion, the Word-Bearers, had fostered worlds which would serve any order made in the name of the Emperor and pay high tithes for his favor. Yet after a century of waging compliance in the name of the Great Crusade, the Emperor would rebuke his most zealous son on the world of Kur. Lorgar's example of religious piety and failure to embrace the imperial truth would continue to frustrate the Emperor. An example had to be made to enable his wayward son to see the error of his ways and turn to the path of enlightenment that the Emperor had outlined. Accompanied by his stalwart and capable son, the Primarch of the Ultramarines, Rabute Guilliman, the Emperor would shame the Word-Bearers for their transgressions. Confronting Lorgar Aurelian at the city of Monarchia, the Emperor would demand that their idolatry in his name would cease. Monarchia was a parody of the ideals and values the Emperor most despised. The so-called perfect city of worship, made in the name of the Emperor, would be an affront to the virtues of the imperial truth. The Ultramarines and their Primarch would bear witness to the shaming of the 17th Legion by the Master of Mankind. For they were the ideal of the Legiones Astartes, and alongside their Primarch, displayed the Emperor's ideals of honor, wise leadership, and loyalty. Exemplars of the potential of every one of the legions to follow, the Ultramarines would stand proud above their peers as the Emperor forced the Word-Bearers to kneel with the use of his psychic might. Monarchia would be burned to the ground by the Ultramarines and Legio Custodes as Lorgar watched in horror at the ashes of his once proud city, now coating his legion's armor. The Word-Bearers had failed, and no other legion, no matter their methods nor vices, had ever been shamed in such an open display. The 17th would be scarred deeply, and resentment within their ranks and their Primarch would grow. Withdrawing from the Great Crusade, Lorgar would be racked with self-pity and loathing. Returning after a time as a much-changed legion, the Word-Bearers would be driven with relentless fury. Worlds burned where they were once conquered with honeyed words and diatribes. Possessed of a penitent wrath, the 17th would seemingly have heeded their rebuke from the Emperor, but in truth, their future depravity had begun to unfold. Weak and vulnerable to corruption, Lorgar Aurelian would be swayed by the advisements of his lieutenants, Cor Phaeron and Erebus. Both the first captain and first chaplain retained their devotion to the old faith and would whisper dark portents into the mind of the Urizen. Poisoned by his adoptive father's words, Lorgar would embark on a pilgrimage to seek answers from the gods that would accept his praise and adoration. Upon the fringes of known space, Lorgar and his chapter of Word-Bearers, the Serrated Sun, would traverse under the watchful eye of a detachment of 5 custodians assigned by the Emperor in the wake of Monarchia. For soon, Lorgar Aurelian would find beings demanding of his devotion. Arriving at the Cadia system, Lorgar would order his fleet to orbit the planet of Cadia within close proximity of the Eye of Terror. Meeting with the barbaric purple-eyed tribesmen of the planet, Lorgar would be met by a woman known as Ingefell. Turning on the custodian known as Vendatha and using his body to conduct a ritual, Ingefell would ascend to the form of a demon prince and reveal the circumstance of the birth of the Eye of Terror and the chaos entity known as Slaanesh. Warning Lorgar that humanity would suffer the same fate as the Eldar should they reject their surrender to the ruinous powers, the Primarch of the Word-Bearers would willingly accept the manipulations of chaos. For 4 decades thereafter, the Word-Bearers would serve the Imperium under the guise of loyalty, readying themselves for the day when they would turn on their allies and the Emperor with the opening gambit of the civil war for humanity's soul, the Horus Heresy. Horus Lupercal, Primarch of the 16th Legion, would be corrupted by the ruinous powers and begin his insane march to the throne world. The Word-Bearers had quietly culled the loyalists within their ranks and planted traps to be sprung as the heresy gained momentum. For while Horus would be the champion of the ruinous powers, Lorgar would be their unseen architect of destruction. Assigning his first chaplain, Erebus, to further corrupt the War Master, and mustering his legion's strength, the 17th would reveal their treachery openly with the deadly surprise attack of the Battle of Calth. Under the guise of fraternity and brotherhood, the Word-Bearers would meet the 13th Legion, the Ultramarines, within the Calth system. Seeing an opportunity to renew their bonds of brotherhood with the Legion they had dutifully yet reluctantly shamed, the Ultramarines would accept their kin with open arms. For their trust, the knife of betrayal would be struck in their backs. Destroying many starships and murdering the unarmored and unaware lords of Ultramar, the Word-Bearers would enact their long-harbored vengeance. Driven to burn Macragge in the same manner as had been done to Kerr, the Word-Bearers under the command of Khor Pharon would enact a heavy toll to the Ultramarines. Destroying all three of Calth's sister planets, Khor Pharon would cause untold destructions against the innocent populaces. Poisoning Calth's sun with radiation-rich metals and unstable substances, Calth's atmosphere would become a volatile, lifeless, and inhospitable husk. Despite the Ultramarines rallying and dealing a crippling blow to Khor Pharon and his fleet, the Word-Bearers had conducted a fatal blow to the Loyalist war effort before it had even begun. The most numerically superior legion had been severely damaged, with its Primarch Roboute Guilliman and several of his senior officers coming close to perishing. Summoning a vast warp storm in their wake, the Ruin Storm, the Word-Bearers would further exacerbate travel and maneuverability to the already scattered Loyalist legions. Cutting off the Ultramarines from Holy Terror, the War Master's slow yet unhalting march to the Throne World would be assured. Yet despite their efforts, the Word-Bearers had played a dangerous game and incurred the wrath of the 13th Legion. Half their fleet lay in ruins, and many of their legion had been slain. Seeing his revenge against the Ultramarines as unsatisfied, Lorgar Aurelian would broker an alliance with the 12th Legion of the Legiones Astartes, the World Eaters. Alongside the Primarch of the 12th, Angron, Lorgar would enact the Shadow Crusade across the Ultramar system. For while the Ultramarines were a sizable force, against the fury of 2 legions, their might would be strained. Emboldened with his victory at Calth, Lorgar would push further into the Ultramar system. The 500 worlds would be bled by the relentless and savage assaults of the combined 12th and 17th legions, further preventing the Ultramarines from confronting the vanguard of the traitor war effort, the Sons of Horus. 26 worlds would be destroyed in quick succession, yet Lorgar would observe the worsening of his brother Angron's health with the continual damage inflicted by his brain implant, the Butcher's Nails. Diverting their crusade to the World Eater homeworld of Nuceria, the 2 legions would seek a means to delay or prevent further damage incurred from the malicious implants from those whom had originally nailed them into Angron's skull. Finding no answers, the Word-Bearers and World Eaters would raze Nuceria to the ground and be confronted by the Ultramarines' Retribution fleet, commanded by Roboute Guilliman. Attempting to destroy the Word-Bearers' flagship, Fidelitas Lex, the Ultramarines would simultaneously deploy into the surface of Nuceria and board the World Eater flagship, Conqueror. Weakening the Fidelitas Lex in orbit, the Ultramarines led by their Primarch would destroy the Gloriana-class battleship. As the shell of the Fidelitas Lex crashed into the oceans of Nuceria, Guilliman and his Ultramarines would descend onto the planet and confront the traitor Primarchs. Dueling Lorgar, the 2 would strike a deadly blow, with Guilliman achieving an opportunity to end Lorgar's life. Yet with the intervention of Angron into the fray, Roboute Guilliman would duel the Primarch once more. Imbuing his brother with chance and plights to the ruinous powers, Lorgar would imbue Angron's fury and upon the bones of his former homeworld, achieve his apotheosis. Reborn as a demon prince of Khorne, Guilliman would see no choice but to retreat from Nuceria due to Lorgar's interference and Angron's ascension. The Shadow Crusade had ended, for now it was time for Lorgar and the Word-Bearers to return to the War Master's side. Emboldened with his seemingly divine favor of the ruinous powers, Lorgar would see an opportunity to usurp the War Master. Disgusted at his brother's futile refusal to submit fully to the thrall of chaos, Lorgar would believe that without succumbing fully to their demands, the war effort would be doomed to fail. Following the Battle of Beta Garmon and Horus's wounding at the hands of the Primarch of the Space Wolves, Leman Russ, Lorgar would make his move. As the traitor Primarchs assembled at the world of Ulanor, readying to make their final push to Holy Terror, Lorgar would confront the War Master. Allying with the Primarch of the Emperor's Children, Fulgrim, Lorgar would brazenly enact his coup. Betrayed by his close advisor, Zardu Lyak, and Fulgrim, the War Master would be warned of Lorgar's ambitions. Brought to heel by the War Master, Lorgar would be beaten within an inch of his life. Banishing Lorgar from his sight, Horus would assimilate the Word-Bearers under the command of Zardu Lyak into the fold. Lorgar, once more disgraced, would proclaim that the Siege of Terra would fail, and for his weakness, never battle at the gates of the Imperial Palace. Yet Lorgar's words would be proven true, and with the death of Horus Lupercal at the hands of the Emperor of Mankind, the bearer of the Word would need to find a new crusade to wage. Retreating into the Immaterium, with the elements of his legion still loyal to his cause, Lorgar would not be seen again within the material realm. His weakness forever recorded in the annals of the Imperium's history for all to see, and his word-bearers now bereft of a vision or prophecy to follow. Yet with Lorgar's ascension to a demon prince of chaos undivided within the Immaterium, it is unknown as to the means the Urizen would accomplish his apotheosis. Yet in the eyes of his legion, his stature proves as vindication enough for their insane and depraved fall from grace. During their service of the Great Crusade, the Word-Bearers would, alike to most legions, comprise a variety of chapters. Largely unchanged in structure with the reunion of their Primarch, the 17th Squads would consist of 20 Astartes and be painstakingly maintained at full strength. 5 squads would serve each legion company as 100 Astartes and specialize in a particular combat role. As few as 5 companies, or as many as 30, would be grouped together to form each chapter, ranging from 500 to 3,000 Astartes strong. Each chapter would bear a sigil based on the constellations of Colchis and be led by a captain of the legion. Examples of chapters such as the Serrated Suns, Weeping Hand, Ebony Serpent, and Graven Star would each earn valor for their legion and excel in their own expertise of war. Whilst the chapter of the Osseous Throne would deploy infantry in vast waves, the Quillborn chapter would excel in ship-to-ship boarding actions and naval battles. Conducting warfare with a flair for the dramatic, the Word-Bearers would incorporate elements of storytelling and fables into their most lauded victories and compliances. Specialists such as the Ashen Circle would descend from the heavens to deliver a decisive blow to the enemy, and for their valor be selected to ascend to the rank of chaplain. Leading bands of fanatical mortal soldiers into battle, the Word-Bearers would pioneer the zealous fury that would later be adopted by the Fraternus Militia of the Imperium. Such mobs of infantry would overwhelm the Word-Bearers' foes before the hammer strike of the Legion would crush the remaining fragments of defiance. Yet following the Legion's corruption of the Horus Heresy, the Word-Bearers would be the only traitor Legion which would retain their command structure into the era Indomitus. Venerating their patron gods collectively, the Word-Bearers worship Chaos Undivided and show outright contempt for any who show favor to a singular deity of the ruinous pantheon. Now employing demons to act as shock troopers during battle, the 17th Legion continue to draft hordes of Chaos cultists to further bolster their ranks. Utilizing such pawns as cannon fodder, the Word-Bearers under the command of their Dark Apostles divine the best means to achieve victory. The Legion's heretical hymns and ritual prayers before battle, bolstering their faith in the powers of Chaos Undivided, and calling upon its malignant power to aid their cause. The command hierarchy among the Word-Bearers has remained a constant throughout its tumultuous history. Still revered by his sons, Lorgar Aurelian is the highest authority of the Legion. Seen to be favored by the full extent of the forces of Chaos, Lorgar is a martyr to the beliefs and cause of the 17th Legion. Ranks within the Word-Bearers would seem to bear similarity to even Loyalist legions in its initial structure. Each chapter is led by a chapter master, who in turn commands the captains, who lead each company, who in turn guide the sergeants of each squadron.
Yet unlike every legion of the Astartes, the Word-Bearers venerate their chaplains as the highest authority. Attached to each company, with several chaplains working within each chapter, the spiritual leaders of the legion would overrule the commands and decisions of even the most senior-ranking commanders. The high chaplains of the legion, revered above all save for the Primarch, under the tutelage of the first high chaplain, Erebus, these individuals would see to the legion's subjugation to the whims of their patron gods. Now regarded as Dark Apostles, the chaplains of the legion convene their Dark Council of Superiors to decide the fate and course of the legion's actions across the stars. Each Dark Apostle mentors a first acolyte to ascend to become a member of the Dark Council, promoted to the rank of Dark Apostle only in one of three circumstances. First, should the first acolyte's mentor perish in battle. Second, should he be selected by the Dark Council to join their ranks on the demon world of Sikaris. Or third, the first acolyte must murder his mentor and await appointment by the Dark Council. The Anointed are sealed within their Terminator-class armor shell and are enclosed within until he shall die in battle. Only 200 in number, these elite warriors often safeguard the first acolytes in battle and prove their worth felling the most fearsome of enemies. Though within the Legion many specialist organizations exist to fulfill the will of the Dark Council. The Gal Vorbak, or Blessed Sons in their native Colchizian dialect, serve as the Legion's most deadly warriors. Survivors of the Serrated Sons chapter's venture into the Eye of Terror during the Horus Heresy, these demonically possessed Space Marines would transform into mutated beasts during combat. Resuming their human form after battle, the Gal Vorbak, though now small in number, are among the most deadly and feared warriors of the Legion. The Anunnaki, or in Colchis, Judges of Hell, would be deemed worthy of being interred within the chassis of a dreadnought and serve their Legion even in living death. Their battle fury and corruption by the powers of chaos, enabling them to one day ascend to transform into a hellbrute of the ruinous powers. During the Legion's service prior to the Horus Heresy, each member of the Word-Bearers would adorn their armor with Colchizian prayers. The slate grey of their armor, uniform within the Legion, with only the chaplains of the Legion given the right to adorn their trim with gold filigree. Following the shaming of the Legion at Monarchia, the chaplains would repaint their armor black in remembrance of the ashes of their once proud city that stained the Legion's ceramite. With their continual corruption by the ruinous powers, the Word-Bearers would eschew the grey of their Legion and adopt a deep bloody crimson red etched with heretical runic texts. Known by the Loyalists as the Traitor's Red, the Word-Bearers trim their armor with black and silver. Originally adopted by the Serrated Sons chapter, the Arterial Betrayer's Red would become infamous during the Battle of Calth and become widespread following the engagement. Blasphemous excerpts from the Primarch's tome, the Book of Lorgar, these parchments made of human skin, are worn proudly on their armor. The most accomplished warriors of the Legion bear the most scripture inscribed by the hands of their Dark Apostles and Chaos Sorcerer brethren. Each champion of the Legion enacts sermons during battle, and whilst bedecked in encyclopedias of blasphemy, weaken the Immaterium to enable demons to infiltrate the mortal realm. Their once proud emblem of a tome of knowledge, ablaze with the burning flame of the Imperial truth, now replaced with the Latros Sacrum. Upon their left shoulder plate, the stylized roaring horn demon's head represents their complete submission to the whims of the ruinous powers. Wreathed in unholy flame, the Latros Sacrum displays the Legion's total submission to the thrall of chaos and unwavering loyalty to the machinations of fell beings. Veterans of the Legion bind lesser demons to their will, with the aid of helmets adorned with geometric symbols to aid in their subjugation of the Neverborn. Yet should a demon of great power be bound to such veterans, they shall submit their souls to bind with the malevolent and powerful beings. Proliferating an extensive variety of banners throughout every battalion of the Legion, the Word-Bearers hold aloft their debased symbols of their treachery and malevolent ideology. The Legion's armored vehicles alike to their armor bear the scriptures and etchings of the Book of Lorgar and stampede into battle with unabashed, zealous fury. With Lorgar's 10 millennia seclusion upon the demon world of Sikaris, the Word-Bearers as a Legion have, unlike many of its contemporaries, retained a unified and unbroken structure.
now commanded by the Wordbearers' Dark Council, an assortment of Dark Apostles of the Legion, dictate the objectives and whims of the 17th. Divided in purpose by its two most venerated and infamous leaders, Khor Phaeron and Erebus, the faith of the Wordbearers, though split, is nevertheless enough to give purpose to its ranks. Waging wars of faith against the Imperium, the Wordbearers strive to bring human civilizations into the thrall of the ruinous powers. Whether 1 million or even 1 billion souls should perish, the Wordbearers shall not relent in their slaughter, should it bring even a single world into the service of chaos. Often competing with the Alpha Legion in bringing planets into the fold, the Wordbearers are often comprised of such large numbers of both Astartes and human cultists that few Imperial forces can stem the tide of their heresy. Though among the darkness, the Primarch of the Raven Guard, Corvus Corax, has been reported to harry and harass the Wordbearers should the occasion present itself, with even Lorgar Aurelian coming close to being slain by the claws of the Raven Lord. Yet the Wordbearers shall not relent in their continued corruption of the hearts and minds of humanity's vulnerable citizenry. For should a single idol of the Emperor or cathedral made in his name stand, the Wordbearers shall not cease their purge of his relics and ideals. For it is said that Lorgar Aurelian now stirs from his long meditations with the birth of the great rift across the galaxy, and after 10,000 years of bitter reflection, the Urizen is once more readying for war.
Faith is the soul of any army, be it vested in primitive religion or enlightened truth. It makes even the least soldier mighty. The craven is remade worthy, and through its balm and hardship may be endured. Faith ennobles all of the worlds the soldiers undertakes, be they so base or vile, and imports to them the golden spark of transcendent purpose.
It is a time of confusion and realigned loyalty. We have many heads, but we act as one. One legion with a single will. We are a union of the alike and the like-minded. We will not tolerate treachery. We will not allow our compact to fracture. We will not suffer the short-sightedness of our brother legions, nor the averted gaze of the wider Imperium. We are the Alpha Legion, and we take the long view. Each legion of the first founding of the Adeptus Astartes specialize in a strategic aspect of waging war. Some are renowned for their skill at siegecraft and fortification. Others are revered for their use of maneuverability, savagery, or skill at arms. Yet few are known for their cunning, and only one of their number is infamous for their use of secrecy, sabotage, and espionage. The 20th Legion of the Adeptus Astartes, the Alpha Legion. Known as the Ghost Legion during their early deployment during the Great Crusade, the 20th Legion would be the last to be crafted of the first founding, according to conventional records of the Imperium. However, as is the case for most of the Legion's history, much of it is shrouded in conspiracy, redacted records, and misinformation. Other remembrances claim their inception to be prior to any of the legions in a prototypical form. What is known is that the Emperor of Mankind would construct the Legion in total secrecy, with even the Legion's gene seed information being kept a priority secret, alike to their kindred trefoil of the Salamanders and Space Wolves. The 20th Legion would be formed in separation from the other first founding armies to enable their deployment for specific strategic operations. Their early service as a legion characterized by abductions, assassinations, targeted strikes, and espionage missions on Holy Terra, the Legion would seemingly operate without any command from the discovered Primarchs of the Imperium, their designation known only as Alpha. Though it is believed by the wider Imperium that the Legion's Primarch known as Alpharius would be the last of the Emperor's sons to be discovered, accounts from the Primarch's own hand allude to his discovery prior to that of even the vaunted first Primarch, Horus Lupercal. Commanding his legion from the shadows, if the records of the Primarch are to be believed, his existence would be known only to a select few of the Imperium. the Emperor, Malcador the Sigillite, and commander of the Adeptus Custodes, Constantin Valdor. Alpharius claims to have even been involved in the culling of the ill-fated Thunder Warriors under the guise of the Dark Angels Legion. Should these records be accurate, the Emperor of Mankind would nonetheless refuse to expand the ranks of the Alpha Legion, constraining their ranks to an estimation of 2,000 Astartes. Their gene seed either too valuable to squander on vast deployments, or burdened with a potential flaw in its gene encoding. Some speculate that the Alpha Legion would undergo further augmentations by the Emperor's own hand, unique to their legion, though this speculation cannot be verified. Used sparingly and with great specificity during the remainder of the Great Crusade, records of the Legion would be scarce. Often designated as a legion with no heraldry or identification markings, or even as impostors garbed in the color of other legions, their acts of subterfuge would cause great resentment and distrust amongst their cousin Astartes. Whilst never leaving witnesses or tangible evidence of their involvement, the Alpha Legion's reputation as the Ghost Legion would spread as a force capable of bleeding their enemies slowly yet absolutely. Their tactic of overwhelming confusion and lightning-quick lethality, designated as the Harrowing. Apathetic to the praise so cherished by the other legions of the Adeptus Astartes and their Primarchs, the Alpha Legion would attend to their duties with the sole purpose of furthering their own gains and fulfilling their duty to the Emperor. Their first joint operation with their fellow Astartes legions, beginning with the Dark Angels during the Rangdan Xenocides. Primarch of the First, Lionel Johnson, would parley with a representative of the 20th Legion, Alpharius. Feigning his true identity as the Primarch of the Legion, Alpharius would claim the Legion to be bereft of a Primarch's command, willing to offer their blades and bolters to the Lion to aid in his ascension as the potential candidate of the War Master of the Imperium. Their goals aligned to the Lion's practicality to utilize secrecy during war, more suited than the tactics of Rabute Guilliman or Horus Lupercal. Though in truth, this offer would be entirely self-serving to the 20th Legion's needs, their alliance to the Dark Angels enabling the recovery of the twin brother of Primarch Alpharius from the Rangdan war zone, Omegon. With the twin Primarchs of the 20th Legion reunited, their fluidity in weaving shadows and trickery to achieve their goals would be bolstered. Embracing their Primarch's dual vision for the future, the Alpha Legion's use of misdirection would become peerless amongst any established army within the Imperium. Their continued mastery of deception forming strong rivalries between their more stoic peers, such as the Ultramarines, Imperial Fists, and Death Guard, with Primarch of the Night Lords, Conrad Kurz, commenting on the Alpha Legion that they were sinners in a shroud of lies, with all but the Lunar Wolves, Dark Angels, and Iron Hands campaigning successfully in cooperation with the Alpha Legion without incident. Spinning more elaborate webs of cunning, the Alpha Legion would garner many great victories throughout the Great Crusade, despite abandoning many Imperial practices and efficiencies to achieve their goals. With one such incident on Testra Prime, leading to the slow annihilation of the Defenders' forces with casualties of up to 90% in the campaign's peak. With Primarch Alpharius countering his criticism of the campaign being winnable with much more efficiency as too easy to achieve. Shunned by the Primarchs from this moment on, only War Master Horus Lupercal would defend and praise his brother's actions. Impressed with his capabilities at ensnaring and controlling his enemies with such skill. Yet for the rest of the Great Crusade, the Alpha Legion would recede back into the dark corners of the galaxy, their prowess in war proven beyond a shadow of a doubt, despite their fellow legions' misgivings. With the dawn of betrayal at the hands of the War Master, the Alpha Legion's loyalty to the Imperium of Man would be called into question. Yet the Alpha Legion would be contacted by the strange clandestine Xenos organization, the Cabal, prior to the Legion's involvement in the Civil War. Presented with two predictions of the future, it is claimed that this moment would fracture the Alpha Legion's path for the millennia to come. Given warning and understanding of the fell powers of chaos, the Cabal would show Alpharius Omegon the first of two futures, The Emperor would endure the great civil war across the stars, but with his victory, his species would be cursed with 10, perhaps 20,000 years of decay and suffering, until their inevitable destruction by the forces of the ruinous powers. Yet should Horus Lupercal succeed, humanity would perish and drag the forces of chaos into their oblivion, salvaging the galaxy in the process. Torn between allegiance to their father and the survival of the galaxy, it is unclear as to the intent of the Primarchs. All that is of import is their decision to side with the traitor legions. With the betrayal of Horus Lupercal relayed to the Emperor of Mankind, the Alpha Legion would be sent to crush the traitor forces stationed at the planet of Istvan V. Adding their strength to the second wave of assault, the initial wave of destruction to bring the traitors to heel would be fought by the Iron Hands, Salamanders, and Ravenguard legions. Yet alike to the rest of the assault's reinforcements, the Iron Warriors, Night Lords, and Wordbearers, the Alpha Legion would turn on their loyalist brothers, though not without contradictions in their methods. Allowing the Ravenguard and their Primarch Corvus Corax to escape their blockade of the planet, the Alpha Legion's loyalty to their traitorous brothers would be called into question. Combating a World Eater's battle barge in the process of allowing the Ravenguard to escape, the Alpha Legion would explain to the War Master that they had infiltrated the ranks of the Loyalist Legion. Using sleeper cell individuals within the Raven Guard, the Alpha Legion would ingest the brains of the fallen and graft their flesh onto their faces, gleaning knowledge of their phantom identities and allowing their seamless integration into the 19th Legion. Distrustful of their methods of war upon hearing Alfarius' explanation to their goals, the War Master would command his own legion to be screened for imposters within their ranks. For the 20th Legion had shown themselves to be self-serving in the extreme, and willing to defy the orders of the War Master should they see an opportunity. Distancing themselves from the traitors to the throne, the Alpha Legion would attend to a series of interferences to delay the other Astartes legions from engaging the wider conflict. Blockading the White Scars at the Chondak system, Primarch Alfarius Omegan would ignore their orders from the War Master to recruit the White Scars into the fold of the traitors. Baiting them into combating their own forces, it is unclear if this decision was used to bolster the White Scars' allegiance to the throne, with Omegon commanding an assault of his own forces that occupied a pylon array, preventing communications between the White Scars and Holy Terror. For this would not be the only time the Alpha Legion would combat its own forces, with Alfarius manipulating the Shattered Legion strike force under the command of Iron Hand, Shadrach Medusan, to attack his own forces. The Primarchs spinning their own legion of Astartes, whether to weed out men of conflicting loyalties, or to enable plausible deniability when scrutinized by the War Master. Such machinations cannot be known outside the command of the Alpha Legion. Though for the remainder of the heresy, not one Astartes of the 20th Legion would attempt to engage the Loyalists on the throne world of Holy Terror. Due to this fact, it is unknown where their true allegiances lie, with each act of aid to the Imperium countered by betrayal, such as the attempted assassination of Primarch Rabute Guilliman. And for each named incidence of Alfarius, there are conflicting sources of his presence in systems leagues away. Reports claim the death of Alfarius during the Battle of Pluto against Primarch Rogel Dawn, whilst others claim the death to be his twin brother, Omegon. All that can be said in truth are aspersions and half-truths, even following the Horus heresy into the Scouring and beyond. Unlike their traitor brethren, the Alpha Legion would not retreat into the Eye of Terror with the fall of their War Master, Horus Lupercal. Reorganizing in the galactic east, the Alpha Legion would be hounded by the Ultramarines to the planet of Escrador. Outmaneuvered by Primarch Rabute Guilliman, reports suggest that Alfarius Omegan was once again slain at the hands of a Primarch. Yet despite such a seemingly critical blow to the Alpha Legion, the Ultramarines would nonetheless be driven from the conflict. The Alpha Legion fracturing into smaller autonomous warbands following the battle and seeming loss of their second Primarch. Forming secret bases on asteroid fields, space hulks, and dark corners of the galaxy, the Alpha Legion continues its service by harassing garrisons, ships, and settlements across the Imperium. instigating chaos cult uprisings across many worlds, those whom claim the benevolent intent of the Alpha Legion find much to contradict their claims. For with the fracturing of the Legion into warbands, seemingly without the leadership of the Primarchs, it is unclear as to where any one warband's allegiance truly lies. Whether as double agents intent on the survival of the Imperium, veiled instigators of the death of the Emperor and destruction of chaos, or pawns in the great game of the ruinous powers. Declared exterminated by the High Lords of Terror and Inquisition on no less than 3 instances, the Alpha Legion continues to survive as both loyal sons of the Imperium and duplicitous servants of chaos in equal measure, warring not only against the galaxy, but their own ranks. The Alpha Legion's command structure, much like their history, is mired in contradiction and mystery, with only their armor colorings of somewhat reliable consistency. Incorporating scale-like designs of a serpent into their armor, the Alpha Legion primarily mimic the color scheme of their Primarch Alfarius, azure blue, silver, and emerald green, further changing the aesthetics of their skin, such as the face with tattoos of the Hydra. With those still standing defiant to the law of chaos within the Legion, wearing their armor colors as a testament of their loyalty to their Primarch's vision and principles. Their heraldry and livery kept intentionally sparse to keep their enemies from ascertaining command structure, high-valued targets, and other useful information. Their aims to misdirect their enemies, preventing their hosts and cohorts from fracturing with the loss of an individual Space Marine. Sometimes changing their standard color scheme to pale grays, purples, bronze hues, and other disparate designs to continually confuse their adversaries. Though some signs of subtle command structure can be gleaned from their armor designs on occasion, such as the ever-increasingly delicate engravings of serpents of the Alpha Legion's arm plating to denote rank. Yet many speculate that not even the Legion's Primarch Alfarius knew the full extent of his Legion's command structure, crafting an innately unknowable organization to confound even their own members whom pried too deep. Yet there do exist champions of the Legion, donned in cloaks of scales, these badges of prestige reclaimed from the fallen, and reused by their fellow battle brothers. Whether these champions are true masters of the blade or merely distractions to further confound their enemies is unknown. Comprising much alike to other Astartes prior to the Scouring, the Alpha Legion would nonetheless change the naming conventions of their divisions. Companies would be known as harrows, battalions as cohorts, and chapters known as hosts, though even these naming conventions would be continually broken down and reorganized over time. Recruitment within the Legion determined not on an individual basis, the operatives of the Alpha Legion would succeed on a squad basis. Eschewing personal glory or heroics, the Alpha Legion would function as a highly organized, cohesive organization. Decisions and strategies would be conducted in democratic debate, with non-Astartes operatives allowed to voice disagreement and insight, a trait unique amongst the 20th, being their tendency to recruit many non-Astartes operatives to bolster their Legion's ability to infiltrate and influence all facets of society and enemy command structures, even reintegrating compromised operatives where possible to retain their skills and experience. Employing highly specialized equipment, the Alpha Legion would be characterized for their use of specialized bolter rounds, cloaking technologies, chameleon shrouds, and specialized armor configurations. Highly autonomous in nature and adapting to the assassinations and deaths of command staff, the Alpha Legion has an uncanny ability to adapt and survive from almost any setback, giving credence to the Legion's choice of avatar as the multi-headed mythical beast, the Hydra. For should the head of the Hydra be severed, more shall sprout in its place. I am Alfarius. I am Alfarius. We are all Alfarius. We are the Alpha Legion, and we are all one.
The Imperium is a weak old man, ready and waiting to be broken apart by his vengeful sons.
The warbands of chaos would wreak havoc across the stars as the willing pawns of the ruinous powers. Primarily comprised of the inheritors of the traitor legions, veterans of 10,000 years of heresy would eke out an existence as carrion lords. Yet not all warbands would be derived from the stock of the corrupted legions, and bear the shame of once being drawn from the noble lineage of loyalist chapters of the Imperium. For today, we shall elucidate a Chaos warband who turned their back on the Emperor, despite centuries of service made faithfully in his name. The Marauders birthed from the conflict of the Badab War, the Red Corsairs. The origins of the Red Corsairs would prove to be a damning example of the incessant spread of corruption within even the ranks of the Emperor's noble Adeptus Astartes. Once known as the Astral Claws, the Loyal Space Marine chapter would stand for 5,000 years as an honorable chapter bearing glorious deeds of valor. Believed to have been created during the 10th founding during the Nova Terra Interregnum, or Time of Twin Empires. Said to be formed to combat the rapid erosion of the Imperium's borders during a time of great strife, the Crusading chapter would be dispatched from warzone to warzone in order to bring stability to the most beleaguered of campaigns. Adding their might to the defense of Cadia during Abaddon the Despoiler's 5th Black Crusade, the Astral Claws standard would be enshrined within Holy Terra's Eternity Gate for their glorious service. Fighting predominantly within the Segmentum Obscurus during the 37th and 38th millennia, the Astral Claws would sire 3 successor chapters from their ranks, though the names of such chapters have mostly been lost to history. For such a youthful chapter, the Astral Claws had proven themselves to be great warriors, yet seemingly be annihilated during the Altered Crusade, fighting alongside the Dark Angels chapter during 288.M38. Regardless of such reports, the Astral Claws would once again return to the front lines during their battle against the Gorgon Pentarchy 8 centuries later, and for their efforts be honored as among the most decorated chapters of the Adeptus Astartes. Saving the Executioner's chapter during the War of Stygia Aquilon, the Astral Claws would form bonds of camaraderie among their cousin chapters as noble yet brash warriors. Tasked with defending the Imperium from the forces of chaos, the Astral Claws would be honored with assignment to the Badab sector during 587.M41 as the commanders of the Maelstrom Warder Force. An assortment of chapters given the duty to prevent the forces of chaos from spilling from the borders of the Maelstrom Warp Storm, the Astral Claws had proven themselves worthy of seniority above their peers of the Lamenters, Charnel Guard, and Mantis Warriors. Thriving as the new overlords of Badab Primaris, the diligence of the chapter would be rewarded with resupply from the Forge World of Angstrom and further augment their capabilities as an already venerated chapter. Yet as the Astral Claws reached new heights of glory and prestige, the signs of their ignominious fall would begin to show. Their long-lost successor chapter, the Tiger Claws, would return to real space during 680.M41 within the Segmentum Pacificus after being subject to time distortion within their traversal of the warp. Declared an extinct chapter 14 centuries prior, the remaining Tiger Claws of 100 Astartes aboard their strike cruiser, Bakasura, would venture to their home system. Aiding the Stormwings chapter en route during their battle against Eldari slavers, the Tiger Claws would be resupplied for their efforts in aiding the Stormwings. Arriving at the site of their fortress monastery on the world of Crota, the Tiger Claws would find only a lifeless husk of their former world. Their chapter now but a distant memory, Captain Vitala of the Tiger Claws would travel to Holy Terra to petition the right to rebuild his chapter. Disappearing without a trace, rumors would surface that the Tiger Claws would be seen as tainted in the eyes of the Inquisition due to their long absence and attribution as among the 21st cursed founding, and summarily be expunged from service. Secretly absorbed into the ranks of the Astral Claws under the discretion of Chapter Master Luft Huron, the leader of the Maelstrom Warders would allow the orphans of his chapter's successor to spread their bitterness among their ranks. Self-appointing himself as the planetary governor of Badab Prime, Luft Huron would appoint himself as the self-styled Tyrant of Badab, following a failed coup by the populace during 718.M41. As a primary recruitment world for his chapter and important stronghold for the Imperium, Huron would not allow for it to become ruled by weak souls seeking to threaten the Imperium. Further demanding his rulership of the entire sector on grounds of protecting the people from themselves, Huron would seek to emulate the example of the Ultramarines and their dominance of the Ultramar system. Lacking the authority of the Lord of Ultramar, Huron nonetheless still held high regard for his acumen as a commander of the Adeptus Astartes, and with his chapter's appointment as the leaders of the Maelstrom Warders, his authority would seem to be justified. Though initially lenient with Huron's methods, the Imperium would quickly grow despondent with his decisions. Foreseeing his leadership of a crusade into the Maelstrom, intent on routing the forces of chaos deep within its ties, Huron would withhold his chapter's gene seed tithes from the Adeptus Mechanicus and gather resources for his dream of conquering the Maelstrom. Restricting trade throughout the sector and hoarding its resources for himself, after 150 years of laxity, the Tyrant of Badab would invite reprisal from the Imperium. During 901.M41, an Imperial TIE fleet would arrive within the Badab system. Firing upon the fleet, Huron's actions would see to the dispatch of 2 punitive fleets following the TIE fleet's destruction. Calling a conclave of his allies within the Badab sector, Luft Huron would convene with the Lamenters and Mantis Warriors chapters and draft the Articles of Just Secession. Outlining his intention to separate the Maelstrom Zone from its neighboring Imperial sectors, Huron would proclaim their rights as Astartes, gifted by the Emperor, to be beyond the authority of lesser mortals. The Trade Lords of Carthago would beseech the Space Marine chapter, the Firehawks, of their plight, and 3 years following the arrival of the TIE fleets to the system, the Firehawks would investigate the Endymion cluster of the Maelstrom Zone. Under the jurisdiction of the Mantis Warriors chapter, the Separatist Astartes would board the Firehawks' void ship, the Red Harbinger, and slay the Astartes. With blood shed between 2 Astartes chapters, the Badab War had begun. For 9 years, battle would wage within the Badab sector as further conflict erupted with the intervention of further Astartes reinforcements. The Marines errant would answer the plight of the Firehawks, whilst the Executioners chapter would honor their blood-sworn oath to aid the Astral Claws for their aid given in centuries past. As the Loyalist chapters waned in strength, the Separatists would fortify the system and ready for further reprisal. The Red Scorpions, Raptors, Salamanders, and Fire Angels would enter the fray on the side of the Loyalists as the war entered its 2nd year. With the arrival of the Nova Marines to further counter the Separatists, Huron would form his Tyrant's Legion and further rebuff the Loyalist siege of the sector. With the arrival of the Executioners, a stalemate would last until the reinforcements of the Minotaurs chapter to the Loyalist contingent would tip the scales. Further emboldened with the addition of the Howling Griffins and Sons of Medusa chapters into the fold of the Loyalists, the Red Scorpions chapter master, Karab Kuln, would be appointed as the leader of the Loyalist forces with the loss of their former commander, Ferrant Ortiz. Further exacerbated with the invasion of Chaos and Orc forces during the multi-year conflict, the disastrous war would not end until the arrival of the Carcorodons and Exorcists would further overwhelm the Separatists. The Lamenters would surrender as their numbers fell to only 300 Astartes, whilst the Executioners would defect to the Loyalist cause, leaving the Astral Claws few of allies. Finally, during 911.M41, the war for Badab would be won in the name of the Loyalists. Within the Palace of Thorns, the newly arrived Star Phantoms chapter would conduct the initial assault of the Astral Claws stronghold, with their entire chapter strength brought to bear. Aided by Ordo Hereticus stormtroopers, the Star Phantoms would force the Astral Claws into a full retreat. Captain Androcles would critically injure Huron with a blast of his combi melter, with only 200 Astral Claws managing to escape the wrath of the Loyalists. The rebellion was over, and with time, the Mantis warriors, executioners, and lamenters would be put on trial for their crimes. Yet the Astral Claws would flee from real space into the Maelstrom. Their once symbol of disdain now welcomes the broken chapter into its embrace and would be their refuge for centuries to come. Recovering from his wounds, Luft Huron would rename himself and his men. Now known as Huron Blackheart, the Tyrant of Badab would rename his chapter into the Warband of the Red Corsairs and begin his quest to rebuild his tattered forces into an army to be reckoned with. Submitting themselves to the will of the ruinous powers, they would transform into the terrible denizens of the Maelstrom. Declared excommunicate traitoris by the Imperium, the renegade Space Marine chapter now roam the galaxy as they pillage and murder any in their path. Several decades following his defeat, Huron would emerge from the Maelstrom at the head of a vast Chaos fleet, intent on reaving the galaxy. Aiding the forces of the Thousand Suns during the Terran Crusade to combat the return of the Avenging Sun, and aiding Abaddon the Despoiler's fell 13th Black Crusade, Huron has forever darkened the fate of humanity with his continued acts of piracy, murder, and heresy. Following the expanse of the Great Rift, the Red Corsairs would besiege the White Scars chapter homeworld of Chagoris and capture their chapter master, Jubal Khan. Claiming the entirety of the Yasan sector, the Legion-sized warband would delight in their oppression of its people. The Red Corsairs would eventually be repelled with the return of the Master of the Hunt, Corsaro Khan, and retreat once more to their strongholds. Seeking revenge, the White Scars under Jubal Khan would attack the Red Corsairs space station of Sifnar, yet be captured during the assault. Torturing the Great Khan for solar weeks, the Red Corsairs would inflict so much trauma onto the chapter master of the White Scars that to this day, though rescued from his imprisonment, he is unable to fight in the name of his people. For should any be taken alive by the sons of the Blood Reaver, they shall receive no mercy. Embracing the gifts of the ruinous powers, despite the Red Corsairs' loss of Imperial resources to enable the survival of their forces, their new benefactors allow for fell rituals and means to replenish their numbers. Their gene seed degraded with time with its proximity to the corrupting influence of the Warp. The Warband's chief apothecary, known as the Corpse Master, Gareon, toils within his star fort, known as Hell's Iris. Tending to their depleted gene seed stock, the Red Corsairs' gene seed bears an extremely high rate of organ rejection due to its myriad mutations and flaws. Forced to steal viable gene seed from Loyalist Space Marine chapters, those Red Corsairs molded from the genetic legacy of their once noble Astartes are an affront to the Emperor's angels. Experimenting with rapid gene seed zygote cultivation, the Red Corsairs' original genetic primogenitor has been scrutinized by many inquisitorial agents over the millennia. Suspected to be of ultramarine descent, others speculate their origins to be of the Dark Angels due to their temperament in battle and lack of genetic degradation prior to their fall. Yet with the Edict of Obliteration decreed by the High Lords of Terror, all records of the Astral Claw's genetic heritage have been systematically erased from Imperial archives. Capturing both Loyalist Astartes and wayward traitors alike, the Red Corsairs also recruit such individuals into their ranks should they have grown jaded with their former kin. The numbers of the Red Corsairs now rivaling that of the traitor legions within the Eye of Terror, the Chosen of Chaos watch warily at the upstart demagogue, now holding dominion over the Maelstrom. Ruling the world of New Badab, Huron regularly conducts tournaments dedicated to the blood god, Khorne, known as the Skull Harvest. Pitting Astartes of rival warbands against one another, the Black Heart rewards shows of violence and dominance with void ships should they be used to combat the forces of the Imperium. For the Tyrant of Badab's power continues to build, with some speculating that one day he may even claim the title of War Master. Charged to protect humanity from the invasions of the Maelstrom Zone, the Astral Claws in their inception would be strict adherents to the Codex Astartes. Dividing their forces into 10 companies, the chapter would maintain their apothecarian and forge armories with great stability until the appointment of their chapter master, Luft Huron. Reorganizing his chapter significantly following their occupation of the Badab sector, the Astral Claws would exploit the sector by claiming stockpiles of armaments, equipment, and resources beyond the needs of a single Space Marine chapter. The advanced manufactorums of the Badab sector, fabricating Rhino armored vehicles to the point of carefree expendability, such vehicles would be gifted to other separatist chapters of the Badab War to further bolster their bonds of camaraderie. Abandoning their limitations of 1,000 Space Marines in number, the Astral Claws would seek to emulate the swollen ranks of the Astartes legions of old during their war for supremacy. Building their strength to encompass 1,000 Space Marines per battle company into their fleet, the Astral Claws would grow to a size beyond any of their foes nor allies during the Badab War. Founding the Tyrant's Legion, comprised of mortal humans, these Astra Militarum defectors and Defense Auxilia troops of untold millions of soldiers would be commanded by a further detachment of 1,000 Astartes to defend the Badab sector from loyalist reprisals. The most egregious affront to the Emperor's will, the formation of such a force would demand further reinforcements to be dispatched to the Badab system by the High Lords of Terra. Used as an army of cannon fodder by the Astral Claws, the Tyrant's Legion would be willing puppets to their Tyrant of Badab in his crazed mission to secure independence from the Imperium. Assigned a Centurion of the chapter, each regiment of the Tyrant's Legion would be both awed and terrified of their imposing commanders and carry out their will. With the chapter's expansion beyond the bounds of the Codex Astartes, new specialist roles would be formed. During the final days of the Badab War, apothecaries tasked with harvesting the gene seed of their fallen kin would be attributed as corpse takers. Retrieving gene seed from friend and foe alike, the corpse takers' acts of theft further ensured the enmity of the enemies of the Astral Claws. Iron Hunter squads maintained the chapter's biker units and enacted flanking maneuvers and harrowing of their broken foes. Retaliator squads, though originally drawn from the chapter's reserve companies, proved especially adept at close quarters combat and specialized in spaceborne boarding actions. Led by Retaliators, these hand-picked Astartes revered for their brutality and faultless obedience would lead their squads to enact Huron's will against political dissidents. Yet with the chapter's degeneration into a warband of chaos, much of their tactics would remain. Lording over a vast fleet of battle barges, strike cruisers, and other void craft, the Red Corsairs now comprise thousands of Astartes, millions of cultist regiments, and labor serfs. The last remaining champions of the Tyrant of Badab, the Hounds of Huron, armed with scythed blades and chainsaws, whilst riding assault bikes to enact their master's will. Commanded by so-called Hunt Masters, these Chaos Lords promise great bounties of spoils in exchange for their service to Huron Blackheart. Only 4 in number, the Hunt Masters seek to undermine one another to gain greater favor with their overlord, and regularly track down failed usurpers to the throne of the Tyrant of Badab. Once a crusading chapter when loyal to the Imperium, the former Astral Claws had always shown an affinity to naval combat. Favoring rapid strike assaults and boarding actions, the Astral Claws would field more auxiliary assault bike and dreadnought contingents than many of their chapter peers. Relentless, fast-moving maneuvers leading to swift victories would feed the chapter's ego and add to their overconfidence when confronting forces far in excess of survivable odds. Stubborn in their unwillingness to retreat or regroup, the Astral Claws would pride themselves as the harbingers of the Imperium's cause and seek glory in the most desperate of engagements. Their prideful nature, found vainglorious during the Badab War, the Astral Claws' loyalty to their chapter master would prove their most grievous of exploitable weaknesses. Unwavering in their dedication to their insane leader, their championing of martial glory would feed into Luft Huron's desire for power through bloodshed, and trick themselves into believing their actions to be beyond reproach. Setting themselves above the status of those they ruled, and any below the stature of a Space Marine to their inferiors, regardless of their rank, the Astral Claws in their duty to protect humanity from the Maelstrom Zone would disregard the will of the High Lords of Terra in the stead of their own authority. Resentful of their humbling with the conclusion of the Badab War, the pride of the Astral Claws would fester into a deep bitterness and loathing of those who had slighted their creed. Reborn as the foul parodies of their former glory, the Red Corsairs are wholly selfish in their desire to build an empire to which they shall be crowned as its overlords. No longer constrained by the bureaucracies and chains of the Imperium, the pawns of the Tyrant of Badab pillage and steal from every holdfast of the Emperor's domain in their attempt to build their doomed fiefdom. Yet there is only one ruler of humanity, and his angels shall not allow for such a tyrannical empire in his shadow to endure. Once clad in silver power armor trimmed with gold, the Astral Claws would stride into battle with their iconography proudly marked on their blue pauldrons. A tiger's head, emblazoned with gold and black, would symbolize their savage yet noble nature prior to their downfall. Their gloried visage now torn asunder and replaced with blood-red paint trimmed with black and brass, the Red Corsairs have completely supplanted their former image with jagged, brutal iconography. Painting over imperial symbols with diagonal red saltires, the Red Corsairs delight in their flagrant vandalism of the Emperor's holy icons. Melting down service studs, ripped from the skulls of fallen loyalist space marines, the Red Corsairs fashion the metal into their traitors' laurels as a mocking insult to the legacy and honor of their fallen foes. Now adopting an ebon-clawed gauntlet upon a field of crimson, the Tyrant's Claw of Huron Blackheart instills fear into the hearts of the innocent, knowing that no mercy shall be given at the hands of such malevolent raiders. Twisted in their reference to their once venerable heritage as the Claws of the Imperium, the Red Corsairs skulk the stars in pursuit of salvage and firepower to further bolster their stranglehold of the Maelstrom. Their burgeoning fell empire a threat to all who voyage across the galaxy, and a constant drain on resources to the Imperium's war efforts. For though the War Master of Chaos, Abaddon the Despoiler, reigns as the supreme champion of the ruinous powers, he must be wary of the growing power of the Tyrant's Legion. Ever burgeoning in number, with a fleet large enough to rival his own, the Despoiler treats his subordinate with caution should a blade neatly find its way to his back. For there is no honor among thieves, nor loyalty among traitors, and the Red Corsairs have proven to be a force capable of thriving among the most treacherous of circumstance.
We burn their bastions and shatter their defense lines. We shall teach them to defy the will of the Tyrant.
When I first cast my eyes upon the galaxy from space, I didn't see millions of points of light. I saw only duty. Planets of the Imperium that it was my task to protect. Now, I serve no one but myself. I look upon distant stars and see only opportunity. Who will join me and take what is rightfully ours?
The Crimson Slaughter are a Khornate warband of Chaos Space Marines. Originally known as the Crimson Sabres during their service to the Imperium as a loyal Astartes chapter, as part of the 13th Dark Founding, their service was marred with infamy from the start. The only known contemporaries of their founding remembered being the Death Spectres and Exorcist chapters. Their reputation in their early service was a shining contrast to their gloomy cousins. Estranged from fellow chapters for their zealous adherence to protocols of war during the cleansing of Daenor IV of 481.M37, the then Blood Angels chapter master, Commander Vigilius, nevertheless commended their skills at rapid strike drop pod insertions, which rivaled his own chapter's expertise. Ultramarine librarian Brother A. Regulus cautioning the Crimson Sabres as overeager to accept avoidable losses of life, their zeal seemingly spurred by their need to match if not surpass his own chapter's legendary pedigree. Their lack of respect given during cooperative fighting alongside the vaunted Dark Angels and Blood Angels during the Amalgamathian Schism of 556.M38, a failing which would invite dire consequences. Sundering the Space Hulk designated Amalgamation alongside the Sons of the Lion and Great Angel. The Astartes fought to save a colony vessel of millions of humans trapped in the heart of the colossal ship. Swiftly purging the demon entities within, the Crimson Sabers nonetheless overstepped their authority in challenging one of the interrogator chaplains of the Dark Angels, who had taken a particularly large colonist into his custody. Open hostilities between the chapters subsiding, as the first withdrew before the arrival of the Emperor's Holy Inquisition came to deal with the colonists. The disparaging reports from both the Dark Angels and Blood Angels reaching Holy Terror, the assembled leaders of the Crimson Saber Sword Council received words of rebuke within their fortress monastery stronghold, the Decavitum. Chapter Master Nigellus, bristling at the remonstration, resolved to make a grand statement to absolve his men of shame, declaring that the Crimson Sabers shall never again fight at the side of any Space Marine chapter and follow orders from the High Lords of Terror alone. Sealing away their past deeds and ties of lineage, as Nigellus declared his chapter born anew. Regardless of his efforts, self-doubt began to feed on the Crimson Sabers, as Nigellus forbid any debate on their prior actions, nor mention of the Amalgamation Schism. Meticulously redacting all traces of their ties to their primogenitor as statues, heirlooms, and relic power armor was scoured of markings, features, and trappings. Now unencumbered by shame, the Crimson Sabers sealed away all records within the Sanctum of the Sword, within the tallest tower of the Decavitum, accessible only to senior officers of the chapter. Each chapter master hereafter regarded as intransigents. Their efforts to become faultless arbitrators of the paragon ideals of a Space Marine drove the chapter further into extremism. Suppressing the Fawnstad Rebellion of 599.M38, which claimed Master Nigellus' life after 112 years of tenure as their chapter master. Their battle made against Chaos Cultists and Alpha Legion schemers saw to the appointment of Chapter Master Arnok as the Crimson Sabers' new master. His first act as chapter master, sealing the entrances to the archives of their lost path within the Sanctum of the Sword. Arnok's attempts to hide his chapter's imperfection and flaws further estranged them from their duty to the Imperium. Staving off Eldari pirates during the Zobrist War of 613.M38, with aid from the Talon Desert Raiders Regiment of the Astra Militarum, the departure of the self-righteous Crimson Sabers from the system was a moment of relief for the vaunted mortal warriors. Defeating the Xenos Fool species during the Dead Star battles of 983.M38, alongside a crusade fleet of the Black Templars, both Astartes chapter masters of their respective creeds came close to fighting an honor duel, until the then leader of the Crimson Sabers, Grylock, declared his findings that such an act was forbidden within the tome of the Codex Astartes. Time and again, the Crimson Sabers strained relations with their allies, whether transhuman or mortal in standing. Their deeds made during the Redemption Crusades of 088.M39, collapse of Krakatoa of 186.M39, and Makarian conquests of 995.M40, tarnishing their otherwise impressive battle record. Eradicating the Hrud species on the frontier world of Nola before freeing the Reductus system from greenskin oppression. Regardless of their many impressive deeds made to humanity, their stain of heresy never faded. Their original homeworld of Rogon, besieged by the demonic invasion from the Space Hulk, the Misery, Dark Age of Technology armaments within their fortress monastery detonated, leaving nothing but a burnt husk remaining as they arrived in system reunited from their scattered campaigns. The explosion caused by cyclonic torpedo orbital bombardment of Imperial authorities. The rapid spread of corruption within the Krakatoa system required decisive action to prevent the entire sector from falling into enemy hands. Now truly relieved of the records of their burdensome past, hopeless resentment nevertheless continued to erode the Crimson Sabers' resolve, even despite Imperial authorities bequeathing the chapter a new homeworld to call their own. During 879.M39, upon the planet of Drosh, the chapter settled once more within the Krakatoa system, yet bitterness began to fester in their hearts, as their allies refused to aid their calls for supplies and cooperative campaigning. The Krakatoa region of space to which they fought, colloquially known as Hulk Alley, due to the amount of derelict voidcraft anomalies which spewed from the warp. Some scholars speculate the chapter's appointment to the sector to be intentional due to their proclivity to explore such space hulks. Their downfall cemented on the jungle world of Umidia during 928.M41. The Crimson Sabers accepted Vermilion-level messages from the Inquisitor Lord of the Ordo Hereticus, Frederick Koshin. Chapters such as the Hawk Lords, Angels in Carmine, and Dark Angels already deployed to the surface. The Crimson Sabers under the command of the now Chapter Master, Sevastus Cranon, sought to outshine their rivals, especially the haughty Sons of the Lion. Pledging the entire might of the chapter to the campaign, all others immediately withdrew their support to Lord Koshin, as they outright refused to fight alongside the Crimson Sabers. Observing the Umidian people's pagan rituals bearing a strange bird mask as they danced and chanted in praise to their deity, the sight of a single cult leader wearing a suit of grey ceramite power armor was adorned with inquisitorial sigils. A greater demon, seemingly inhabiting the armor of the slain Lord Frederick Koshin, the Crimson Sabers laid waste to the cult of Belefu, purging all mortals in their path, no matter if they bore markings or allegiance to the ruinous powers. Realizing that the peculiar populace were not giving praise to the followers of Tzeentch, but rather celebrating All Saints' Day given sanction from the Adeptus Ministorum, their planetary annihilation of the innocent population was regardless manipulated by the conniving forces of Tzeentch, who fed upon their callous need for violence. Attempting to pursue the demonic entity which had tricked the chapter chief librarian, Zastus Manon, giving chase to the Lord of Change known as Sax Lantar, the demon possessed the chief librarian's body and returned to the chapter, speaking of its own demise. Agents of the Ordo Hereticus, finding no trace of the so-called Belefi cults cited by the chapter, the Inquisition declared the Crimson Sabers at fault for the atrocity, who reeled at the horror inflicted even by the standards of their centuries' calloused hearts. Already well known for their reputation as ruthlessly efficient Astartes, who brooked no diversion from the tenets of the Codex Astartes, their actions on Numidia invited the influence of the blood god, Khorne, to manifest. Cursed with the screams of the slain, long after departing from the jungle world, the chapter's attempts to silence the torments of their victims continually diminished their acts of mercy and honor in combat. Questioning their oaths to the Emperor, with so many of his subjects declaring them to be at fault, the Crimson Sabers for their independence had consigned countless worlds to destruction due to their inability to fight alongside their Astartes kin. And now, they had committed unforgivable barbarity in his name. Declaring the planet Demetra within proximity to Amidia as contaminated by chaos during 929.M41, their rediscovering of signs of the Belefu cults via the manipulations of Sax Lantar once more preyed upon the Crimson Sabers, their hopes to vindicate their prior actions, perfect kindling to stoke the flames of heresy. Striking Demetra's population centers via rapid strike assaults, the Crimson Sabers systematically eliminated all vestiges of human life with blade, bolter, and orbital bombardment. Drenched in gore as they chased phantoms of their infamy, the voices in their heads began to subside with each kill. Chapter Master Cranon sending his after-action report to Administratum officials, lauding his efforts in purging the world of corruption. The chapter's acts of slaughtering innocents anew, investigated by the Inquisition. Their findings resulted in the seizure of their chapter homeworld and destruction of its populace as elements of the Scout Marine Company, alongside their master of recruits, Murdoch, fled. Declared excommunicate traitores by the High Lords of Terra for their actions, the Crimson Sabers fled into the Eye of Terror as they sought to achieve redemption, slaying the enemies of the Imperium within the heart of their domain. Sundering several Chaos warbands during the Renegade Wars of the same year, the Crimson Sabers put low elements of the Black Skulls, the Cleaved, Grim Hunters, Tainted Souls, Tatter Skulls, Brazgers Fell-Handed, and countless other foes. Pride once more the vice to which the chapter enabled their own corruption. Mutations began to spread within their ranks, following 932.M41, their survival within the Eye condemning them to serve as another of its pawns, rather than righteous crusaders. Renaming themselves as the Crimson Slaughter during 938.M41, the command of Chapter Master Sevastus Cranon steered his warband to find new cores, rather than fight for scraps in the name of an emperor who had abandoned them to decay. 4th Captain Eli Zarton and 59 of his company, departing along with the venerated ship, the Pride of Rogon, established a secret base of operations upon their former irradiated homeworld of Rogon, swearing to fire upon the warband of the corrupted Crimson Sabers should their paths meet again, as he vowed to one day depose Cranon in the name of the Emperor. Transformed not by a single battle, but gradual decline, the Crimson Slaughter's prowess as warriors encouraged their mutations into ever more deadly abominations, the Blood God watching intently as they slowly and inadvertently surrendered to his will. Spurred on by their independent nature and need to vindication, their praise to the Emperor dwindled as speeches of self-reliance and freedom overturned mantras of loyalty and service. As some Astartes grew horns, fangs, and elongated limbs, others, with more esoteric talents, found eyes to be emerging on their brows. Chapter Master Cranon's martial aspect burgeoning with his own mutations, bolstering his already impressive strength. Establishing a base of operations within the Space Hulk, Lost Hope, as the Crimson Slaughter pillaged real space for spoils, their mutations exacerbated further. the voices which tormented them never silent. The chapter's librarians becoming more lax with the records made of the renegade wars within the Eye. As time passed, such scholars abandoned their quills and parchment as demonic possession and madness took hold. Their prior data scroll entries upon reinspection, nothing more than assortments of maniacal rantings and garbled gibberish. Time ever distorting as the warband continued their crusade within the Eye. With over 200 Astartes lost to the conflict, others went missing as even their venerable heroes burst from their ceramite, transforming into monstrous abominations such as one which has now been known only as the Red Honor. His librarians, unreliable as many of his chaplains, remain shackled, imprisoned within the depths of his flagship. Even Cranon's own blood brother languished within a locked cell and refused to speak. The Crimson Sabers and all they had been had truly died, a chapter with no legacy, no valor, no sanity, and no hope. A collection of murderers suffocated by despair and misery. Gathering his most trusted officers, who had not yet surrendered to madness, Cranon outlined his quest to seek new purpose and eke out a fragment of the honor which now ran in short supplies. The Crimson Slaughter must accept their nature as renegades in order to thrive. His men, out of a sense of duty and refusal to abandon their vows of service to their master, began to devise a means to unite the warband to their common cause. Seeking a cure for the madness which gripped his men so completely, Cranon slew those who out of desperation refused to abandon their service to the Emperor. Already earmarked by his senior officers and gunned down mercilessly. Meeting with the clone lord of the 3rd Legion, Fabius Bile, aboard the Lost Hope, Bile congratulated Cranon and his men for their defection from the Imperium, offering to aid the restoration of his warband, in exchange for the men of his former chapter, who refused to join him in damnation. Establishing vast laboratories within the confines of their space hulk, Chemvats aplenty grew organs for new aspirants, as the Lost Hope swelled in scale, with new amalgamations of shipwrecks dragged to its embrace. Sparing only his brother Sevastus from the scalpel of the Spider, the Crimson Slaughter soon burgeoned, driven by vengeance as they roamed the stars for spoils anew, as worlds suffered by their hands. Confronted by the fallen angel, Cypher, during Cranon's efforts to obtain the artifact known as the Hellfire Stone as a means to silence the voices which now plagued his mind, their interrogation of another son of Caliban, Turiel, gleaned information of the prize they sought and the nature of his fallen kin. Enraged at the notion that the Dark Angels had fallen from grace, yet eluded persecution for their actions, the Crimson Slaughter put aside their search for the Hellfire Stone for a time, as they sought retribution from the slight incurred during the Amalgamathian Schism. Setting a trap upon Stern's remembrance, using their captured fallen angel, Attius the Untamed, as bait, their combat made against the Adeptus Auroritas saw to the bodies of their enemies piled high into cathedrals as a means to draw the ire of the Imperium. The Dark Angels receiving a telepathic vector message of not only the slaughter, but the name of the fallen angel. The strike cruiser, Pride of Caliban, deployed members of the 5th Company, the Keepers of the Unseen Ritual, led by Master Zadokyle. The captain of the 5th Company, slain by Cranon's now mutated birth brother, the Hellbrute, Mortis Metallicus. The Crimson Slaughter, now having stated their desires, during their ambush, returned to their quest to locate the Hellfire Stone. Now having embittered the Dark Angels as a lifelong nemesis with which to contend, their search for the artifact would be relentlessly harried by the Sons of the Lion, finally locating their prize during the battle upon Bane's Landing. Requiring the sacrifice of a loyalist space marine upon an ancient altar to harness the Hellfire Stone's power, victory would be snatched from the Crimson Slaughter as their captive Dark Angel sacrificed his life without aiding their ritual, stalling their efforts until reinforcements drove Cranon and his men from the planet. Returning to the Eye of Terror, having failed in their efforts to free themselves from the voices which plagued their minds. To this day, such hateful sounds barbed with malice burrow deep into their sanity, unless bloodshed in combat brings brief respite. Raiding the Dark Angel stronghold of New Redemption upon the ice world of Newmark. As their warband grew in power, smaller groups of Khornate warriors assimilated into their ranks, drawn by the promise of valuable spoils. Purging the greater demon of Tzeentch, Saxlan, which had been hiding within the depths of the Lost Hope, though Cranon pondered on the implications that his efforts had been the result of the Changer of Ways manipulations, a new calling beckoned his men. Abaddon the Despoiler's 13th Black Crusade, readying for war, the Despoiler had taken notice of the Crimson Slaughter's expanse of their domains within the Eye of Terror, and dispatched emissaries demanding that Cranon join his calamitous venture. Acceding to the meeting aboard Abaddon's flagship, the Planet Killer, Cranon demanded that the greater demon, Saxlan, be killed, in exchange for his warband's alliance. Uncharacteristically laughing at such a bold demand, The Despoiler accepted the terms of the Relentless, Abaddon assigning the Crimson Slaughter as among his premier warriors in the battles to come. Enacting shock attacks within the domains of the Cadian Gate, such as Regalis, as Abaddon's Black Legion set Cadia aflame, the Crimson Slaughter harried the only means to safely traverse between the Eye and the Fortress world. The Warband's foremost elite, Draznik's Ravagers, equipped with the finest war gear available. These equivalents of Terminator squads care not for the lives of their kindred, should their own standing be increased. The possessed of the Crimson Slaughter, harboring one or even several demonic entities within their flesh, these gruesome abominations are endemic within the Warband's ranks, beyond typical levels for most of their contemporaries. Never lacking for vast hordes of expendable renegades, known as their Cults of the Crimson Slaughter, such bloodbathers and dirt dogs are often slain on sight by their overlords, should their ingratiating platitudes stoke their ire. Retaining their expertise for armored spearhead assaults, bolstered by waves of cultists and demon engines, whether struck by a power fist, bolt round, or fell arcane sorcery, the wrath of the Crimson Slaughter is sudden and without mercy. Clad in crimson ceramite, trimmed with gold, the symbol of their former chapter iconography, a red skull atop two crossed red sabers over a field of white, has been supplanted by a fanged white skull, crowned with a black iron halo atop a field of crimson. Aiding the Diamor campaign to lay low the Blood Angel defenders of this crucial campaign of the 13th Black Crusade, Cranon's efforts to enable the Crimson Path of Abaddon have brought great ruin to the galaxy entire, and his men of the Crimson Slaughter. Adharon's Reavers are a warband of Chaos Undivided Space Marines. A renegade splinter of the Sons of Guilliman chapter, under the leadership of their former captain, Adharon. These renegades have used their knowledge of the Imperium to harry its defenses. Present during the uprisings of the Kinbex Nebula during 709.M41, the venerable rogue trader Joff Zuckerman, alongside the arch-militant Form Malkin, crushed the rebellion, driving the Adharon Reavers back into the void. Clad in dark blue ceramite, trimmed with silver, the symbol of their warband, a skull-centered silver 8-pointed star upon a field of dark blue, acts as a fell representation of their now twisted creed. Identified to be present during the Siege of Vrax of 813.M41, none have cited this band of Corsairs since, yet the Sons of Guilliman continued their quest to purge their shame from the galaxy. The Angels of Ecstasy are a Slaaneshi warband of Chaos Space Marines. Once known as the Sons of Ulfinus prior to their descent into madness, these once loyal sons of the Imperium were enticed by the fell entity known as She Who Firsts. Cementing their defection during the Ganymedean betrayal, their depraved actions made in the name of the Lord of Pleasures are too unspeakable to tell. Infamous during the fire season of Sarnax during 966.M41, their search for an Eldari webway portal upon the jungle world would test their mettle against a band of raiders. Bled further by reinforcements of the Howling Banshees, the arrogance of the Xenos proved to be their downfall, their abandonment of long-range tactics for melee combat proving costly. The amplification channels of the Banshees' helmets, typically used to overwhelm their enemies with ear-splitting screams, imbibing the Angels of Ecstasy with never before experienced sensation. The reflexes of these Chaos Space Marines were strengthened. Delighting in the slaughter of the Xenos as their passions rose to a fever pitch, the Noise Marines of the Angels of Ecstasy pushed back the Eldar as their Chaos Lord, Ulix the Enthralled, claimed the portal and sacrificed a captured ranger to Slaanesh. Clad in pink ceramite, trimmed with black paint, these gaudy warriors are an insult to the eyes as much as they are to the Imperium's purity. The symbol of their warband, a black, stylized mark of Slaanesh upon a field of pink, bears similarity to an anchor or some peculiar weapon. Venturing into the void upon their flagship, Praise Eternal, this once proud weapon of the Imperium, alike to its corrupted crew, now turns its guns on the innocents for the sick delight of She Who Firsts. The Apostles of Contagion are an Urgolite warband of Chaos Space Marines. A Victorium of the Death Guard Legion's 4th Plague Company, the Wretched. These sons of Mortarion favor sorcery and viral bombardment to spread their miasma of disease, drowning their enemies in putrescence as their litanies made in the praise of the Grandfather drown out the gurgling screams of the dying. Each corpse sacrificed as mulch for the Garden of Nurgle spawns abominations from the Immaterium from their bloated forms. Serving their Chaos Lord, Necrosius, who self-styles himself as the Hand of Nurgle, the former apothecary of the Legion bows to none save for the Grandfather. Parting ways with their Legion to better pursue their own methods of giving praise to the Plague Father, their liege's resentment towards First Captain Callus Typhon is shared by his scions, which has often led to open conflict between their ranks and that of the Harbinger's warband. Caring not should their plague spread among the ranks of the Imperium, or even thralls of the ruinous Pantheon, their involvement during the Siege of Vrax of 813.M41 enacting plague zombie infestations are remembered with infamy by the scholars of humanity. Clad in discolored brass ceramite, pocked with rust and grime, their armor's protective qualities are dubious by virtue of how much of their flesh is exposed. The symbol of their warband, a stylized crimson fly with eyes upon its wings, a fitting charm to recognize such fetid thralls of Nurgle. Apprenticing under the tutelage of Necrosius, this otherwise small warband counters their meager numbers with powerful sorceries, their mastery dominating demons of the Grandfather to act as cannon fodder as they unleash undeath upon their victims. The Apostles of Minthras are a warband of Chaos Undivided Space Marines. First sighted during the 33rd millennium within the domains of the Eye of Terror, their most infamous campaign would be that of the Anticarnis Massacre of 165.M37. Aiding Abaddon the Despoiler's Ninth Black Crusade, the warband targeted the world of Anticarnis IV's dockyard, known as Cancephalus, wherein the populace constructed vast warships, targeting not the installation's defenses, but their million-strong workforce. The Apostles of Minthras, alongside the Black Legion, World Eaters, Word Bearers, the Purge, and dozens of other warbands laid waste to the surface using the bombardment cannons of their assembled battle barges, grand cruisers, and battleships of the Despoiler's fleet. 7 days of vortex torpedo and fusion bomb orbital bombardments wrought millions of casualties, the heretic dropships dividing the remaining slaughter and spoils between one another as Monarch Hive burned. Confronted by the Silver Skulls chapter, who attacked the Space Marines on the surface, as regiments of the Astra Militarum commit their might, Abaddon ordered a withdrawal of all forces before unleashing a final bombardment upon those who remained as a last act of devastation. Clad in red ceramite trimmed with silver and black runes, the symbol of their warband, a red 8-pointed star of chaos centered on a black skull upon a field of red, signifies their dedication to serve Chaos Undivided. Invading the realm of Ultramar during 999.M41 as part of Makar the Reborn and Warsmith Honsu's campaign of revenge, the Apostles of Minthras, alongside the warbands of the Skulltakers, Claws of Lorek, and Death Shadows, attempted in vain to sunder the fiefdoms of the Ultramarines. The Berserkers of Scalafrax are a cornate warband of Chaos Space Marines. Drawn from the World Eaters Legion of yore, these rabid killers roam the Segmentum Obscurus in search of battles to sate their bloodlust. Forged within the tides of the Eye of Terror, following their humbling by the Loyalists during the Horus Heresy, the fragmenting of their legion upon the demon world of Scalafrax is forever remembered by the survivors of the conflict. Battling the Emperor's children as the pawns of rival deities struggled for power, the carnage wrought from the Battle of Scalafrax sundered its cities until the planet's core temperature forced a stalemate. Witness to the murder spree of the former equerry of the Red Angel, Khan, the being would henceforth forever be known as the Betrayer, as he burned the World Eater's shelters to the ground to drive them into the frigid war zones to face the Sons of the Phoenician. Withdrawing as among the largest portions of the World Eater's Legion, their most infamous rampage would be made during the Siege of Vrax of 813.M41. The campaign led by the Chaos Lord, Zufar the Impaler, the survivors of Scalafrax initially refused to pledge their blades to the master of the Skulltakers warband unless their own master fought him in single combat. Bereft of armor, Zufar behead the master of the Berserkers with his chain axe, assuming lordship of the Berserkers of Scalathrax until they were driven from Vrax Prime by Imperial forces. Clad in blood-red ceramite trimmed with brass, these scions of Khorne revel in thickening the sheen of their crimson with the blood of their foes. The symbol of their warband, a planet being devoured by a gigantic toothed maw, bears homage to their legion of origin, the World Eaters. Seemingly relieved of their command of the Butcher of Vrax, the Skulltakers continue to wander the void in search of skulls for the Skull Throne. The Blades of Magnus are a Tzeentchian warband of Chaos Space Marines. Bound to the cult of manipulation with their submission to the Changer of Ways, these loyal sons of the Emperor toiled to sunder the bonds of fealty made between their Primarch, Magnus the Red, and his conniving benefactor from within before his compact could be made. Banishing several demons which had orchestrated their liege's bargain, eventually Magnus discovered their actions, punishing his wayward sons by reducing their forms to mere puppets, cleansing them of sentience until only husks remained. The first warband of Tzeentch to pledge fealty to the Cyclops at the conclusion of the burning of Prospero, their Rubricae, known as the Ones Who Stood Resolute, once stood as guardians of Magnus's tower upon Prospero, and now guard his sanctum upon the planet of sorcerers, Sortiarius. Clad in golden ceramite trimmed with azure blue, their heraldry reverses the color scheme of Magnus's once personal honor guard, the Rahati, as such a design demonstrates their intent to save Magnus from himself. The symbol of their warband, displaying the coal-black eye of the cult of manipulation upon a field of gold. Their habit of applying such pigment to their left eyes when flesh still encompassed their ceramite gave unknowing portents to the future sigil they would adopt. Their stoic resolve to save their Primarch from damnation now given way to slavish obedience. Perhaps it is a small mercy that none among the Blades of Magnus have awareness to understand such a bitter irony. The Bleak Brotherhood are a warband of Chaos Undivided Space Marines. Believed to be a splinter group of the warband which shares their heraldry, the Apocalypse Company, these warriors made a compact with a demon of the warp, exchanging power for their service. Attempting to cast down the Crystal City of Magdalon during 712.M41, elements of the Space Wolves repelled the invaders of the Bleak Brotherhood, forcing them to retreat to Lycanthos Secundus. Beginning the Lycanthos Drift campaign, the warband's occupation of the Widowmaker Bastion lasted for 3 decades of siege, until 780.M41, as Chapter Master Luft Huron of the Astral Claws chapter shattered their forces. Clad in black ceramite, adorned with neon green flames, the symbol of their warband, a green locust head on a field of black, signifies their proclivity to sow devastation. Last sighted during Abaddon the Despoiler's 13th Black Crusade, their efforts in sundering the Cadian Gate earning them further infamy before slinking back into the dark corners of the void. The Blood Disciples are a cornate warband of Chaos Space Marines. Descended from the 8th Company of the Emperor's Wolves chapter of Astartes, their defection during 888.M37 would be forewarned by a cryptic reading of the Emperor's Tarot. Venturing to the Gore worlds within the Eye of Terror, the 8th Company happened upon a hermit known as the Red Prophet, who proclaimed the Blood God's glory atop a pillar surging with ichor. Carving a path to the hermit using jump packs, the 8th Company felled the heretic atop his geyser of blood. Yet all who were spattered with such gore instantly fell to the thrall of Khorne. Known henceforth as the Blood Disciples, these Astartes pillage worlds within the Segmentum Obscurus, comprised overwhelmingly of Chaos Raptors. Clad in black ceramite trimmed with brass, the symbol of their chapter, a demonic white skull marked with a drop of blood, emphasizes their submission to the Lord of Rage. Seeking to absolve their sins made against the Blood God, their sundering of the Red Prophet drives the warband to earn redemption for their transgression. The Blood Gorgons are a renegade successor chapter of unknown origin. derived from the so-called cursed 21st founding of the 36th millennium. These Chaos Space Marines were declared excommunicate traitoris 6 decades thereafter as they followed their chapter master, Gamadin, to damnation. Fleeing into the Eye of Terror to evade purge by the Space Wolves, within their new abode, the Space Hulk, Cauldronborn, the Blood Gorgons descended into infighting as their Khoitan captains, known as the Murites, laid claim to various sections of the vessel, nominally led by the Chaos Sorcerer, Anko Mur. Uniting his men under his banner once more, Gamadin, under the new title of Khorsad, laid waste to those who defied his will and sundered many sections of the Space Hulk during the Civil War. Establishing rituals to bloodbond their brethren, the remaining Astartes of the Warband pillaged 62 worlds within the Bastion sector to replenish their numbers using gene seed recovered by the psychically powerful Chirurgeon witches. Clad in ceramite of burnt umber, covered in barnacles and fossilized organisms, the mutant growths of their armor mutate fins and quills into their shell-like facade. The former symbol of their chapter, a Gorgon's head derived from ancient Terra's past, none retain the symbol of their former glory and instead adopt sigils of the ruinous powers. Scavenging resources as a band of piratical raiders, these traditionalist Astartes regardless champion freedom as adherents of chaos, undivided. The Bloodgorged are a Khornate warband of Chaos Space Marines. Their rampage is heralded by the Skullstar, located within the Golgotha system of the Segmentum Ultima. The warband perceive the blazing solar entity as the divine manifestation of the Blood God. Braving the warp storms blocking their venture, the Bloodgorged set upon the hordes of cultists spread across the planets which orbit the Skullstar, constructing fortifications and idols to the Lord of Skulls, which now tower over the Thrall populace. First sighted during the 41st millennium, these warriors peculiarly prey upon their rivals of chaos, rather than the subjects of the Imperium. Harrying followers of Tzeentch, Nurgle and Slaanesh, their worship given to inferior gods are punished by the Bloodgorged for their misplaced faith. The cults of Khorne pledge to aid their endeavors, preparing ambushes and labors in their name, should any stand in the way of their rampages, intended for their rival Chaos warbands. They shall not be spared reprisal. Scuttling an Emperor's Children fleet during 183.M41, inadvertently saving the populace of the hive world of Pyros, and crippling Huron Blackheart's strongholds of the Maelstrom during 938.M41. The demands of the Blood God to aid Abaddon the Despoiler's 13th Black Crusade nonetheless exemplifies that such a warband is not an ally of the Imperium's goals. Clad in brass and crimson ceramite, trimmed with gunmetal grey, the symbol of their warband, an elongated black sigil of Khorne on a field of crimson, shows their clear devotion to the Blood God. Patrolling the domains of the Eye of Terror in search of prey, their mission to destroy all rivals to their patron's ideals, wants for no lack of targets. The Brazen Beasts are a Khornate warband of Chaos Space Marines. Once known as the Golden Blades chapter during their service to the Imperium, their downfall to madness began during the 37th millennium while defending the Fortress of Intolerance on the world of Gahala. Defacing their panoplies as they began blood rituals to praise the Lord of Rage, the corrupted Astartes began to trap demons within vehicles which remained functional within the war zone. Opposed to the myriad other followers of the gods of chaos, these berserkers fight alongside heavily armored demon engines, with the largest in their possession being an imposing Lord of Skulls, whose visions of future conflict guide the warbands to its next battlefields. Worshipping the Gore Thunder cohort as skull cannons and soul grinders pulp their enemies into mulch, their entourage of Mauler fiends, defilers and forge fiends support the advance of their Astartes forces. Traversing the galaxy, aboard their Space Hulk, Oblivion Shadow, an entire coven of warpsmiths tend to the warband's demon engines when not campaigning as befits their overwhelming numbers. Clad in maroon ceramite trimmed with brass, the symbol of their warband, a skull affixed with the mark of Khorne on a field of crimson, exemplifies their pledge to serve the Blood God. Leaving nothing more than mangled corpses in their wake, these tamers of gargantuan monstrosities claim skulls aplenty for the Lord of Rage. The Brotherhood of Darkness are a warband of Chaos Undivided. The origins of these bleak souls are known beyond the boundaries of speculation. Many believe such warriors to be descendants of the Night Lord's traitor legion due to their similarity of crest and stalwart cooperative strikes. Aiding in the assault of an astropathic relay station alongside Arzek Ahriman and his exiled Thousand Sons, these dour raiders, in typical fashion for their reputation, burned its astropaths alive, sparing no civilians the bite of their blades. Harrying the Angel Sanguine chapter homeworld of Anzira during the War of Broken Wings of 261.M33, alongside their Night Lord's allies, the bombardment of their fortress monastery threatened their survival until their desperate counterattack. Luring the heretics with the bait of their flagship, the Cruor Domina, simultaneously 300 Death Company Astartes were dispatched aboard boarding torpedoes. These berserkers without the focus of a chaplain unleashed upon 8 capital ships, such as the Lies of Dawn, Forsworn, and Brotherhood's own Sightless Godling, driving the invaders from their realm. Clad in black ceramite trimmed with red, their armor is festooned with blasphemous glowing red glyphs of chaos. The symbol of their warband, a red-winged horned skull upon a field of black, bears striking similarity to that of the Night Lord's Legion. Roaming the stars upon their reclaimed warship, their ambush of civilian passenger liners within the Pandrak subsector of the Ultima Segmentum left no survivors to speak of the horrors commit within their confines.
If I have to burn half of the Eye of Terror and raise the planet of the sorcerers to find the means, I will break your rubric and let our legion die at last.
The Brotherhood of Dust were a Cinchian warband of Chaos Space Marines. Founded by the captain of the Thousand Sons Ninth Fellowship, Amon, the equerry and mentor of Magnus the Red, aided the chief librarian of the Sundered Legion, Arzek Ahriman, in conducting the ritual to save their kin from damnation. Witnessing the majority of his legion succumb to the rubric's atomizing influence, Ahriman's sorceries to prevent the Flesh Change curse led to an even worse fate as automaton rubric marines stood where living men had once been. Exiled by their Primarch for their folly, while Ahriman stewed in his failure, Amon independently sought a means to bring his undead kin back to life, founding the Brotherhood of Dust as their millennia of searching bore little fruit. Hoping to end the suffering of his legion, Amon sought out Ahriman with his investigations concluded, knowing that he alone held the necessary insight to reverse the rubric. Sending emissaries to join his Brotherhood of Dust, those who accepted the invitation benefited from the knowledge of Amon, while those that refused were annihilated. One such emissary, Tolbek, finding upon Chief Librarian Ahriman hiding amongst the Voidcraft Blood Crescent of the Cornate Warband, the Harrowing. Slain by Ahriman as he attempted to invade his mind telepathically, Tolbek's attack resolved Ahriman to destroy Amon as his Brotherhood of Dust managed to entrap the Blood Crescent. Subduing Ahriman with his powerful hexes and wards of binding, Amon brought Ahriman aboard his flagship, the Sycorax, demanding the information he sought to reverse the rubric. Dueling Amon as he escaped his confinement, Ahriman forced the master of the warband to combust under the strain of the psychic energies coursing through his body and assume command of the Brotherhood of Dust. Clad in the colors of the pre-heresy heraldry of the Thousand Sons, red with silvered trim, likewise the warband retained the sigil of the 15th as exemplars of their former glory. Their legacy ended as Ahriman summoned magic flames which scoured the Brotherhood Astartes armor of their red lacquer and silver trim. Every sorcerer and rubricae pledged fealty to the exile as their armor transformed into sheens of sapphire and gold. Likely subsumed into the fold of the exile's warband, the Prodigal Sons, no trace of Amon's deeds remains of these warriors, as continued warfare has diminished their numbers over the millennia. The Butcher Horde are a Cornate warband of Chaos Space Marines. A coalition of World Eater Legion warbands led by the infamous equerry of Angron, Khan the Betrayer, The foundational members of this creed consisted entirely of Khornate berserkers and has since burgeoned to myriad followers of the Eightfold Path. Whether Chaos Space Marines, Khornate cultists, demon princes of the Blood God, or ravenous demon engines, this frayed assemblage of killers are united by might alone, as the infamous former captain of the World Eaters harnesses their bloodthirsty nature to his will. Disinterested with forging an army of conquest, the simple delight of parting heads from necks is enough for the betrayer's machinations, his warband assembling as they were drawn to his acts of slaughter, drenching the Eightfold Path in ichor to such an extent that demons of Khorne could not stand idly by. Spilling from tears in reality to feast on the carnage wrought by Kharn, the butcher horde like moths to a flame rallied by the side of the champion of Khorne, as the war zone of Sundered Reach acted alike to a beacon, drawing men to his side. As the blood rage subsided, Kharn beheld a warband of his own making, entire fleets of starships looming above the devastation wrought upon the Pandoric colonies, each housing lunatics aplenty who follow his orders. Seeking no power for himself, the betrayer saw these miscreants and murderers not as subjects, but merely a deadly weapon to be wielded. The amassed strength of dozens of warbands barely kept in check as they began to rampage across the stars. Never intervening in petty squabbles between his men, nor quelling acts of violence among his fleet, the weak are continually weeded from the butcher horde's number, as might makes right. Each fallen subject's skull offered to the Blood God. At the side of their bloody avatar, none among this warband of killers could conceive of a higher calling to their patron god, both in life and death. Many capable butcher horde officers attempting to claim Kharn's skull as the ultimate trophy, their ambition proved to be their downfall, as many such craniums lie in the Blood God's throne to this day. Striking down usurpers almost daily as they made attempts on the betrayer's life, the Chaos cultists in their retinue proclaim Khorne's praises as demon princes watch amusedly at the unworthy attempts to reach ascension. Infamous for their deployments of demon engines at the forefront of their engagements, Mauler fiends, defilers, brass scorpions, and even lords of skulls lead their advances as hellbrutes lumber in their wake. Kharn's violent campaigns, legendary throughout the ranks of Chaos. During the Blood Torrent War of Ulsa, despite his chain axe Gorechild jamming and plasma pistol stalling from overuse, the betrayer culled the defenders of the Mechanicus Factorum with his bare hands as thousands of mangled corpses clogged its mechanisms. Allying with Abaddon the Despoiler's Black Legion during his fell 13th Black Crusade, as Chaos Lord Cranon the Relentless deployed his renegade warband, the Crimson Slaughter, to aid the Diamor campaign of 999.M41, Kharn's butcher horde descended upon the world of Amethal. Combating the Blood Angels chapter defenders, Kharn sought to claim the skulls of among Sanguinius' most lauded sons as fitting offerings to the Skull Throne of Khorne. The havoc caused by the betrayer weakening the barrier between the Immaterium and real space, requiring the intervention of the Grey Knights chapter to halt. Clad in blood-red ceramite, trimmed with gold and brass, their retaining of the sigil of the World Eaters Legion, a jagged maw devouring a planet, belies their pledge of fealty to the Red Angel when called upon to war. The aloof leadership of the bloody avatar of Khorne, uniting them in purpose. So long as the betrayer continues his acts of annihilation, so too will his butcher horde enact atrocities in the name of the Blood God. The Claws of Lorek are a warband of Chaos Undivided Space Marines. Suspected to descend from the ranks of the Astral Claws chapter, their roaming of the maelstrom of the Ultima Segmentum bears some credence to this speculation. Present during the invasion of Ultramar of 999.M41, alongside the Bloodborne warband of Warsmith Honsu. As Cadia fell, the rampage of Makar the Reborn bolstered the invasion of Chaos on multiple fronts simultaneously. Clad in black ceramite trimmed with gunmetal, the warband eschews a sigil, preferring to paint red and black tiger stripe patterns on their greaves and left pauldron. Led by their overlord, Nishan Vor, as they fought besides the Corsair Queen of Karja Salombar upon Espandor. Ultimately, the prowess of Captains Cato Sicarius and Uriel Ventris would repel the Claws of Lorek from the domains of the Ultramarines. The Cleaved are a Nurglite warband of Chaos Space Marines. first sighted during the insurrection of Magma Cadelion of the 34th millennium. Soldiers of the 334th Iridian Regiment fought to secure the planetary governor's palace, following sustained bombardment of the renegade defenders. Finding its interior to have twisted into an enormous summoning circle, though no demons of the Plague God spewed from the warp ritual site, these grotesque Astartes marched in their stead. Oozing oil-like ichor from the joints of their decayed ceramite, no weapon of the guard could stem the tide of the traitors, as wounds inflicted did little to slow their repelling of the Iridians from the planet. Seen again fighting elements of the Dark Angels during 891.M39, the Sons of the Lion quelled the warband as cyclonic torpedoes laid waste to their emerged Space Hulk. Clad in pale, flesh-colored ceramite, wet with the black putrescence which seeps from its joints, it is better left unresolved how such Space Marines might look beneath the shell of their panoplies. The symbol of their warband, a pair of crossed ebon battle axes upon a field of dirty white, epitomizes their barbaric slaughter as they festoon fetishes giving praise to the Grandfather across their ceramite. Aiding Khornate warbands on rare occasions, such as was evident during the Holocaust Blood Crusade of the 41st millennium, this warband has also joined forces with Typhus the Traveller as the Chosen of Nurgle attempted to raid the Iron Hand's homeworld of Medusa during the era Indomitus.
Let us show these simple-minded fools that hope is less than worthless.
The Company of Misery are a warband of Chaos Undivided Space Marines. Formerly known as the Desolate Brotherhood, when pledged as a loyal chapter to the Master of Mankind. Their assignment to fight amongst the most dangerous war zones upon Death Worlds, Space Hulks, and quarantine sectors of space inevitably took its toll. Every victory rewarded with ever more perilous missions, eroding their resolve, following their venture to the acid swamps of a planet designated simply as Misery. The chapter abandoned their duty to the Emperor, now disillusioned to his glory. Encountered as an enemy of the Imperium during the 37th millennium upon the world of Medean IV, their total corruption by the ruinous powers were marked by the Imperium, now declared excommunicate traitoris. Ensuring the death of the witching moon of Keziah during the dawn of the 41st millennium, an unnatural eclipse of the Forge Moon heralded its doom as the Company of Misery exploited the madness which befell its domains. The spread of this calamitous phenomena threatening the entire star system henceforth. The Emperor's Holy Inquisition with aid from High Fleet Ultima and the Astra Militarum did little to dethrone the Mad Kings, who now held the witching moon in their grasp. Their madness finally ended with the intervention of the Charnel Guard chapter of Space Marines and Order of the Black Sepulchre of the Adeptus Auroritas. The Battle Sisters relic, the Book of Counted Tears, averted the death of billions as more chapters joined the fray. Supported by the Iron Hands, Stormlords, Angels Porphyr, and Adeptus Mechanicus reinforcements, the Company of Misery were eventually driven from Keziah, yet exterminatus measures would be required to purge the Forge Moon. 50 Chaos Space Marines of the Company of Misery venturing to invade the world of Mnemosyne. Their warband captain, Acor, failed to destroy their great librarium, as the enigmatic Legion of the Damned purged all who dared to stand defiant against their bolters and blades. Clad in blood-red ceramite incorporating black flames and trim, the symbol of their warband, a red up-pointed arrow with searing black flames, signifies an unknown meaning beyond the understanding of their warband. Last sighted during the Dicephamine campaign of the 42nd millennium, their alliance with the Dreadblade Chaos Knight, hatred of Crostrellan, waged a campaign of immense violence upon the world of Dicep 9. Intending to slay every psyker within its domains, a distress signal would emancipate its citizens from their plight. The free blade known as Sir Hector Cerberan, the Chainbreaker, answered their hails, playing into the hands of the hatred of Crostrellan. Dueling the heretic, piloting his Knight Preceptor, Canis Rex, none know the fate of this battle of demigod machines, nor the warband which facilitated their grudge match. The Corpse Makers are a warband of Chaos Undivided Space Marines. Drawn from the ranks of Abaddon the Despoiler's Black Legion, this bespoke warband allied to the Wordbearer's Demon Prince, Khor Megron, unleashing their immense cruelty during the Enderlim campaign. Clad in the black and gold of the Despoiler's Legion, their adoption of the 8-pointed star also bears similarity to the Black Legion's iconography, though in a more simplified form. Repelled by Imperial forces from Enderlim, despite their 20-man strong assault of the planet's capital of Endor Prime, the assault spearheaded by Khor Megron faltered, and so the Corpse Makers would return to the Despoiler with naught but failure for their deeds. The Corpus Brethren are a Slaaneshi warband of Chaos Space Marines. Once a loyalist chapter of Astartes of unknown providence, known simply as the Sentinels, during the Abyssal Crusade of 321.M37, their downfall was cemented. Called to combat the emergent threat of the warp storm dubbed Dionys, following the ecclesiarchal purges, its consumption of a dozen star systems of the Imperium's domains required a robust response. As mutations and cultist uprisings quadrupled, even Space Marine aspirants of several chapters observed pronounced manifestations of their gene seed mutations, one such chapter being the Sentinels. Ordered by St. Basilius the Elder to hurl themselves into the heart of the storm in order to combat the peril which now claimed their homeworlds, the Sentinels and every other affected Space Marine chapter dared not refuse such a command, supported by the High Lords of Terra. Dubbed the Judged by the Ecclesiarchy, only a penitent crusade could purify their souls. The chapter's debates made during the Council of Dismay, confirming their preference of martyrdom rather than dishonor. Each strike cruiser and battle barge of the amassed, approximating 30,000 Space Marines, passed through the Cadian Gate. The mighty assemblage of such a fleet beset immediately by a Chaos Warfleet upon their traversal through the Eye of Terror. Scattered alike to every one of the 29 chapters who had ventured beside them, the Sentinels ventured to the demon world of Oliensis, observing that peculiarly its form bore similarity to a morbidly obese man hunched into a fetal position. Hunting the goat-headed heretics upon the planet's surface, the din of combat lured noise marines from the planet's fleshy pores, bearing credence to the peculiar analysis that the celestial body was indeed a living entity in and of itself. Swallowing the combatants within its enormous gullet, Oliensis, now consuming the Sentinels, changed their character during their time confined within its digestive tract. Regurgitated into new, unrecognizable forms, the stomach acid of the creature had dissolved the paint of their former heraldry, the deranged heretics now freed from its gut, giving praise to Slaanesh for their salvation. Clad in dirty white ceramite, trimmed with brass, these bleached sons of She Who Firsts rarely keep their armor clean for long. The symbol of their warband, a red-horned demon's head upon a field of white, its many eyes look for prey to sate the hunger of these cannibal Astartes. Gorging on the flesh of mutants, innocents, Astartes, and myriad other morsels, the Corpus Brethren delight in the taste of flesh, despite its failure to nourish their forms. The Crimson Suns are a Cinchian warband of Chaos Space Marines. Aiding the casting of the Rubric of Ahriman following their legion's defeat during the Horus Heresy, Magnus the Red would punish these allies of his chief librarian due to its effects turning the majority of their kinsmen into mindless automatons. Clad in red ceramite trimmed with gold, their panoply mimics their legion of yore. The symbol of their warband, a yellow sigil of the Cult of Duplicity upon a field of crimson, honoring the legacy of the Cyclops of Prospero despite their ignominy felt by the Crimson King. Exiled from the planet of the Sorcerers for their crimes, as an entity separate from the Thousand Suns Legion, this warband wreaks havoc in the name of their Primarch, in efforts to one day be forgiven and reincorporated into the fold. The Crystal Harbingers are a Cinchian warband of Chaos Space Marines. A thrall band in service to the Thousand Suns Legion, its sorcerers extract portents of future events through their study of the demon engines, known as the Silver Towers. Clad in indigo ceramite trimmed with bronze, each Astartes often wears white tabards and robes marked with black sigils atop their panoplies. The symbol of their warband, a white icon of the Cult of Prophecy, centered on a field of cobalt, belies their duty to gather whispers which bleed from the warp. Exploring the realms of chaos and sorcerers, in efforts to arm their Legion of Origin with prophecies of future war, Their communion with demon entities further entrenches their devotion to the ruinous powers. The Daggerfangs are a warband of Chaos Undivided Space Marines. Utterly devoted to the ruinous powers, unlike many of their kinsmen, their assault of the Fenris system under the command of Chaos Lord Vicus Scale would prove crucial in aiding the schemes of the Crimson King. Scale and his subordinate, Dark Apostle Hecastus Null, slain by Wolf Lords Harald Deathwolf and Sven Bloodhound respectively, during the assault of the world of Valdramani. Nonetheless, their summoning of hordes of demonic entities harry the Space Wolf defenders. Clad in blue and green scaled ceramite, trimmed with silver, are like the most scions of the Hydra. Their retaining of the sigil of the Alpha Legion, a green Hydra, honors the legacy of their twin Primarchs. Much of their leadership slain during the ill-fated assault of the Fenris system, many believe this warband's days to be numbered, without the leadership of Scale or Hecastus. The Deathmongers are a Nurglite warband of Chaos Space Marines. Once known as the Brothers of the Anvil during their service as a loyal Space Marine chapter, during the Abyssal Crusade of 321.M37, their downfall began upon the Eldar Croneworld of Belial IV. As among the 30 judged chapters deemed sinful in the eyes of St. Basilius, the Brothers of the Anvil embarked upon their penitent crusade within the Eye of Terror, only to be set upon by a Chaos fleet. Driven to Belial IV, wherein the Drukhari Kabalites lay in wait, those that survived torture as captives of the Dark Eldar for a solar year within Komorrah fought their way back to real space. Forever changed from their ordeal, these desperate Astartes swore allegiance to the Plague Father, renaming themselves as the Deathmongers, as they pledged to kill all in their path in exchange for their deliverance from pain. Infamous for their deeds made during the Orphean War of Faith, during the 39th millennium, alongside warbands of the Night Lords and Alpha Legion, their rampage of destruction against Archconfessor Marduk of Helvermon lasted 20 years, ending the lives of a fifth of the system's total populace. The peoples of Kolkas sacrificed to the warpsmiths of the Deathmongers to transform into mutilated cannon fodder. The Angels Revenant chapter fought to reach their stronghold as a last desperate act to save the innocent. Renaming the planet St. Marduk's Bane with the Archconfessor's death during the conflict, nuclear winter now suffocates the world, once known as Kolkafs, with the warband's duty to kill for the sake of killing complete. Clad in grey ceramite, adorned with skulls, spikes, and blasphemous idols of the Plague Father, each bears the mark of Nurgle as their sigil, centered on a 5-pointed Chaos Octet atop a field of grey. Content only to lay waste to their enemies, these unfeeling traitors sacrifice their own victories for the chance to spread further misery. The Dragon Warriors are a warband of Chaos Undivided Space Marines. Experts of short range and melee combat tactics, their flamers, melters, and blades have wrought havoc across the domains of the Imperium for centuries. Forged from the remnants of the followers of the renegade Black Dragons, led by their master, Chaplain Vaitan Usharak. During the assault of the cemetery world of Moribar, Usharak perished within the furnaces of the planet's core. Embittered towards the Salamanders chapter, which many of its members formerly pledged allegiance, their leader Chaos Sorcerer, Nihalan, fights to destroy Nocturne as a means to enact revenge for his wounds incurred on Moribar. While some Dragon Warriors defected to the Holocaust Blood Crusade of Khorne in the wake of the Keeler Comet, Nihalan would bolster his forces with aid from the Iron Warriors during the second assault of Nocturne during 975.M41. Mining a valuable ore known as Phiron from the world of Scoria, the Iron Warriors traded such ore to Nihalan as he formed a dark pact with the demon known as Engel Sark for a Tome of Arcana in its possession. Gifted the ancient Nocturnian Corpse Master's knowledge to reanimate the dead, Nihalan sought to resurrect his former master, Vaitan, providing the demon with a host body to unleash its rampage upon the homeworld of the Salamanders. Firing a seismic cannon at Mount Deathfire from his flagship, the Hellstalker, under Nihalan's command, the Dragon Warriors attempted to seize the writings of Vulcan, the Tome of Fire, from the hidden temple within. Thwarted by the sacrifice of Epistolary Piriel, buying time for Chief Librarian Valkona, to drive Nihalan from Mount Deathfire. Nocturne, whilst defiled, nonetheless survived the ordeal. Clad in scaled red ceramite trimmed with black, the symbol of their warband, a twisted orange dragon wreathed in flames, forms a figure 8. Last sighted during Abaddon the Despoiler's 13th Black Crusade, their aid in the assault of the Cadian Gate allowed for the birth of the Cicatrix Maledictum, which now splits the galaxy in twain.
By thy wounds, know thy worth.
The Eights Guard are a cornate warband of Chaos Space Marines. Their enigmatic origins are known to all outside the fold of their creed. What is known is that only those judged worthy by the bloodthirster of unfettered fury, Garkadax, are marked with a brand on their flesh and permitted to fight by its side. Slowly forming into the Mark of Khorne with continued battles waged in its name, these members of Garkadax's cohort consist primarily of cornate berserkers due to their fanatical devotion to the Taker of Skulls. Noted for their rampages made during the Threefold War of 784.M40, pitted against the White Scars Third Company and war host of Craftworld Ulthwé, their brief alliance made with the Wrath Warband, purging the Tau on the colony of Shaunesh during 793.M41, inevitably fell into mutually assured destruction with the Xenos' extermination. Claiming the planet of Almarit as a demon world during 988.M41, despite the valiant efforts of the Imperial Fists and Raven Guard chapters, the Warband also aided Abaddon the Despoiler's 13th Black Crusade, as they beset the Cadian Gate with the close of the 41st millennium. Clad in dark red ceramite, trimmed with bronze and adorned with black pauldrons and knee plates, each warrior marks runes on their left pauldron, which displays their squad marking and mimics their flesh rune. The symbol of their warband, a red combination of the 8-pointed star and Mark of Khorne upon a field of black, emphasizes fealty made to the Blood God. Those who fail to gain the endorsement of Garkadax falling on their own chainswords to cleanse them of shame. These unhinged zealots continue to butcher in the name of Khorne, as the notches on their flesh rune seek to form the full talisman of their patron. The Empyrean's Blight are a Nurglite warband of Chaos Space Marines. Derived from the Death Guard Legion of old, led by the former captain, Gideus Kral, the Infector of Worlds embarks with his warband from the Eye of Terror to spread disease, particularly within the Sargassian Reach. Spreading the sickening Warp Plague, which has sundered several once verdant worlds. Their capture of the Brazen Minotaur's chief librarian, Fessian, during the campaign on Kasharat, required a desperate rescue mission by his peers before his sacrifice was made to the Plague Father. Aided by the Raven Guard chapter, upon the surface of the mortuary world, Shadow Captain Aramis Corin and his men cleared a path for the Brazen Minotaur's advance, yet ultimately lost men of his squad during the resultant battle. Successfully extracting Fessian before the Empyrean's Blight could extract secrets from his mind, ancient debts between the chapters were repaid, despite their casualties incurred, forcing the Sargassian Reach to its proverbial knees with continued harrying of its domains. As the sickening spread to the Forge World of Plutonis and the fortress of Fortain's World, the warband readied an invasion force to fight further afield. Once more confronted by the Brazen Minotaur's Third Company and Raven Guard Fifth Company, the Loyalists failed to resecure Fortain's World as hordes of corrupted guardsmen delayed the Astartes as the traitor warband traversed to the neighboring system of space. Retaining the heraldry of the Death Guard Legion, typically donning corrupted Mark III Iron Designation power armor, their derivation of the Mark of Nurgle typifies their worship of the Grandfather as they continued their efforts to burgeon the expanse of its garden. The warband's objective to invade the heavily populated Condor system as the catalyst to spread the sickening across the length and breadth of the Imperium. These postulant emissaries of the Lord of Decay, oozing with maggots, boils, and dribbling necrotic flesh, devote every action to the spread of the sickening, to the point of obsession. The Extinction Angels are a warband of Chaos Undivided Space Marines. Whilst little is known of these peculiar warriors, their efforts have proven to be valuable to those which call upon their aid. Their efforts during Abaddon the Despoiler's 13th Black Crusade, besieging Demios Primary, capturing the forges of the Mechanicus for the War Master. As Black Legion forces were repelled by both Scutari and Titans of the Legio Astorum, after weeks of fighting, the Extinction Angels hid within the depths of the facilities, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Sabotaging the Forge World's manufactories as Black Templars attempted to hunt them down, these cunning souls escaped judgment as their veteran Reapers carved a path to salvation. Clad in dark purple ceramite, trimmed with bone, the symbol of their warband, a red hooded skull with a white scythe, belies their morose nature. Herding their victims into killing fields to better harvest their prey, these grim Astartes confound their foes using cunning, misdirection, and overwhelming acts of violence. The Faithless were a warband of Chaos Undivided Space Marines. Followers of the scheming Chaos Lord, Arcos, these descendants of the Alpha Legion roamed the stars aboard their battleship, Anarchy's Heart, for many years, until embarking upon a campaign which would push their capabilities to their limit. The first warband to be deployed to the Siege of Rax of 813.M41. Subsequently, a new commander of the invasion efforts, Zufor the Impaler, commanded the majority of traitor armies, following orders from Abaddon the Despoiler, Arcos refusing to serve at the whims of the Master of the Skulltakers. For 17 years of the campaign, an uneasy alliance persisted, as Arcos remained the only Astartes trusted by the insurrectionist apostate cardinal, Zaphon. Orchestrating the war effort from the shadows, as the Cornate warbands contented themselves with seeking glorious blood sports, the Faithless allowed Zufor to capture the Messianic cardinal, yet could not prevent Imperial forces from interfering with his plans. The Faithless, purged by the forces of the Dark Angels under the command of Supreme Grand Master Azrael, the interrogator chaplains of the Lion glean insight of the malevolent plots of chaos from Arcos to this day. Clad in blue and green ceramite, trimmed with silver, as befits a warband of the Serpent, the symbol of their warband, a green hydra, likewise honors the legacy of Alpharius Omegon and the deeds of their forebears. Arcos the Faithless, still held prisoner by the Dark Angels following his humbling of the Siege of Rax. Many believe the Faithless to have been destroyed, with no leader to rally what little remains of their tattered remnants.
We are the purest of all. We can do no wrong.
The Flawless Host are a Slaaneshi warband of Chaos Space Marines. Once known as the Shining Blades Chapter, their renown at the height of their glory, fighting alongside the Red Scorpions, Umbral Titans, and Ultramarines, seemed to destine them as paragons of the Astartes Creed. Noted for their record of pure gene seed with no signs of corruption nor mutation, the Shining Blades, regardless of their service, fell victim to the sin of pride as they began to persecute the innocent. So sure of their abilities won from rigid training and countless victories in battle, conflicts such as the Barilla massacres of 498.M32 deluded the Shining Blades to believe themselves above the reproach of any Imperial authority, as their slaughter of civilians drew the ire of their contemporaries. Perpetuating their traitorous crusades against their former comrades in arms, the warband now known as the Flawless Host would be brought to justice by their former allies, the Red Scorpions. Led by their then Lord High Commander, Faye Krawn, the Red Scorpions demanded vengeance for the attack on their strike cruiser, the Crux Puritas, and theft of fallen Battle Brothers gene seed. Scouring the Flawless Host staging areas and outposts with purging flame, Lord High Commander Crown commit the entirety of his chapter to destroy the warband's asteroid base of operations. After 6 days of combat, Faye Crown confronted the Flawless Host captain, who had stolen the Crux Puritas, beheading him within the Voidcraft's bridge using his revered chapter relic, the Power Sword Blade of the Scorpion. Fleeing from the battle, vowing to enact vengeance against their nemesis, the Flawless Host ventured into the unknown to tend to their wounds and pledged their service to She Who Firsts as a fitting patron for their physical perfection. Clad in pale pink ceramite, coupled with purple on their right arms, backpacks, lower legs, and right pauldron, each Astartes also adopts flame patterns which spread across their plate. The symbol of their warband, a black sigil of Slaanesh on a field of pink. Their iconography differs slightly, with the use of a lower crescent rather than an orb shape, and an 8-pointed star at its tip. Continuing their depraved acts of violence by the side of the Night Lords during the assault of Euphenia, the warband currently fights within the Liberation of Novaris campaign of the 42nd millennium. Combating the Primara Space Marines of the Silver Templars, the flawless host leader, Lyrius Soulslaver, fell at the hands of the Silver Templar First Company Captain, Dukas. The former fiefdom of the warband, claimed as the new chapter world of the Templars, it is a safe assumption to believe that the flawless host shall not allow such damage to their pride to remain unpunished. The Forsworn are a warband of Chaos Undivided Space Marines. Drawn from the Wordbearer's Legion, serving at the whims of Demon Prince Khor Megron, these warriors form regular alliances with fellow warbands in order to achieve victory in the name of the Ruinous Pantheon. Clad in Traitor's red ceramite of their primogenitor, trimmed with silver, the symbol of their warband, a stylized version of the Latros Sacrum, also honors the legacy of their forebears. Last fought by the Imperium during the Enderlim campaign of the 41st millennium, their assault of the planet's primary temple of the God Emperor, led by their elite Chaos Terminators known as the Sons of Damnation, form the spear tip of the Chaos Invasion. The Forge of Hate are a cornate warband of Chaos Space Marines. Infamous as the single most vicious warband pledged in service to the Blood God, deranged cultists worship their deeds as they pillage shrine worlds for gold. Melting down their spoils to be crafted into their gleaming pauldrons, these warriors once pledged as part of Khan the Betrayer's butcher horde would be abandoned during the Battle of Amithal during Abaddon the Despoiler's Diamor campaign. Clad in blood-red ceramite adorned with gold left arm plating, the symbol of their warband, a jagged maw devouring a planet, honors their former legion of the World Eaters. Destroyed along with their cultist thralls by Imperial defenders, their plunder was reclaimed from these willing pawns of the Black Legion. Gladiator Group 138 is a cornate warband of Chaos Space Marines. Allied with the Demon Prince Khor Megron during the Ascended Wordbearer's assault of the Shrine World of Enderlim during 746.M41, this peculiar type of campaign emulated the Black Legion's dealings, belying Megron's power of manipulation. Beginning the campaign, bringing the hive world of Hones Crispin to heel, the gladiators overran its largest hive city, Fort Crispin, claiming skulls aplenty for the Skull Throne. Turning their attentions to Enderlim, the cornate berserkers charged through the Eagle Gate of the city of Adol. The valor of the Ultramarine Second Captain, Cato Sicarius, blunting their advance before impaling Khor Megron through the heart with his power sword. Clad in dark red ceramite, trimmed with black and bronze, the symbol of their warband, a fanged maw devouring a planet, honors their legion's infamous deeds. Present during the Crusade of Fire as part of the coalition of Anafrax the Fetid, known as the Servants of Ruin, their support, given to the Narkmund Rift War of Harkened Worldclaimer, forced Imperial opposition to flee. The Grey Death are an Urglite warband of Chaos Space Marines. Once pledged as a loyal chapter of the Imperium, known as the Iron Drakes, during 321.M37, alongside 30 of their fellows, these once proud Astartes embarked upon the Abyssal Crusade by order of Saint Basilius. Venturing into the Eye of Terror, the so-called Judged chapters pledged to absolve themselves of shame by cleansing the realm of chaos of corruption, as was the objective of their penitent crusade. Marooned upon the demon world of Anafrax, following battle with the Death Guard traitor Legion, within the forests of the planet, the Astartes fended off bulbous creatures coughing infectious mucus. Harrying the Astartes for a century of combat, the Plague Marines fired to wound rather than kill, allowing for disease to spread within the ranks of the Iron Drakes, causing gradual failure of their armor systems. The infections transforming the flesh of the Astartes into fungal trees which burst from their armor, Those that did not succumb surrendered their souls to the Plague Father to prevent a similar fate. Clad in pale sage ceramite trimmed with black, the symbol of their warband, a white skull centered upon a three-pointed octet atop a field of pale green, gives praise to the Grandfather as they continue to spread his garden. Continuing their service to the Plague Lord, forever pledged to its whims, the legacy of the Iron Drakes has been erased from Imperial records to hide the shame of their capitulation.
Just before we opened fire, I saw one of the Harkonnor's Reavers loom out of the darkness. He brought with him his own terrible light. The designs on his armor that had puzzled me stood out clearly. They were cracks in the ceramite. Sorcerous heat spread fissures in the armor, as if it were an eggshell. Baleful flame shone through, then the cracks would seal, and new ones would appear. He was a mass of cooling lava, given the shape of a man. That such a monster had once been human was beyond belief.
Harkonnor's Reavers are a warband of Chaos Undivided Space Marines. Led by their imposing Chaos Lord, Demon Prince Harkonnor, this warrior, once known as Promethean, leads a band of warriors wreathed in panoplies which crack and reform as a result of the intense heat which radiates from within. Clad in black ceramite trimmed with gold, and crackling with sorcerous burning lines of lava. The symbol of their warband, a pair of crossed red scythes on a field of black, centered below a pile of burning skulls, belies their armor's strange properties. Last sighted assisting Chaos cults in their efforts to destroy the Armageddon Steel Legion reinforcement detail of Commissar Sebastian Yarrick on the world of Aeonos. Their otherworldly panoplies shrugged off an array of weapons, requiring an entire monolith of Necron Guardians to be lured to fell such warriors. The Harvest Macabre are a coordinate warband of Chaos Space Marines. Part of the Diamore campaign of Abaddon the Despoiler's 13th Black Crusade, alongside Pranon the Relentless's Crimson Slaughter warband, these fell avatars of the Blood God laid waste to the Blood Angels and their mortal allies. Clad in dark red ceramite, trimmed with brass and silver, their adoption of the World Eater's sigil honors the legacy of their war-ravaged creed. Their last recorded efforts made upon the world of Athemyle, alongside the Butcher Horde of Khan the Betrayer. Their efforts to part the heads from the champions of the Blood Angels chapter weakened the barrier of the Immaterium to the material realm, requiring the intervention of the Grey Knights to oppose their fury. The Harvest are a coordinate warband of Chaos Space Marines. Peculiarly obsessed with defending outposts, given in praise to their patron rather than aggressively hunting its foes. As is commensurate with all warbands of the Lord of Skulls, their efforts must regardless be conducted in spectacularly gory spectacle. Launching rapid assaults to procure pre-made fortifications rather than build them themselves. These impatient siege experts pilfer bastions whether made by the Imperium, Orc hordes, or even Tyranids. Purging the Black Ravens chapter from the pages of history during 946.M41, as their fortress monastery fell to ruin, their extinction was merely a prelude to the impending invasion of Highfleet Behemoth, to which the Harvest repelled in facing from the defenses of their slain foes. Clad in dark red ceramite, trimmed with bone white, their symbol of their patron, Khorne, is adorned with teeth-like arrows which descend from its maw. Pledging their might to aid Abaddon the Despoiler's 13th Black Crusade, as the distilled rage of the Blood God descended upon the Cadian Gate, the Harvest delighted in seizing the abandoned and lightly manned fortifications, which desperately fought to defend their domains. The Hedonistari are a Slaaneshi warband of Chaos Space Marines. The origins of these fleet-based pirates, unknown despite the best efforts of Imperial scholars, their raids typically harry the eastern fringe of the Ultima Segmentum. Clad in purple ceramite, trimmed with black and bronze, fetishes such as spikes and horns typically adopt their armor. The symbol of their warband, a white sigil of Slaanesh centered on a field of purple, clearly displays their blasphemy with no desire to dilute their praise to the god of pleasure. Allied with the Chaos Lord, Drafoni, in possession of Heldrake Eries, famed throughout the ranks of all warpsmiths. The act of causing disorder and misery is reward enough for these heretics' acts of slaughter. The Hermetic Blades are a Tzeentchian warband of Chaos Space Marines. Originally known by the more ostentatious moniker of the Grand Order of Hermetic Blades, these exiles of the Thousand Suns Legion aided the disastrous Rubric of Ahriman, which sundered the vast majority of their kinsmen to eternal torment. Finding new purpose as the shepherds of the souls of fallen mortals to the embrace of the afterlife, their imitation of the psychopomp spirits to which they once pledged praise on Prospero perceive the flesh as a cage to which imprisoned souls languish. Clad in light blue ceramite, trimmed with gold, the symbol of their warband, an ebon sigil of the cult of mutation atop a field of blue, belies their worship of change via the manipulations of chaos. Devising cruel new methods of liberating mortal souls from their bodies, their expertise at close quarters combat allows them to capture subjects with which to continue their soul-flaying experiments within the safety of the planet of the sorcerers.
It is not enough to simply kill. There must be power in the act, some greater meaning. Betrayal has innate potency, as do fear and agony in sufficient measure. Such surging emotion is the lure that draws forth the beasts of the warp.
The Invocators are a warband of Chaos Undivided Space Marines. Originally known as the Clerics of Steel during their tenure as a loyal chapter of Space Marines. Following the ecclesiastical purges of 321.M37, Saint Basilius demanded an imperial crusade be launched to bring the Emperor's wrath unto the denizens of the Eye of Terror. Deeming many chapters afflicted with mutations wrought by the warp storm designated Dionys as the Judged, such Astartes embarked upon the Abyssal Crusade, only to return forever changed from their ill-fated campaign. Clad in purple and deep blue ceramite trimmed with silver, the symbol of their warband, a crimson snake eating its own tail atop a field of purple, bears stark similarity to that of the sigil of the Thousand Suns. Fighting at the head of demonic hosts, seeking new rituals to summon ever more potent entities, rumors persist that these souls seek the favor of not only the four gods of chaos, but also deities, not of the ruinous powers. The Lords of Decay are a Nurglite warband of Chaos Space Marines. Once known as the Lancers of Teros during their service as a loyal Space Marine chapter, their involvement during the Abyssal Crusade of 321.M37 swiftly led to their downfall. As part of the Judged chapters afflicted by mutations following the ecclesiastical purges, their penitent crusade within the Eye of Terror would be set upon by a Chaos Warfleet soon after their invasion of the Oculus Terribus. The incident of their corruption unknown, despite records pertaining to several of their contemporaries of the Judged chapters, the warband which returned from the Eye would henceforth be known simply as the Lords of Decay. Utterly devoted to the Death Guard Legion, fighting by the side of both Typhus the Traveler and the Pale King, Mortarion. These Astartes, though not of the 14th bloodline, regardless, are favoured as an elite force by the champions of Nurgle. Clad in sickly white ceramite, pocked with decay and discoloration, the symbol of their warband, a modified red sigil of the Mark of Nurgle, is often obfuscated under layers of grime. Present during many crucial campaigns waged by the Traitor War effort, such as the Siege of Rax and Sturmhex incident, these stalwart disciples of the Grandfather aid not only the 14th Legion, but myriad allied Chaos forces to better achieve their objectives. The Lords of Silence are a Nurglite warband of Chaos Space Marines. A Vectorium of the Death Guard Legion of old, this band of approximately 600 traitors lead bands of 1,000-strong thralls, whether mortal or demonic in nature. Commanded by their Chaos Lord, Siege Master Vorx, these traitors found meaning in spreading Nurgle's contagion, despite their abandonment by the Pale King, Mortarion. Aiding the 13th Black Crusade of Abaddon the Despoiler with the close of the 41st millennium, the World Eater's failure to secure the Forge World of Agrippina within reach of the Cadian Gate could not be allowed to remain. Launching a new attack on the planet, with aid from the Lords of Silence, the Warband unleashed devastating plagues upon the surface, taken from the bowels of space hulks arriving from the domains of the Eye of Terror, transforming much of the populace into plague zombies to herald their advance, alongside contingents of the World Eaters, Night Lords, Thousand Sons, Black Legion, and even the Death Guard. Chaos Lord Kosalax Forsworn sought to redeem his honor at the helm of the 12th Legion's flagship, the Conqueror. Repelled once more by the strength of the innumerable Astra Militarum defenders, including elements of the Cadian survivors of their sundered homeworld, thus humanity denied the War Master's hopes to claim full dominion of the system. Noted for their involvement allying with the Weeping Whale chapter of the Wordbearers Legion during the dawn of the 42nd millennium, the Lords of Silence set upon the homeworld of the White Consul's loyalist chapter, Sabatine. Left largely unprotected due to the White Consul's aid given to defend Cadia, the 4th Company alongside their Planetary Defense Force and the Praetorian Guard Regiment dug in their heels despite the light of the Astronomicon blocking their attempts to call for aid. A splinter of the White Consuls managing to evade total annihilation at the hands of the Lord of Silence. With aid from the Biologist Putrefier, Slurt, Lord Vorks transformed the populace into poxwalkers and plague zombies. Denying the Wordbearers their prize, with the Plague World now enthralled to the Grandfather, Sabatine remains a pox amongst the stars, as a near-perfect reflection of Mortarion's own fiefdom within the Eye of Terror. Clad in decomposing ceramite of various hues of green and brown, the symbol of their warband, a stylized human pressing their index finger in a gesture of silence, exemplifies their eerie, hushed marches. Reuniting with Mortarion, as the Prince of Decay sought to rally his legion once more to oppose the returned Lord of Ultramar, Rabute Guilliman, the warband now finds renewed meaning to their raiding, with their Primarch's return to the fold. The Magma Hounds are a warband of Chaos Undivided Space Marines. Originally known as the Knights Excelsior during their tenure as a loyal chapter of the Imperium, during the calamitous Abyssal Crusade of St. Basilius, these mutation-marked Astartes ventured alongside their Judge comrades into the heart of the Eye of Terror. Separated from the Crusade fleet, stranding them upon the Hellforge of Temporia, its overlord Warpsmith Valadrak unleashed his hordes of demon engines to protect his heretical Manufactoria. Beset by protrusions of lava, which defied the laws of physics as the oily blood of the demon engines spattered their ceramite, though withdrawing via dropships under their orbiting strike cruisers, their vessels were disabled by an unknown Archaeotech weapon, preventing their escape. An electrical current, fashioned from tormented machine spirits overwhelming their war gear and navigational systems, the thralls of Valadrak plunged the Space Marines into the searing soul forges of the demon world, forever changing their nature. Clad in red ceramite, trimmed with tarnished gold, the symbol of their warband, a black canine skull wreathed in flames atop a field of gold, epitomizes their transformation by the fell demon engines of Temporia. Unleashed upon the galaxy a mere Terran year following their invasion of Temporia, the Cadian Gate, in close proximity of the Eye of Terror, has been hounded by these servants of chaos, in numbers doubling those initially dispatched as part of the Abyssal Crusade. The Oblivion Butchers are a cornate warband of Chaos Space Marines. A fragment torn from the World Eater Legion during Khan the Betrayer's actions upon Scalathrax. Their slaughter commit during the Diamor campaign of 999.M41, alongside Abaddon the Despoiler's Black Legion and Cranon the Relentless's Crimson Slaughter, ravaged the Diamor system to the point of ruin. Clad in dark red ceramite, trimmed with silver and brass, the symbol of their warband, the Mark of Khorne, upon a brass backdrop, elicits fear from those who face the wrath of these disciples of the Lord of Skulls. Joining Khad's Butcher Horde prior to the invasion of Amethal, their combat made against the Blood Angels chapter defenders wrought such havoc that the Chamber Militant of the Ordo Malleus, the Grey Knights, intervened to seal the breach made between reality and the warp. The Oracles of Change are a Tzeentchian warband of Chaos Space Marines. Once a loyalist chapter, known as the Lectors of Ixis, their downfall began as part of the Judged chapters of the Adeptus Astartes following the ecclesiarchal purges of 321.M37. Warpstorm Dionys ravaging Imperial space, resulting in fourfold mutations and chaos uprisings overnight. As such civilians were purged, so too did Space Marines within its influence begin to show signs of corruption, both physically and psychologically. Saint Basilius, with sanction from the High Lords of Terra, demanded the Lectors of Ixis and their contemporaries to embark upon an act of penance within the heart of the Eye of Terror. The infamous Abyssal Crusade of the 37th millennium proved catastrophic. All 30 of such judged chapters set upon by Chaos fleets, and all but one broken into submission to serve the ruinous powers or be driven to extinction. So were the Lectors of Ixis turned against the Imperium, pledging fealty to the Architect of Fate. Re-emerging from the Oculus Terribus as the Oracles of Change, under the command of their Chaos Lord, Amadeus Volkstein, this former epistolary, once known as Vaneus, now wields the power of Tzeentch in opposition to the creed he once defended. Clad in dark red ceramite trimmed with gold, the symbol of their warband, a golden 8-pointed star set with the Eye of Tzeentch upon a field of dark red, emphasizes their fealty to the Changer of Ways. Last sighted during the Battle of Valoria Quintus, led by the Chaos Sorcerer Cartagia, their attempts to transform the planet into a demon world would be thwarted by the Silver Skulls Space Marine chapter. The death of Cartagia, at the hands of the Loyalists, a devastating blow to the warband. Nonetheless, no account for Amadeus Volkstein's whereabouts is of great concern, as the warband shall nonetheless return in time. The Prism of Fate are a Tzeentchian warband of Chaos Space Marines. Obsessed with the methods to which their sorceries can inflict death upon their foes, these Scions of Prospero once recruited members to their creed from every sorcerer's cult to better conquer the challenges posed by their Primarch. Clad in teal ceramite, trimmed with gold and adorned with white tabards, the symbol of their warband, a white reverse mark of Tzeentch on a field of teal, exemplifies their pledge to the Changer of Ways. Never killing their enemies in the same manner twice, these experimentalists prize imaginative solutions above brute force and cruelty as exemplars of the Cult of Change. The Prodigal Sons are a Tzeentchian warband of Chaos Space Marines. The personal entourage of the exiled Chief Librarian, Arzek Ahriman. This cabal of sorcerers seek knowledge in the name of their patron god, hoping to glean insight to bolster their power. Assaulting the world of Apollonia in search of the writings of the personal remembrancer of Magnus the Red, Magavastu Callimachus, after 1,600 years of toil, the Prodigal Sons located the tomes within the Citadel Library, known as the Anapheum of Callimachus, during the 32nd millennium. Defended by a fanatical sect of warriors for over a month, the Prodigal Sons fought their way to the inner sanctum of the Citadel, eventually retrieving the writings of Callimachus and bringing the remainder of the library to ashes. Raiding the Harlequin Library upon the world of Arcadia during the 41st millennium, the unlikely alliance of both the Eldar and Bloodraven's chapter of Space Marines defended the Arcadium Librarium, which housed access charts to enter the Eldari webway. Procuring fragments of texts detailing means to venture through the webway, the Prodigal Sons, though unsuccessful in achieving their ultimate objective, nonetheless gleaned valuable insight which would aid their venture to the fabled Black Library. Clad in blue ceramite, trimmed with gold, their sigil of the Ouroboros of the Thousand Sons Legion emphasizes their loyalty to their former creed, despite being exiled from their ranks. Last sighted during the Second War in the Webway of 999.M41, the intervention of the emissary of Iniad, Ivrain, the Daughter of Shades, awakened the Avatar Eldari God of the Dead to drive the Prodigal Sons from their domains, returning several of their automatons back to life before being destroyed. Though Ahriman now knew a means to restore his brethren to flesh and blood was achievable, many Prodigal Sons had perished for his hubris.
All mortal creatures
soldiers must die. Only then can the galaxy be reborn anew.
The Purge are a Nurglite warband of Chaos Space Marines. Active since the 36th millennium, waging war against both the Imperium and Xenos empires, these warriors disdain all forms of life and fight to one day cleanse the galaxy of all living creatures. Believing that all vestiges of life are inherently corrupt, these pawns of chaos seek to cleanse the galaxy in the hopes that salvation lies within the embrace of eternal rest. Too small a warband to combat the myriad foes which dwarf their numbers, each Astartes of the Purge gives praise to the Grandfather each night in hopes of a pandemic which will ultimately spread across the stars and drag all into the depths of oblivion. Clad in scum-spattered deep green and black ceramite, their symbol of 3 black flies in the shape of the Mark of Nurgle belies their obedience to the Plague Lord as a means to an end. Conducting acts of indiscriminate chemical warfare, civilian slaughter, and global extinction with no hesitation, sightings of the warband during the Anticarnis Massacre, Space Hulk incursion of Berugil Tertia, Siege of Rax, corruption of the Agri-Worlds Belru and Fealty II, and invasion of Medusa, each a piece of their relentless efforts to destroy all bastions of life. The Pyre are a warband of Chaos Undivided Space Marines. While no records pertain to the origins of this enigmatic warband, their first sighting was made within proximity to the Eye of Terror during 131.M41. The Departamento Munitorum, unable to conclusively discern if they are a remnant of one of the traitor legions or a defected Space Marine chapter. Most prevalently fighting within the Jericho reach of space, their rampages unleashed from their Space Hulk, the Unholy Harbinger, would be made during war zones such as that of the Achilles Crusade of 777.M41. Besetting the Vanity and Magog systems as a priority target during the campaign alongside the Chaos Cult, known as the Stigmatus, never have the Pyre been seen fighting alongside fellow Astartes warbands, though the reason has never been uncovered. Clad in orange ceramite trimmed with black, the symbol of their warband, an orange skull crowned with a black 8-pointed star of chaos, emphasizes their pledge to Chaos Undivided. Wielding flamer weapons with the reverence of worship, though such warriors are experts of urban combat within close-range quarters, all tactics of the Pyre are eschewed should the chance to immolate their enemies present itself. The Reborn are a warband of Chaos Undivided Space Marines. Carrying weapons which predate modern armaments of the Imperium, these warriors have preyed upon the domains of the galaxy for over a millennia since their first recorded sighting during 795.M40. Infamous for their involvement of the death of the Hive World of Synax during 557.M41, this bastion of the northern sphere of the Maelstrom Zone fell to ruin by the combined wrath of the Reborn and their allied death cultists. Clad in corroded brass armor trimmed with black, the symbol of their warband, a black skeletal bird on a field of brass, symbolizes the devastation unleashed in their wake. The intervention of the Mantis Warriors chapter, repelling the Reborn from Synax, the death toll of the planet's inhabitants rose into the millions as barrages of atomic and plasma warheads ensured a nuclear winter, devastating all forms of life upon its soil. The Sect of the Red Echo are a Tzeentchian warband of Chaos Space Marines. Led by their sorcerer lord, Dedofet the Red Echo, for millennia, this brawl band of the Thousand Suns have waged war surrounded by a cloying arrangement of harmonies of enigmatic origins. Some believing such phenomena to be a plain song from ancient Prospero, whilst others claim them to be the lingering screams of their victims. All that can be known for sure is that their sacrifices made to the Changer of Ways are never silent. Clad in azure ceramite, trimmed with gold and robes of crimson and cream, the symbol of their warband, a golden eye of the Cult of Knowledge, upon a field of azure blue, epitomizes their veneration of eldritch secrets. The cries of their offerings made to their patron god, heralding their arrival wherever they roam. Their analysis of the weakness of their enemies are bolstered by their fell secrets won in exchange for their rituals enacted. The Reflected Ones are a Tzeentchian warband of Chaos Space Marines. A thrall band of the Thousand Suns who view real space as an imperfect mirror of the Immaterium. Such pawns of the Changer of Ways cast mutagenic spells to engulf entire planets. Clad in azure ceramite trimmed with silver and yellow tabards, their symbol of the cult of magic upon a field of azure belies their quest to seek out arcane artifacts to use for their own fell deeds. Transforming entire populations into chaos spawn and Sangor beasts, blood is spilled before such Astartes even set foot on their conquests, as the defenders try in vain to combat their enemy, both within and without their own ranks. The Sanctified are a Khornate warband of Chaos Space Marines. Abandoning their former legion, the Word-Bearers, in order to follow the doctrines of the Blood God alone, their refusal to abandon the Siege of Terra under the command of Lieutenant Helman Brish eventually waned with the death of the War Master, Horus Lupercal. Following Helman's command until his death during the 32nd millennium, this warband's uncanny ability to locate newly founded Imperial colonies and explorator fleets of the Mechanicus has allowed them to prey on such pilgrims for millennia to sustain their survival. Their demon monsters, devoted to the Lord of Skulls, summoning vast armies of bloodletters to aid their campaigns. Their own arch-sorcerer, Ezrath Kull, came close to ascending to the form of a demon prince of Khorne. Assassinating their failed champion due to the ritual's prevention by the Fire Angels chapter, upon the cemetery worlds of the Grand Al Ghul system, the apprentices of the arch-sorcerer fought for leadership of their warband, as the power vacuum left in his wake ravaged their numbers. Clad in red ceramite trimmed with silver, some within their ranks paint entire sections of their armor with black, the symbol of their warband a flaming mark of Khorne, epitomizing their fury made in battle. Last seen during the Siege of Vrax, aiding the Skulltakers warband and their Chaos Lord, Zhuthor, the cunning warlord offered the Sanctified plentiful sacrifices in the tens of thousands, in efforts to summon Angraf the Unbound into real space. The Scourged are a Tzeentchian warband of Chaos Space Marines. Formerly a loyal Space Marine chapter known as the Seekers of Truth, these close allies of the Ordo Hereticus of the Emperor's Holy Inquisition followed their honorable chapter master, Gallus Herodicus, into ruin. Fueled by their abhorrence of injustice, prompting Gallus to beseech the Master of Mankind for a means to divine those who seek to obfuscate their lies. Such a naive entreaty was manipulated by the Changer of Ways, blessing the Seekers of Truth the ability to perceive every and all lies which spilled from the mouths of humanity. The relentless barrages of falsehoods drove the chapter mad as they turned their guns upon the Imperium, now viewing the Emperor and his subjects as irredeemable perjurers. Chaos Lord Herodicus now leading his men to purge the Imperium, forever overwhelmed with the lies of others gnawing at his mind. This warband is forewarned of the greatest desires and ambitions of their foes, having delved deep into the deceptions to which they are nurtured. Clad in blue ceramite, adorned with burgundy pauldrons and golden trim, the symbol of their warband, the white all-seeing eye of Tzeentch with arrows protruding from its form, on a field of burgundy, emphasizes the many paths to which their patron's manipulations lead. Transcribing each and every deception made by humanity into their tome, the Book of Untruth. Every lie uttered, filling its pages, as their obsessive need for veracity blinds them to their own patron's duplicity. The Sectae Prosperine are a Tzeentchian warband of Chaos Space Marines. Drawn from the myriad minor sects of their Thousand Suns Legion of origin, their combined methodologies and arcane knowledge bolstered this thrall band's power. Now ascended from the fringes of the 15th Legion's hierarchy in influence, this amalgamation of warriors honor Prospero's ruling caste of yore in their regalia as they surpass the deeds of their independent kinsmen. Clad in azure ceramite trimmed with gold and gaudy finery, their tabards harken the glories of their former factions such as the learned Mystici, Brethren of the Amethyst Sun, and Bringers of Spiritual Dawn. The symbol of their warband, a yellow sigil of the Cult of Knowledge upon a field of azure, emphasizes their proclivity to acquire fell tomes, to rend the fabric of reality to their will. Considering themselves the true inheritors of Prospero's tattered legacy, their acceptance of its destruction spurs them to become unreserved devotees of the Changer of Ways. The Silver Suns are a Tzeentchian warband of Chaos Space Marines. Covetous of precious materials mined from within unique celestial bodies, these harvesters of the elements use such alloys to aid their linking of past events to the future and other fell arts. Constructing demon engines with resources pilfered from their expeditions, all who stand in the path of the Silvered Suns during such ventures are purged. Pilfering the domains of the Necrons during their assault of the Nephrek dynasty, their Morlophines tore through their lines beyond the limits of their self-repairing abilities, their forms merging into abominations by virtue of their psychic presence. Clad in dark blue ceramite trimmed with silver and blue tabards, their belief in the power of the stars causes each member to set priceless metals into their construction, retrieved from broken solar bodies. The symbol of their warband, a yellow sigil of the Cult of Time on a field of blue, is a testament to their manipulation of fate in order to steer their efforts to victory. Last sighted during the Diaketh campaign of the 42nd millennium, fighting the defenders of the Tau Sep world, exalted sorcerer Amanek Solrend sundered laboratory complexes of the Earthcast in his wake, seeking to claim a scepter of iridium crystals. The Skullsworn are a cornate warband of Chaos Space Marines. Comprised entirely of demonkin said to have struck the Imperium during only 7 campaigns of war. This blight upon the stars have slowly replaced all their mortal ranks with that of Chaos Spawn. Honoring the cohort of blood and tenets of the Scriptures of Slaughter, pilfered from the Infernal Maze, these warriors in the tens of thousands are scattered into smaller warbands far and wide to prevent themselves from culling each other in their efforts to sate their bloodlust. Each warband led by a Chaos Lord such as Galabrax, Barkor the Bloody, and the Demon Prince, Agran the Annihilator, whether depopulating planets such as Osedor II, destroying 10 regiments of the Astra Militarum upon Rebus, enacting war against the Emperor's children upon Hunter's Haven, or reconsecrating the fortress world of Almaret in blood. The Skullsworn await the Blood God's roar of fury, which shall hearken the end of days. An entire branch of the Ordo Malleus established to monitor the deeds of the Skullsworn across the stars. Their efforts hope to stave off the impending era of unrelenting carnage perpetrated by these scions of Karneth. Clad in red ceramite trimmed with brass, the symbol of their warband, a black mark of corn on a field of red, belies their blunt adherence to the Blood God's influence. Last sighted following the visions of blood spawned by Abaddon the Despoiler's 13th Black Crusade, the portents of carnage, compelled by the Lord of Skulls, spurs the Skullsworn to enact their final 8th campaign, wherein they shall summon not a cohort, but an entire legion of Khorne to rally by their side. The Skull Takers are a cornate warband of Chaos Space Marines. Once a loyalist chapter known as the Berserkers of Caradon, their disappearance during 153.M34 began their 5 millennia of worship to the Blood God far from the Imperium's domains. Returning to real space, spearheaded by their Styx-class heavy cruiser, the Blood Dawn, their Blood Cult elite Chaos Terminators, led by their master, Chaos Lord Zuffor, plundered the galaxy for skulls aplenty. The largest cornate warband deployed to the Siege of Rax of 813.M41, the subsequent 17 years of combat whittled away the defenders surrounding the Eye of Terror. Zuffor seeking to unite all lesser warbands of the Blood God to follow his own commands. Summoning Angrath the Unbound, Lord of Bloodthirsters, to aid his campaign of violence, with aid from the Demonmancers of the Sanctified, fleeing from the campaign with the Great Demon's banishment by Lord Inquisitor Hector Rex. Humbled from Vrax, the Skulltakers would join the cornate amalgamation known as the Holocaust, their pursuit of the Keeler Comet heralding their blood crusade, until waging war upon the cemetery world of Sirtis Minor. Suffering catastrophic losses, fighting within the Obsequia city, led by Chaos Lord Umbrag. Their survivors would reorganize prior to the invasion of Ultramar, led by Warsmith Honsu of the Iron Warriors and Makar the Reborn, Demon Prince. Aiding their bloodborne followers, including the warbands of the Apostles of Minthras, Claws of Lorek, and Death Shadows, the Skulltakers regardless fought separately from their allies, facing the Ultramarines' 4th Company in battle upon the world of Talasar, and 2nd Company on the planet of Vespandor. Dispatched to Fatal Zone Mortalis missions, wherein its members were not expected to survive, their Chaos Lord, Mascara, diverted their cause to inflict the most devastating damage possible. Clad in blood-red ceramite trimmed with brass or silver, obsessively polished to a mirror sheen. The symbol of their warband, a silver, serrated double-bladed battle axe on a red field, exemplifies their need to rend their enemies into ribbons. Last sighted during Abaddon the Despoiler's 13th Black Crusade, these marauders' efforts helped to ensure the destruction of Cadia and the spread of the Cicatrix Maledictum. Skyrar's Dark Wolves are a warband of Chaos Undivided Space Marines. Comprised of both Space Wolves and Sons of Horus legionaries who survived the era of the Horus Heresy, this peculiar assortment of Black Shields follow the orders of their Carter captain, Skyrar. Rumored to have been a band of penitent sons of Rus who had long ago commit crimes against the Rout and their Primarch. Within the depths of the Abyss, this remnant of the 6th Great Company toiled until corruption set root by virtue of their bleak circumstance. Pledged to serve the whims of Warmaster Horus Lupercal during the height of his power, their aid pledged to bring his dark compliance into worlds now allied to their cause, ensured the destruction of entire populations, such as that of the world of Neo-Cadiz. Ignoring the hails to join the Warmaster's assault of the Throne World, as the life of piratical corsairs better suited their nature, Skyrar's Deathwolves continued their rampages of slaughter as Imperial authorities suppressed all record of their existence to preserve the honor of the vaunted Vilka Fenrica. Returning from the fringes of the galaxy to harry the Fenrisian sector of space during the 38th millennium, their alliance to the Demon Prince of Khorne, Talamon, the so-called Prince of Princes, sought to free invasions of Imperial space. Clad in dark grey ceramite trimmed with light blue, the symbol of their warband, a red demonic wolf's head with a forked tongue, represents their fall to chaos and vandalization of their noble forebears' legacy. Possessing bountiful armored units as part of their company of steel, their prized Fellblade, known as Aegis Vizier, leads the charge of their attacks, culling all who hope to oppose such a battle-hardened and ancient creed. From one end of the Great Hall, Invictus saw Lord Kafal approaching, flanked by his librarians and their priestly attendants bedecked in their cerulean robes. Servitors carried the chapter's ancient tomes and liturgies drawn from the automated Vox units that hovered alongside the procession. But there was more. Huge caskets pulled along by the grasping mechadendrites of the chapter's tech marines. What was in these caskets, Invictus had no idea, but something about their unexpected appearance began to fill him with a sense of unease. As the huge room filled with the scent of burning incense, a macabre silence seemed to descend upon the proceedings. It was an unnerving quiet, and Invictus's unease began to intensify into a stolid feeling of dread. This was not the exultant ritual he had been anticipating. It was more like a funeral march. As the feeling intensified, Kafal approached him, his stone face grim in the hazy darkness.
You have proven yourself the best among us, Invictus. You have proven you are without peer for your strength and cunning. You are the most potent,
the latest to prove himself worthy to join the Doomed Ones. The librarians had surrounded him now, a monotonous chant emanating from within their hooded robes. The ancient, dark language that was spewed forth by the Vox units grew louder with every passing second, and Invictus could feel something metallic on the air, as though a storm were brewing within the confines of the hall. The tech marines had positioned the caskets, 10 in all, in a circle around Invictus. They ceremoniously released the holy seals that bound their locks and revealed what was inside. 10 blank faces stared out at Invictus. 10 silent warriors, their bodies still robust, but their minds vacuous. His unease suddenly turned to cold panic. He told himself that it was all part of the ritual, that there was nothing to fear, but his base instincts were crying out to him to flee this place. With the containment field binding him in place though, Flight was impossible.
You are the 11th hero, Invictus. The 11th and final warrior. Look to your battle brothers.
He gestured to the blank faces that glared with vacant expressions.
Your predecessors, each one succeeding in the challenge of the labyrinth for the honor of joining the ranks of the Doomed Ones. For 1,000 years we have searched for champions worthy of him. And tonight, finally, you are all assembled. Our crusade can now begin. Now we will be strong enough to take back that which was stolen from us, Scalus, our homeworld. None will stand in our way. Not the forces of the foul, ruinous powers, nor the servants of the Carrion Lord. Not with him by our side.
Terror gripped Invictus as he looked down at the circle beneath his feet. Eldritch light was beginning to emanate from the carved runes, dancing and gamboling, flashing green and blue and red.
Now you will learn what it is to be among the Doomed Ones,
continued Lord Kafal, taking a step backwards.
Now Malice will show you what your victory has wrought.
Invictus tried to speak, to demand to know what was happening to him, but he found his jaw would not move. The words simply would not come. The whisper of the librarians rose, as did the Vox units, and they soon reached a crescendo. The light at Invictus's feet grew brighter, lashing upwards to sting his legs and bathe him in its iniquitous light.
You are truly worthy, Invictus of the Suns!
Kafal screamed, raising his arms to the shadows of the rooftop.
Can you hear him calling? He has come to accept your tribute. He has come for the Labyrinth's 11th. He has come to walk among us!
Invictus followed Kafal's gaze, lifting his head to the ceiling. Through the shadows he could see the outline of something huge, something that stared down with baleful eyes, something wicked in the dark. He screamed for the pain that engulfed his body, screamed for the terror in the depths of his soul. But no amount of screaming could halt the ritual now. It began to descend, pulling with it the dark and the pain. Invictus raised his voice in a last, tumultuous cry as his flesh began to flay from his bones. As his body was consumed, he realized that not even the kindly release of oblivion could save him now. The Sons of Malice are a renegade warband of Chaos Space Marines. Pledged to the service of the renegade god, Malice, as its champion and forces of its will. The name of this chapter during their service to the Imperium has been long forgotten by the scholars of galactic conquest. Waging war against demons and heretics for untold centuries within the western marches of the Eye of Terror, their ruthless purge of heresy wrought a heavy toll on the forces of chaos, earning the notice of a peculiar entity which likewise harried the ruinous Pantheon. Hailing from the world of Scalus as part of the 20 chapters of the Astartes Praesus, their charge to protect the Cadian Gate proved insufficient in saving from the allure of chaos. Returning from the CELAX 225 campaign, wherein the chapter quelled attempts to depressurize 3 sub-oceanic hive cities fallen to rebellion, First Captain Kafal marked the victory of his men by a ceremony committed every 11 years honoring the culture of Scalus. Recruiting aspirants from the cannibalistic tribes of their feral homeworld, which bled into their own traditions and rituals, Inquisitor Solomon Pietas of the Ordo Hereticus of the Emperor's Holy Inquisition would deem Scalus perdita. Convinced of the chapter's submission to chaos, Pietas deployed 5 regiments of the Astra Militarum and Order of Our Martyred Lady of the Adeptus Sororitas to eliminate the populace. Striking at the height of their celebrations, volleys of Meltafire, Promethium, and Lasfire attempted to cut down the unawares Astartes. Yet such was the fury of these space marines that Captain Kafal and his company fought with feral barbarity to survive the ordeal. Feasting upon their attackers as impromptu sacrifices to their ritual, though the Battle Sisters fought valiantly, their meager numbers could not match the fury of the Space Marines. Inquisitor Pietas sacrificed upon their fell altar in praise of their strange ideals as Kafal feasted upon his remains. Offered the chance to perform a 50-year penitent crusade by the High Lords of Terror to absolve themselves of sin, the chapter refused, motivated by their twisted sense of dignity. Their rejection of penance rewarded with the arrival of an extermination fleet within the Scalus system. The chapter fled into the Eye of Terror aboard their battle barge, the Labyrinth. The Cadian 331st Regiment, scouring Scalus of all vestiges of their barbaric practices. The Senatorum Imperialis declared the chapter excommunicate traitoris as they toiled for a millennia within the Sea of Souls. Anarch Kafal, now enshrined as the chapter master of the warband, now known as the Sons of Malice. Their adherence to their rituals every century within the now Space Hulk, known as the Challenges of the Labyrinth, drew them closer to the entity which they had unknowingly worshipped for centuries. Such trials said to pledge a single Astartes champion to the service of Malice's sacred warriors, known as among the Doomed Ones. Each shall receive unimaginable power from their patron as they roam the dark paths of the Void. Their 11th champion, Brother Invictus, successful in fulfilling the millennia-long cultivation of the Challenges of the Labyrinth. His captured predecessors present during the ritual to summon Malice into the material realm, setting them on the path to reclaim their conquered homeworld. Sighted during the Skyless incident of 998.M41 within a pillaged Fire Raptor's gunship decorated with the heraldry of their warband, only a fragment of their men would aid Abaddon the Despoiler's 13th Black Crusade, unleashing their anger upon the Imperium to which they once defended. Maintaining battle lines resembling those ordained by the Codex Astartes, the warband's Librarian Cadre and Techmarine Corps maintains a semblance of order within their ranks as their battle lines fight in silence. Clad in quartered black and white ceramite trimmed with silver, the symbol of their warband, a bisected black and white skull atop a six-pointed star of chaos, belies their efforts made to combat their rival Chaos Worshippers. Rejecting the Master of Mankind, claiming him to be nothing more than a Lord Carrion of the Imperium, these subjects of the renegade god fight only to bring ruin to the galaxy, to sate their deep-rooted need for retribution. The Sons of Slaughter are a Khornate warband of Chaos Space Marines. Part of Khan the Betrayer's Butcher Horde, conglomerated from myriad fragments of the World Eater's Legion. Their efforts during the Diamor campaign would bring ruin to the Blood Angels defending its domains. Chaos Lord Zorphus of the Black Legion, usurping the initial command of Kranon the Relentless upon the world of Amethal. The Butcher Horde of Khan did what their allies could not, as the Betrayer's fury clashed with the rage of Sanguinius' sons. Clad in dark red ceramite trimmed with silver and brass, the symbol of their warband, a white sigil of corn on a field of red, signifies their devotion to the Lord of Skulls. The bloodlust wrought from these marauders, tearing a rent through the Immaterium, spilling demonic entities unto Diamor. Only the intervention of the Chamber Militant of the Ordo Malleus, the Grey Knights, allowed for the rupture in the warp to be sealed. The Sons of Vengeance are a warband of Chaos Undivided Space Marines. Once a loyalist chapter of the Imperium, whose name has been lost to history. During the Obscuran uprisings of the 34th millennium, these once devout souls betrayed their oaths to the Master of Mankind. Ordered to pacify the separatist rebellions, which had beset the Segmentum Obscurus for nearly 4 centuries of turmoil, alongside the Silver Guards chapter, these renegades fell to the thrall of chaos following the brutal quelling of the Free Council of Hanedra II. Clad in red and blue camouflage patterned ceramite trimmed with silver, the symbol of their warband, a white morning star on a field of blue and red, represents their no-nonsense declaration of conflict. Harrying the neighboring sectors of Lascaria, following their rampage of Hanedra II. As millennia passed, 14 such domains would become their battlegrounds, fighting against their former allies of the Silver Guard for dominance. The Steel Brethren are a warband of Chaos Undivided Space Marines. Drawn from the Iron Warrior Traitor Legion, these soldiers are exemplars of siege warfare, as befits their primogenitor, roaming the galaxy aboard their cruiser, the Ferrum Invictus, unleashing devastation via drop pod assaults and gunship raids. Inhabitants of the demon world of Medrengard, who survived the civil war known as the Dispute of Iron of 600.M34. Following this bloody feud, believed by some to be orchestrated by the Hammer of Olympia himself, the Steel Brethren sought glories anew beyond the looming shadow of Perturabo. Clad in simple steel-colored ceramite with black pauldron insets on their left pauldron, the symbol of their warband, 2 interlinked red iron halos on a field of black, belies their veneration of technology and unity of purpose. Last sighted during the Siege of Rax of 813.M41, alongside 11 warbands led by Arcos the Faithless of the Alpha Legion, these Sons of the Lord of Iron reveled in their carnage wrought using techno-arcana, claiming untold armored vehicles for their own uses. The Swords of Kargoth are a warband of Chaos Undivided Space Marines. Once known as the Swords of Praesium, during their service as a loyal chapter of Space Marines, two of its companies found themselves trapped upon the world of Acropolis Vega during the 41st millennium, fighting for 70 years. A colossal warp storm preventing their escape as it subsumed the entire star system, though no records remain of what transpired on Acropolis Vega. Their combat made against the demons of the warp-tainted world eventually corroded their resolve. Surrendering to the thrall of chaos, re-emerging from the dissipated warp storm, forever changed, their force commander, Captain Kargoth, now reigns supreme as the Chaos Lord of these corrupted Astartes. Setting upon an Imperial reclamation fleet during their investigation of the war-ravaged world, the Swords of Kargoth fell upon their saviors, seizing their Voidcraft and escaping into the void. Infamous for their involvement during the War of Ashes within the Lamian system, Kargoth sought retribution against the Night House of Terran, dispatching demonic assassins to lay low a member of their noble household. Dishonored for perishing beyond the throne of his venerable war machine, the Knights vowed to slay Kargoth and his warband as an entire company of such hulking Goliaths chose the path of the Freeblade as a means to pursue the fleeing traitors beyond their fiefdom. Clad in black ceramite and adorned with lines of red lava on their greaves, the symbol of their warband, a horned white skull centered on a field of black, emphasizes their blasphemous nature as worshippers of chaos. Ravaging Imperial space to this day, as commerce hubs fall to ruin by their efforts, prayers aplenty to the God Emperor are intoned when passing through the domains of the Sons of Kargoth, lest pilgrims be boarded by such vicious killers. The Tainted are a Nurglite warband of Chaos Space Marines. Derived from a Vectorium of the Death Guard Legion, to compensate with their smaller numbers, the warband integrates mutated beings such as Ogryns known as Plaguespawn, created by fell sorceries by their fetid fleshcrafters. Regarded as a rotten circus by its contemporaries, among their most infamous deeds would be those made during the Siege of Rax of 813.M41. Pledging their strength to the scion of Alfarius, Arcos the Faithless, alongside 11 fellow warbands, the Tainted helped defend the crucial Armory world from Imperial retaliation. Unable to prevent the planet's reclamation by the Imperium, the Tainted withdrew after 17 years of grueling warfare, the Ordo Malleus taking great pains to investigate their use of corrupted Ogryns due to the devastation they wrought. Clad in decayed ceramite of greens, browns, and beige, the symbol of their warband, a geometric variant of the Mark of Nurgle, clearly demonstrates their devotion to the Grandfather, despite their peculiar methods. Trading their Plaguespawn for resources with other warbands, this vile pack of marauders continue to refine their process of mutating their captured Ogryn. The Thralls of Magnus are a Sintian warband of Chaos Space Marines. The largest of all sects of the Cult of Scheming, formed soon after the fall of the Thousand Sons Legion. These scions of the Crimson King have sundered the domains of the Imperium and Xenos alike by their plotting. Clad in azure ceramite, adorned with gold trim and tabards, the sigil of their warband, a yellow sigil of the Cult of Scheming upon a field of azure, typifies their praise given to the Lord of Change through acts of convolution. Their rivals often hoping to dethrone them from their immense power base, many are the impossibly intricate traps and plots set to snare their enemies. The Tizken Host is a Sintian warband of Chaos Space Marines. Deluded into believing that each and every sorcerer within their ranks died during the rubric of Ahriman, their rebirth as avenging angels could not be further from the truth. Quite possibly the most bloodthirsty thrall band of the 15th Legion, its members dutifully serve the whims of Magnus the Red in their attempts to bring the Imperium to ruin. Clad in azure ceramite trimmed with gold and tabards of white, green, and aquamarine, their Seraphia Rubricae scorch runes into their armor prior to their deployment. The symbol of their warband, a yellow sigil of the Cult of Magic, is styled into the so-called Horned Crown, which honors the Prosperine deity of legend, the King of all Angels. Leading their mortal Choir of Eagle pawns into battle, comprised largely of squawking Sangors. These parodies of the processions of the Great Crusade, to which they derive their name, are an affront to the ideals of the Emperor. The True Sons are a warband of Chaos Undivided Space Marines. Comprised of Sons of Horus veterans who pledged allegiance to the War Master, Horus Lupercal, these crestfallen soldiers spirited their master's lifeless body from his battle with the Emperor as the Great Civil War drew to a close. Stagnation befalling the Sons of Horus, with no leader to muster a resurgence of their former glories. Demonic entities harried their number with each passing day as they escaped to the domains of the Eye of Terror. Resolving to never bow to a power outside their ranks ever again, these abandoned children of war raised a fortress on the grave world of Malium to guard the tomb of their interred War Master. Worshipping their sundered demigod with pledges of oaths anew, the predations of the Emperor's Children Legion would in time steal their liege's body away. The schemes of the Spider, Fabius Bile, set on resurrecting Horus Lupercal by use of cloning technologies. Their fortress in ruins following the onslaught of the Third Legion, the captains of the Sons of Horus set upon one another, as those loyal to their masters continued to shed blood until the resurgence of their prodigal kin. First Captain Ezekal Abaddon returning to the Eye of Terror from his dark pilgrimage within the bleakest depths of the void. The Despoiler stalked the ruins of Malium, hunting his fellow captains, until only he remained. Demanding obedience as the last of the Sons of Horus leadership and rightful inheritor of the Legion's power, Abaddon ordered those who would join his nation Black Legion to abandon all vestiges of their Primarch as a means to free themselves of his failure. Leading his followers to the world of Harmony in efforts to enact retribution against the Emperor's children, Abaddon slew the clone of the Lupercal, created by Fabius Bile, as well as all other experiments spawned from the genetic materials of the Sons of the Emperor. Yet some amongst the Sons of Horus of Malium fled the wrath of the Despoiler, the thrice-cursed traitor warbands, unwilling to break their oaths to the Lupercal and dishonor his legacy. Divided into the Sons of the Eye, led by Drakarth the Sightless, the Wolves of Horus, who pined for the sundered glories of the Lunar Wolves of yore, and last of all, the True Sons, a band of Chthonians who refused to forego the traditions of their homeworld, now left a barren wasteland by the Loyalists. Each in time purged by the Despoiler or pleading forgiveness for a chance to rejoin the fold of the Black Legion. Only the True Sons are said to remain active following the death of Drakarth the Sightless and disbanding of the Sons of the Eye and Wolves of Horus. Clad in Viridian green ceramite, which honors their legion of yore, replete with totems of Chthonian heritage. The symbol of their warband, the Eye of Horus, is emblazoned on their armor as a tribute to the Lupercal. Never betraying the ideals of Horus, nor traditions of Chthonian, as they eke out a meager existence within the Eye of Terror. Such warriors of the 16th still erect banners, icons, and effigies of their Primarch in battle, before burning them as a representation of their tarnished legacy. The Warpgeists are a Tzeentchian warband of Chaos Space Marines. Founded by exiles of the Thousand Sons Legion, who collaborated with Chief Librarian Arzik Araman to fulfill his fell rubric, these warriors return to the grace of their Primarch with the close of the 41st millennium. Part of the siege of the Fenris system during 999.M41, the exiled Magister Nezchad Aratos aided the ritual to bring the demon world of Sortiarius into the material realm, fleeing from the reprisal of the rout with their success in dragging the planet of the sorcerers from the Immaterium. Clad in azure ceramite trimmed with gold and yellow tabards, the symbol of their warband, a yellow sigil of the cult of duplicity upon a field of azure, belies their deceptive nature. Aratos sacrificing his own life in efforts to return his warband's men into physical forms. Only mere skeletons would inhabit his rubricized ranks as they continue to pillage the galaxy for spoils of Arcana anew. The Wrath are a cornate warband of Chaos Space Marines. Revered from the Eye of Terror to the depths of Comorra, these fell demonkin are seen by many as little more than feral beasts wrapped in ceramite skin, cannibalizing the corpses of slain friends and foes alike with the end of their rampages. Their feasts of victorious conflict are concluded with the skinning of their victims to be worn as ragged cloaks, masks, and other dire adornments. Making totems of the bones of their enemies as they anoint their weapons with mixtures of vitae and organs. Mounds of skull are made as offerings to their patron, as the last vestige of the harvests of their grim rituals. Imitating the actions of the Bloodthirster are Bragax, the insensate rage. Their very souls are aflame with the creature's hatred, spurring them to eradicate new foes aplenty. Annihilating the Exodite world of Clinfane with an only 3 solar months of combat during 366.M40. Not even the intervention of Craftwell Bieltan could halt their devouring of their prey. Infamous for their involvement during the First War for Armageddon of 444.M41, fighting beside the Blades of Rage Warband and the Demon Primarch Angron. Following their repelling by the Space Wolves and Grey Knights, their rage would be unleashed upon the Tau colony of Shaun Nesh during 793.M41. Fighting beside the Eights Guard, as the Xenos' valiant defiance utterly failed to stem their bloodlust. As battle subsided, the two warbands set upon one another until all combatants were seemingly destroyed. Also known to have pursued the Harlequin Mask of the Silent Shroud during 994.M41. The disaster on Ingroth, as it would be known, waged within the Grey Canyons until aid from Craftworld Imlock aided the plight of the disciples of the Laughing God. Ultimately devoured by the summoned Bloodthirster are Bragax, such is the unimaginable malice within these warriors that even the infamously capable Harlequins failed to evade their blades. Clad in black ceramite, bone-white helmets, red greaves and pauldrons trimmed with bronze, the symbol of their warband, a bone-white sigil of corn on a field of red, belies their duty to claim skulls for the Skull Throne. Witness to the visions of blood, spawned from the creation of the Great Rift across the stars, these scions of the Blood God, compelled by promises of carnage, are drawn like moths to a flame to the Cadian Gate.
This has been a tale of the Great Imperium of Man, read by the Remembrancer.
The allure of chaos is a bargain made with its true cost concealed. Those who fall prey to its enticements, often realizing their folly the moment before the surrender of their faculties to its whims. All warbands of chaos find meaning through corrosive emotions, retribution, revenge, bitterness, and pride. The myriad atrocities commit by their hand, justified as acts of vindication. Reject such emotions when you can, for to carry such vitriol shall in time poison you. And none can build a tolerance for such vices, no matter how strong of character, deeds, or intention such souls purport to be.